Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yamin of Revolution. Ceasefire broken by Israel. Iran says the strait is closed if Hezbollah isn't part of the deal. World War III is back. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, we knew the demonic genocide and imperialists were going to commit to no deal, but Iran didn't care. They ready to continue this war, and now Israel has made a fool of Trump, and all over the news, they confused. Let's get into the content. Salute.
The so-called ceasefire that Donald Trump was bragging about that accepted all of Iran's 10 demands, as expected, is falling apart right away. It's blowing up in Donald Trump's face and in the world's face, frankly. What you just saw there at the beginning of the video is chaos unfolding in Beirut, Lebanon's capital, as Israel carries out a wave of airstrikes.
This is what Iran got to say. No, none of the revolutionary nations could respect Iran around the globe if they allowed Israel to keep attacking Hezbollah while Israel and the U.S. got a ceasefire with them. So Iran, I was waiting to see what they move, just like the big dog they is. They say, oh, hell no. Because the U.S. protecting Israel from Iran, so Iran got to protect their little home in Lebanon. That's just like if the U.S. stepped back and Iran just start pummeling Israel, nobody would accept that. So Iran saying, we're not going to accept you steady killing those Lebanese people. We can get back to war.
Strikes across the country, hitting what it said were more than 100 targets in 10 minutes. Folks, the scene was apocalyptic in Lebanon, and Lebanon was absolutely included in the ceasefire that Donald Trump agreed to. The mediator was Pakistan of the ceasefire agreement. The prime minister of Pakistan had previously said yesterday, of course, Lebanon is included and Hezbollah is included. That was one of the 10 negotiating positions of Iran that Donald Trump accepted. And Donald Trump said, we agree with the 10-point plan. Now, Iran has shut down yet again the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, it's always been shut down, or I should say under their control where their allies could use it. But anyone allied with the United States and Israel could not use it. But earlier this morning, 2 ships were escorted by Iranian naval vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. And then Israel hit Beirut. I mean, it's devastating. 100 killed, 500 wounded. Hospital is filled right now in Beirut, and Iran said the Strait of Hormuz shut down once again. We're not letting any ships through, which they weren't really going to let through unless they had a naval escort. And Iran was paid about $1 to $2 per barrel of the oil that were on the tankers, which could basically be around, $1 million to $2 million per tanker. But that's what is going on right now. And this ceasefire has blown up. Now you have, and by the way, it's being confirmed even on state regime media, which calls itself Fox. Jennifer Griffin says Iran state media Fars posted to Telegram, while 2 tankers transited this morning, they will block the Strait of Hormuz as long as Israel attacks Lebanon. And this was from the Fars news agency, so you can see it in their own words, unfiltered right here. This is Iran's media agency. Oil tankers halt passage through the Strait of Hormuz after Israel attack on Lebanon. Simultaneous with the Israeli attack on Lebanon, the passage of oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz has been halted. Then Iranian social media accounts are posting, closed until further notice. Another one says, hey, Trump, if you don't have a leash for the rabid dog Israel, should we get one for you? Pakistan's prime minister, meanwhile, Shehbaz Sharif, is saying that it is aware of ceasefire violations that undermine the spirit of the peace process. This is from Pakistan's prime minister. He writes, Violation of ceasefires have been reported at a few places across the conflict zone, which undermine the spirit of the peace process. I earnestly and sincerely urge all parties to exercise restraint and respect the ceasefire for 2 weeks as agreed upon, so that diplomacy can take a lead role towards the peaceful settlement of the conflict. And now, again, if you look at what the Prime Minister of Pakistan previously said when the ceasefire was announced, let me just read it to you. This was what he said yesterday. So there was no dispute that Lebanon was included because this was the announcement of the ceasefire. With the greatest humility, I am pleased to announce that the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America, along with their allies, have agreed to an immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon and elsewhere, effective immediately. So this morning, Donald Trump's been frantically posting on his social media platforms. He's calling this reporter and that reporter. He called Jonathan Karl at ABC. He called Liz Landers. Here's what he says to Liz Landers. A few minutes after the Pentagon briefing wrapped up this morning, I'll tell you about that in a moment. I spoke with Donald Trump briefly to ask about the latest with Iran. I asked about Lebanon, which is still being hit, and if he'd seen that. Donald Trump says, yeah, they were not included in the deal. I asked why not, and if they should have been. Donald Trump, because of Hezbollah, they were not included in the deal. That'll get taken care of too. It's all right. I asked, and you're okay with the Israelis continuing to hit them? Donald Trump, it's part of the deal. Everyone knows that. That's a separate skirmish, okay? You got to talk faster. I tried to ask if he regretted that Truth Social post about wiping out a civilization and noted that there was a huge pushback to that statement from Democrats. Then he hung up on me. Then he called Jonathan Karl at ABC. Jonathan Karl writes, this morning I asked Donald Trump if he's okay with the Iranians charging a toll. Remember, it's about $2 per gallon of oil. If he's okay with Iranians charging a toll for all ships that go through the Strait of Hormuz. And he told me there may be a joint U.S.-Iran venture to charge tolls. We're thinking about doing it as a joint venture. It's a way of securing it, also securing it from lots of other people. It is a beautiful thing. Iran has not agreed to that and will never agree to that. Remember early when the war, when Trump and Netanyahu's invasion of Iran began, and Donald Trump's like, me and the Ayatollah, we're going to do a JV together and control the Strait of Hormuz. And Iran was laughing at that concept. Donald Trump, again, just lying about every aspect of this deal. Iran was very clear about what its 10 points were for weeks. We've been reporting. Here's what they list as their 10 points. Then Donald Trump yesterday posted a message saying that he agreed with Iran's 10-point framework. Of course, Iran was going to take that deal then because Donald Trump agreed to utter humiliation and surrender for the United States. Those 10 points were the list of Iran's dream scenario and utter humiliation for the U.S. And Donald Trump agreed to that. That's what I've been trying to say. You know, and there have been a lot of people yesterday, right, in the Trump regime, in the right-wing media, where they were attacking the Midas Touch Network.
Then we have Putin released a statement today saying that Germany could be getting nuclear weapons in 30 days. Wow. I know the U.S. media don't want to talk about that. Putin saying that Germany could be receiving. See, this what happened. This what happened when you attack Iran and you talking about, hey, man, they might have nuclear weapons in 30 days. See, the U.S. done justified that. So what Putin is really telling the world is he might just have to go and overthrow the German government because they're thinking about possessing nuclear weapons. And since Israel and Trump did already put that type of bullshit on the table, I'm going to show you the video. Putin is absolutely saying that. And I'm going to tell you something else. Yesterday, when they was talking about nuking Iran, I'm telling you right now, U.S. intelligence told those clowns, North Korea, China, and Russia is preparing to nuke your goddamn ass, barbecue you. So they backed down. Oh, Putin said, I ain't going to let y'all get out of it this quick. Germany look like they trying to get nuclear weapons. Man, Putin finna destroy them boys. Trump don't even know. He done opened up the gates of hell, mark my word, what he done did. China gonna flex muscle. They tired of playing with this dude, bro. And he's showing how weak he is. He don't got the, when I say weak, I'm not talking about using that nuclear muscle. If you as bad as you say you is, nigga, send your troops into the battlefield.
When we were pointing this out, and other journalists who were pointing it out. I mean,
Putin did it. Putin did it. He sent his troops into the motherfucking battlefield. They done lost hundreds of thousands. They done killed over 1.5 million. You want to be a big military dog, you got to be willing to lose some. And it got to be a righteous war. So they fighting a righteous war, so they don't mind dying. I told you the U.S. ain't prepared to lose tens of thousands of troops, much less hundreds of thousands.
I mean, you had Stephen Chung, who was attacking reporters and saying, you don't know what the effing 10 points are. You're just spreading Nigerian propaganda, right? And you had all these other right-wing people like, this was a big victory. What a great negotiating position. I'm like, have you read the 10 points? Anybody, can we read? Can we make reading great again? Could we make facts and details and being meticulous and careful back again? Could we make being a grown-up and an adult and using logic great again? That's what I want to bring back. But by the way, this morning, state regime media, which calls itself Fox, now has to report what the 10 points are, because everybody knows what they can't hide it anymore. They tried to frame the issue yesterday as a win. Remember, I reported, no, this was
yeah, now you can't hide it. No more bases, no more U.S. bases in the Middle East. That's what Trump is negotiating. They call that American win. Bro, these people crazy, bro. These people crazy. I was waiting. Let's talk. They got to talk about the 10-point plan. Oh, no more American bases in the Middle East.
It was a surrender by Donald Trump. Even Mark Levin, right? The guy who was Donald Trump's, he's a Fox host, but he's like basically in Donald Trump's cabinet at this point. I'm exaggerating, but he was one of the main people pushing for the war. He even goes, these 10 points are an absolute disaster, because this morning on Fox and Friends, state regime media, they went through the 10 points. And guess what? It was the same 10 points that I've been saying that Iran's been talking about for weeks now. As you know from watching the Midas Touch Network, have I been saying these 10 points 3 weeks, 4 weeks? I've been saying, here are their 10, remember the non-negotiables, here are their 10 points. They won't agree to anything unless you agree to their 10 points. Watch as state regime media says it. And here is how, and you saw Mark Levin go, these 10 points are a disaster. Play this clip from Fox and Friends.
That includes 10 separate points. Some of them include the U.S. guaranteeing a non-aggression pact with Iran, continuing Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz, acceptance that Iran can enrich uranium for its nuclear program, removal of all primary sanctions on Iran, removal of secondary sanctions, an end of all UN Security Council resolutions against Iran, an end to the IAEA's resolutions on Iran's nuclear program, compensation payment for Iran and its war damage, withdrawal of U.S. forces from the region, and a ceasefire on all fronts. Those are a number of points that are not going to be reached, and the next 2 weeks are going to be critical as negotiators try to hammer this out.
You know what's easier than fixing a problem? Not having the problem in the first place. Your liver is one of those organs that you don't think about until you have to. Supporting it daily is one of those.
And ends up with Trump giving Alaska to Denmark, right? They're saying what a bad deal maker Donald Trump is. He invades Greenland, and Alaska is then given to Denmark. Woohoo, big victory. As you know, I mean, Ed Blake goes, this is the Alina Habba of ceasefires. We went into court for a parking ticket, and now we left with a DUI. Donald Trump's been posting on social media frantically this morning. This is what he writes this morning, because he's trying to frame this as a victory, as a win. So early morning, he goes, the United States will work closely with Iran, which we have determined has gone through what will be a very productive regime change. Just pause there. Why do we have the stupidest person in the world in the Oval Office? I mean this. Why do we have the biggest lying piece of trash human being in the Oval Office? What do you mean a regime change? It's a more powerful version of the Islamic Republic. Great work, Donald. Regime change. One Ayatollah to a younger version. Great work, Donald. There will be no enrichment of uranium, and the United States will, working with Iran, dig up and remove all of the deeply buried nuclear dust. Okay, pause there. Did you read the 10-point plan, Donald, that you wrote about yesterday, that you've embraced that framework? You know what it says in the 10-point plan? It says that Iran continues to enrich uranium. It's one of the points in the plan that you said you agreed to yesterday. So now you're going to be like, oh, I never agreed to that. I'm not going to do the deal. Then the ceasefire ends, which basically it's a ceasefire in name only now anyway, right? And the Strait of Hormuz is closed. and nothing changes. And we drag this on just like you did with COVID, like a miracle, it's all going to go away. And we pretend that all this stuff isn't happening, while in fact, it's a ceasefire in name only right now. Donald Trump goes, it's now and has been under very exacting satellite surveillance Space Force. Nothing has been touched from the date of attack. We are and will be talking tariff and sanctions relief with Iran. He's doing the tariff thing again. You're talking about tariffs. This guy's just an idiot. He's just an idiot. Many of the 15 points have already been agreed to. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So now, Donald, you see what he's doing here? Because remember, the United States had the 15-point plan, which was surrender by Iran. Iran had the 10-point plan, surrender by the United States. Let me just ask you all of this, because I want to make sure my report.
He also put out a tweet, I think I got that on another video, to where he said, any country that sends weapons or anything like that to Iran during the ceasefire, 50% tariffs on any businesses they're doing in the U.S. Ha, 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 ha. There you go. There you go. He knew, well, if any ceasefire, while they try to regroup, China and Russia was going to rearm, re-equip, resupply Iran. He's trying to beat them to that and said, okay, well, I'm having to tariff everybody. Come on, bro. That's nonsense. And it's not going to fucking work. China won't give a damn, and neither will Russia.
Reporting is as objective as possible. What did Donald Trump post yesterday? What was his post yesterday? We agree to the framework of Iran's 10-point plan, with most of those 10 points already being agreed to. That's what Donald Trump posted yesterday. Because Donald Trump's a lifelong fraud, a con artist, this is the type of stuff he would do with real estate deals. This is how he would screw people over. Oh, the contract says, no, it doesn't. What are you going to do? Let's just sue each other. You know, that's Donald Trump's behavior his whole life. And now he's doing it in a geopolitical sense that just is breaking and has destroyed the power of the United States. It's done. It's over. Irreparable at this point. It's clear. And so he's saying, that's why he goes 15 points. It ain't the 15-point, Donald. You agreed to the 10 points. And so now I guess this is Trump's lifelong.
It's still going to be a power. America always going to be a dominant power. It's not going to be a superpower anymore, able to bully in the Middle East. That's over. You see, probably better do some things in Africa. They probably going to try to go fuck with Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, and use Nigeria, go through Nigeria to do it. They setting that up because they need some weak nations. But that's why Putin has been preparing Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali with air defense systems, weapons, and Iran had already offered them missile systems. These missiles that's hitting Israel. Anybody watching Core Figure TV, did you know this? Iran has already been working out agreements to get those missiles to those African nations. So, you know, U.S. won't be a superpower after this. They'll always be a dominant power, you know, because nothing has happened to their base here. Nothing has happened in America. They're still the biggest dog in this hemisphere. So, you know, they're going to be all right, but they won't be a superpower anymore after this war. That's just a fact.
Long strategy. Well, now I'm going to pretend I did the 15 points and I'm okay. Well, then the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed. What benefit does that have to anybody? Right? So yes, the market will go up a little bit. People will react, but long term, you are systemically breaking the United States. And then you know what happens? Then some Democratic president comes into power, right? Whether it's a Biden or, you know, not in the future, but, you know, Biden the last time, whoever wins in the future, right? And then all the Republicans act holier than thou and then blame that guy or that woman, right? And they're like, oh my God, you're screwing it up because you have to fix this freaking mess that was created. You're the worst. And then they act like, I'm a budget hawk. I'm a deficit hawk. After they do all this stuff, don't you see the playbook? Don't you see what they're doing in real time right now? And by the way, as I remember,
the Democrats got the Republicans right where they want them because the Republicans always brought up suitcases full of cash, planes full of cash flying into Iran. What they never understood was, first of all, we seized a lot of Iranian funds. We was holding it. That was their money. We only gave the Iranians their money back. When we made the deal, when Obama made the deal, the Iranians said, you know what, give us our money back. Y'all stole from us. Obama was like, okay, we'll give y'all money back. He ain't gave them nothing extra. The Republicans was pissed about that. You're sending planes, hundreds of millions, billions of dollars to terrorists. Now the Democrats can look them right in their face and say, you are agreeing that those people you're calling terrorists, you're going to be giving them millions of dollars per ship. Obama didn't do that. Obama gave them what we owed them. No, the Republicans is absolutely finna enrich the Iranians, which they didn't try to do, but they just fucked up and lost this war.
Reporting this more, Israel attacks a funeral in East Lebanon and kills at least 10. Israel is saying publicly, we will continue to strike Hezbollah in Lebanon after all of these massive strikes. And they just hit a funeral right now.
That was a massacre. That was a massacre. They did it on purpose because they know Iran cannot. Hezbollah only got into this fight to help Iran. Just like Hezbollah only got into the fight with Gaza to help Hamas. And then it cost them all their leadership. They have to rebuild. They paying the price right now for helping Iran. So it's impossible for Iran to sit back and say, nah, the ceasefire just for us, it ain't for Hezbollah. So Iran already made it crystal clear. War is still in the air if Israel gonna do this, you see. And the whole world looking at Trump like a sucker, bro. You can't stop Netanyahu, pieces on the table. Nope, he cannot stop Israel.
What else is taking place this morning, as I told you? I'll do a whole other video on this, but the DOJ is saying they will be blocking the deposition of Pam Bondi, who's no longer the Attorney General. People
Joining me now, Adil Haq, law professor at Rutgers Law School. With me here on set, Michael Weiss, editor of The Insider and co-author of ISIS, Inside the Army of Terror. So there we have it, Michael, and have had it through today, both sides declaring victory in a war that we don't even know if it's over, but can both sides be right?
Well, we don't even know what the terms are of the ceasefire, right? I mean, Donald Trump has now taken to Truth Social denouncing a CNN report which cited Iranian officials with 10 points of their own, saying this is all fake news and there's a federal investigation into who's leaking this and whatnot. For the last 5 hours or so, it's been a question, is Lebanon on the table in terms of a ceasefire? The Israelis said, nope, it's not. The Americans said, nope, it's not. But the Iranians seem to think it is and are threatening that, you know, if the Israelis don't stop pounding Hezbollah, they might continue hostilities themselves. So I'm as confused as I think everyone else is, to be honest. I know you're not supposed to say that on TV, but you know, I really don't have any sense of clarity. Trump says that there is, you know, a term sheet that everyone has agreed to, and that's what's going to be negotiated. And oh, by the way, J.D. Vance is not going to be the one to do it in Islamabad because of security reasons. So it's going to be the, you know, dynamic duo Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. So
are they saying that they're
expendable, but J.D. isn't? They can go to Pakistan, but he can't. And remember, those guys didn't do such a bang-up job with the diplomacy going into this thing. And I don't think the Iranians are going to treat them with anything other than the utmost contempt, right? The juju before the ceasefire was announced was that actually JD had volunteered himself to be the interlocutor because the Iranians see him as the isolationist who is anti-war and the guy that they can make a deal with. But Kushner and Witkoff, I don't know. I mean,
Adil, do you have a sense of what's included in this ceasefire and what's not?
No, I think it's pretty clear that there has been miscommunication or lack of clarity. And to be honest, that's not surprising when you try to negotiate a very complex arrangement on a very short timeline. And the negotiators are afraid to even show their faces because they might be assassinated. So this is not how diplomacy is supposed to work. And we see the result is an agreement whose contours are very uncertain and which might collapse at any moment because of that uncertainty.
And yet that has not stopped, Michael, this administration from declaring victory. Let me play a little bit of what Pete Hegseth
It's real good for Iran. It's real good for Iran because the whole world see that they was willing to do a ceasefire that they shouldn't even did because it was only going to give Israel and America a chance to rearm, but they did it anyway to try to help relieve the world of some bullshit. And who killed that? Israel killed it. And the world can see there's nothing Trump can do about it. So if this war crank back up, the world going to allow Iran to issue out more pain. Watch.
Well, it's always been non-negotiable that they won't have nuclear capabilities. And so right now it's buried and we're watching it. We know exactly what they have, and they know that. And they will either give it to us, which the president has laid out. They'll give it to us voluntarily. We'll get it. We'll take it. We'll take it out.
So I just want to remind people that under the Obama era negotiations
about they're going to give it to us or we'll take it. You just tried to take it. And all your planes got blown up, and the whole world know it. You just tried to get that and failed miserably with the most trained, with the best troops in the world. Come on, bro. You're not taking shit from Iran, sitting over there talking shit from that podium.
Nuclear deal. Iran agreed to relinquish 97% of its enriched uranium stockpiles, 70% of its centrifuges. So we've declared victory. Are we, as the United States, in a better position now than we were after the approval of that deal under Obama?
Part of the JCPOA, you'll recall, a lot of critics were saying, well, we're delivering pallets of cash to the Iranians, when we lifted or unfroze sanctions. Now the Iranians are saying, and again, we don't know if this is true or if this is going to be certified by any kind of bilateral agreement, but the Iranians are saying, actually, we're going to charge a levy for each tanker that we allow to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Right now, the Iranians control the strait. That was not on the bingo card before this war started, right? The amount of money that they could potentially make just with that blockage of tankers that are held up there is something like $64 billion. Now, my question is, what are they going to do with that money? Are they going to maybe start rebuilding their missile capability? Are they going to use this to finance their proxies and project power? All of the military objectives that General Kane had laid out at the start of this war for the United States to achieve could very easily be undone simply by an economic windfall that we might accede to here.
Well, maybe a deal, because the president has suggested this. It's going to be some sort of joint venture of collecting money along the Strait of Hormuz between what were apparently, just 12 hours or so ago, enemies.
First of all, it is a joint venture between Iran and Oman, the two countries. That's right. U.S. ain't getting shit unless Iran want to throw them some crumbs, and Donald Trump could be happy about that. But all that, me and Iran finna team up, just more wishful dreaming, bro. These people stay on TV trying to make it seem like they bigger than they is. Iran put it in that BS.
United States and Iran. What do you make of that?
So there's no legal basis for charging tolls to transit through the Strait of Hormuz. So the United States and Iran can agree to what they want, but there's no legal basis for it. So I can't expect the international community to accept it and go along with it. So it's essentially an attempt to monetize and to negotiate around international law, and I don't think it's going to succeed.
What are you going to be watching for, Michael, in the days to come, both from this administration and from Iran? Because, again, you have both sides declaring victory, and Iran shows no signs of being cowed.
No. And if you talk to the Gulf states, they see no ceasefire in place, 12 hours or 20 hours later. I mean, the UAE, the Saudis have been pounded. Now, the question is this because of the lack of command and control? So in other words, the IRGC is launching drones and missiles because they haven't gotten the memo that there's a ceasefire in place? Or is it that Iran now knows Donald Trump is desperate to call this whole thing off and, in fact, engage economically in a joint business venture with the IRGC such that they can humiliate and pound the UAE and the Saudis and the GCC countries with impunity, knowing that the United States will not retaliate? You heard Pete Hegseth today was talking about this war in the past tense. So all the optics from our side is it's all over but the shouting here, right? And the Iranians, I think, are going to take that. Whether or not it's an actual victory for them and that they have won this thing, they certainly believe that they have.
It is a victory.
I want to go back into region with Associated Press's Isabel Debray from Beirut. So what can you tell us about this? And let me start with Israel saying this ceasefire doesn't apply to Lebanon. What can you tell us about what we know about what's happening on the ground?
Israel trying to steal that land.
There indeed were no signs of a ceasefire today in Beirut. Actually, it was the most intense day of the war since it started on March 2nd. And that's the war, of course, between Israel and Iran-backed Hezbollah in Lebanon. And Hezbollah has held fire. We have seen that. But the Israeli military has announced a series of intense strikes over the last hours. And in Beirut, it was just scenes of chaos. Honestly, we were walking through the streets and there were just piles of cars that had burned. There were just entire apartment blocks that had been razed to the ground by these strikes. There's twisted metal everywhere, ambulances that were trying to make it through rush hour, hospitals were calling on people to donate blood. The Lebanese health ministry is still counting the casualties, but really this does seem like one of the deadliest days of the war so far. Just in Beirut, over 80 people killed and over 700 wounded. So that death toll is likely to rise, we're told.
700
And
people
again,
wounded.
just really scenes that were sort of surreal as everyone in the region was talking about the ceasefire, just seeing this destruction in Beirut. And also important to mention that we're not just talking about areas on the outskirts of Beirut that have already been evacuated, that Israel has repeatedly warned people to leave. These are areas really in central Beirut, densely packed commercial residential areas that have previously been spared from a lot of that violence. So really shocking to be here on that day.
So they're just trying to
Thank you so
destroy and
much for
kill
that, Isabel Debray. So, Adil, let me close up with this question, which is obviously in the Middle East, the violence continues, but the justification for this, or one of the justifications, was to get rid of nuclear capabilities, to make the United States of America safer, that this was a matter of national security. Today, is the U.S. safer than it was when this war began?
No, I think that it's pretty clear that there was a negotiated settlement to be had with Iran. It's not clear whether the deals are going to be more favorable after this extremely bloody and destructive war. So it does seem that we've killed around 1,700 civilians and achieved nothing and not really improved our national security in any way. We've created more enemies, more instability, damaged our economy and the economy of the region, and really have nothing to show for it. And again, the conflict is not necessarily over. We have to wait and see if the bloodshed will finally end.
United States has absorbed a strategic defeat here because it shows that going forward.
It's been just hours since President Trump announced a 2-week ceasefire with Iran, but this morning, that temporary truce is looking fragile at best. Moments ago, an Iranian news agency reported Tehran halted oil tankers' traffic through the Strait of Hormuz. Reopening the strait to commerce, of course, was a key part of the deal the president and his administration says Iran signed on to. Listen to Secretary Hegseth this morning.
What has been agreed to, what's been stated, is the strait is open. Our military is watching. I'm sure their military is watching, but commerce will flow.
One of Iran's demands in exchange was that Israel end its bombardment of Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. The Israelis say they never agreed to that, and the strikes continue today, as you can see here in Beirut.
In terms of this latest news, I mean, obviously the ceasefire has only been live for less than 24 hours. And the fact that Iran can still close the Strait of Hormuz just a whim is going to strengthen the US's resolve to ensure that it does not control or retain sort of sole control of the strait going forward. And obviously, when it comes to if the ceasefire is still ongoing, when it comes to ensuring a permanent deal, both sides are going to be very far apart on that particular issue, Stephen.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The White House spent last night and this morning on a victory lap, declaring that President Donald Trump had pulled off a masterstroke by reopening the Strait of Hormuz. That was somewhat of an absurd claim because the Strait of Hormuz, of course, was open before he launched this war that was opposed by much of the world. But this new apparent closure will undercut the not only the White House claim that Trump has pulled off a massive victory here and that the Strait of Hormuz issue is not even going to be something that's going to be contentious going forward. I think it shows why a lot of people are arguing that despite all the propaganda coming out of Washington, the United States has absorbed a strategic defeat here, because it shows that going forward, at any moment, even a few hours into a ceasefire, Iran has the capacity to close that strait and create, again, that chokehold on the global economy. So I think it's going to be very irksome to the White House. The question is, how will they respond? Will they try to pretend this isn't happening, that it's just a teething problem? Or at some point, will President Trump's credibility and prestige and red lines again come into play in such a way as he has to take some military action, and then we're back where we were before?
Now we're seeing the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Just talk about how the escalation after the ceasefire last night has only increased.
Yeah, there are multiple sensitivities here. There are multiple narratives, not least what we've heard from Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, not least what we've heard from a whole variety of Iranian officials who both sides claiming victory. So you have that, and it's not clear what precisely has been agreed. Pakistan's ambassador to the UN said that Pakistan's prime minister had sent he didn't describe it as a text on agreement, but an understanding to both the US and Iran, who had agreed to it. He didn't say precisely what was in it. He said that was bounded by secrecy to let the sides work out what are clearly very big differences at the moment. He spoke about the Pakistan's prime minister in his statement having primacy in this situation because it had been accepted by both Iran and the United States. And as you say, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu very clear that he doesn't see Lebanon as part of that ceasefire agreement, which is a difference with the Pakistani Prime Minister. Indeed, Israel launching its heaviest, by its own statement a few hours ago, its heaviest strike on Hezbollah targets inside of Lebanon, some of them deep inside of Beirut, coordinated against 100 targets. So has that led to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz? It's very hard to say, but it is certainly one of the many threads and strands of the lack of clarity, of the lack of certainty where everyone stands, of the multi-sided nature of what's been happening. Iran has, it appears, sent missiles and drones against a variety of targets in the Gulf today, long after the ceasefire. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said it would take some time, as he said, for the carrier pigeon to get out to some of the remoter Iranian military units who he says have been cut off from communications. But I think when we look at the state of play on Iranian state media, the declarations of victory, the popular support coming out in the street for the regime in Iran, it's hard to imagine that even in the farthest flung corners of Iran, military commanders haven't got the instruction yet to cease and desist. All of this is going to feed into that sort of uncertainty that can unravel what J.D. Vance called his precise words were a sort of an unstable ceasefire. A fragile was his precise word, ceasefire. I think all of that plays into it. And trying to get at which strand specifically is pulled that unravels the next one, very hard to say.
With me now is retired Lieutenant General Ben Hodges. He's the former commander of U.S. Army forces in Europe. So reopening the Strait of Hormuz was part of this deal. Is this ceasefire already broken in your view?
I think what Brett said earlier is correct. There is not really
like this. This dude said Ukraine was winning the war and would easily defeat Russia. Been lying on the TV every time he get on here. This dude also said this would be a cakewalk. Remember, all of these people, even these news, all these people say Iran was at the weakest point that they have been at in decades. What? All that was lies. So just to hear them people come on here and just act like it's all Trump and all of these bastards took a shot and y'all failed.
A ceasefire. These are not a couple of angry sergeants out there launching missiles. And I think we're going to have to listen to what the insurance companies say. If they are not willing to insure vessels moving through the Strait of Hormuz, then the strait is in effect still closed. And I think this is why it's also important that the president and others not speak too quickly about things that are so tenuous, because it ends up damaging their credibility.
And the president, as you know, has claimed victory here. At the same time, you have these attacks in the region. You have the Strait of Hormuz closed now by the Iranians based on our latest reporting, and things are very active and moving by the minute. That's where things stand right now. There seems to also be confusion between the U.S., Israeli, and Pakistani positions over whether Lebanon was included in the ceasefire agreement. How concerning is that?
Not. The Pakistani prime minister then already posted the post. Hezbollah was definitely a part of it. And Israel and Trump knew that. Israel stabbed him in the back. They want to continue war. Now Trump saying, no, Hezbollah wasn't part of it. Nigga, you a fool, and you should have knew Iran was going to do this. You're not honorable. The whole world know they lying. But one thing they should have never made the Iranians do is show that they could close the strait, because the U.S. can't open it without losing tens of thousands of troops. They can open it if they send all of their troops, all of their Navy to seize those coastlines. Tens of thousands of soldiers going to die, something that they can't stand the pain. They need to understand that. That's why they talk about nuclear weapons, because they can't do nothing else. That's just a fact, bro.
But very concerning. And this is part of the problem when you don't have world-class professional diplomats handling these kinds of negotiations. The fact, I was skeptical when I first saw that there was going to be a restriction on any operations in Lebanon or against Iranian proxies. I was pretty sure there was no way that Israel could agree to that. And so again, it's a mistake to claim a victory on something before there's. You can be really sure that it's
the only reason Israel won't agree to stop attacking Lebanon, because they want the territory. Greater Israel Project. The Israel don't give a fuck when this stop, as long as they done seized a bunch of fucking territory. That's what this shit is all about. Causing wars, seizing territory, doing the wars. And Israel like, fuck now. Hezbollah been fighting back hard. That's why they doing these bombings. The ground invasion didn't work. Israel is pissed off. They want that land, bro.
It's going to be done. And unfortunately, this is a consistent problem with the administration of making claims about things that are just not the case. And that only damages us in the long run.
CNN's Anna Kuba joins us live now from London. So, Anna, I mean, listen, just in terms of where oil prices have gone, I mean, obviously, after that ceasefire deal was announced just yesterday, we saw Brent crude, that we have it on the screen, and WTI all trading lower. They're roughly around $95 a barrel. Obviously, it's going to take some time, despite technically the fact that even yesterday, the Strait of Hormuz...
People can't believe that you got a president who only worried about the markets. It's only about market manipulation, and the crazy part is they making billions off of this shit, bro. These people sick, man. That was all about market manipulation. I'm gonna destroy everything. The end of a civilization. Talking all that shit. Oil prices go sky high. Guess who made a bunch of money? The United States. They sell oil. Okay, we got a deal. It bring it down. Help the consumer a little bit. The U.S. still making money. This is crazy, bro.
Was open, we all knew that it would take some time to sort of recoup the 20% of global oil that was lost during the war. Now that there is this fragile ceasefire and things do appear to be volatile and the strait is closed technically at this point onwards, just walk us through what that means for oil prices going forward, Anna.
Well, you're right. There was an enormous amount of optimism in markets, plunging oil prices, but we're still...
It's a ceasefire with the U.S. and Iran right now. We're not shooting at each other, but the war's still going on. Iran has still been striking those Arab puppets. They should continue to strike them. They should, even if they make a deal with Israel, they should finish off the motherfucking Gulf nations. They should do that anyway, bro. Or let the Arabs declare war on Iran. I want to see this. I want to see the fucking Arab armies go up against Iran. That's what Iran should be looking to do. Finish off all of those puppet Arab nations who paid Donald Trump trillions of dollars to attack them.
High, the prices are still high. They're still not what they were before the war. Brent, the global benchmark, was around $73. Now we can see there it's around 94. So there's still a way to go. And the terms of this ceasefire, or the way it's playing out currently, as you said, are incredibly volatile. We're seeing that because of these strikes in Beirut, Iran is now saying that oil tankers can't get through the strait. And already the terms of the strait reopening as a result of this ceasefire were, causing some really big questions for oil traders and for buyers. And that's because Iran was saying that it was still going to make sure that oil tankers were passing the strait in coordination with its military. And that raises questions as to whether we're going to see a similar dynamic play out, as Iran not allowing ships that have any sort of link to the US or Israel, whether they be insured or owned or crewed by countries that are aligned with Israel or the US. That's still going to be the situation. And the big question mark about tolls. There were lots of reports around certain ships paying up to $2 million.
Everybody got to pay, not certain ships. Every ship got to pay, ma'am. You're paying $1 a liter or something like that. I don't know. You everybody got to pay, ma'am. That's it. There's no other way around this. Everybody got to pay. I know that's very humiliating for you, but your military lied to you. There's nothing they can do. They the paper fucking tiger. You're going to pay that toll or find another way. Iran ain't forcing nobody to go through the strait. They don't got guns on people saying you come through here or else. No, take the other route. It's going to be double. You're going to have to pay double the expenses.
That was a figure that was being bandied about to pass the strait. And now we've got reporting that says that Iran and Oman are thinking about allowing ships to pass through if they pay a transit fee. So I think that probably explains why we've seen these enormous falls because of the ceasefire itself, but not really back to where they need to be, which is where they were before the war.
Well, you lost the war, man. We can't go back to how it was after you lose, man. You should know that. Y'all been stealing shit all around the world. Trump just stole Venezuela all and said to the victor go the spoils. So America understand the quote, the victor go the spoils. Your president just said it on TV when he was beating his chest. Iran is showing they ass to the victor go the spoils. Nigga, the Strait of Hormuz blowing them now. But if your ass is really tough, then send your military through there. You ain't nobody got to pay shit. You know what I'm saying? Great. And what Trump say? We're gonna take all of the oil.
In the shrubbery are little gray entities.
What's that for you to take, man?
They still remain with him, but
engaged with what so far as Iran. Safe enough for his son-in-law, the perfidious Jared Kushner, to lead the American delegation. It looks like it's all turning to ash. Confused? You might be better informed by the end of this, the mother of all talk shows. Stay tuned.
That's some of the craziest shit I've ever heard in my life. They saying, Iran said we'll negotiate with the vice president of the United States. That's cool. They trying to show some leeway. They say they're not going to be negotiating with those two small hats who just double-crossed them twice and got a bunch of their negotiators killed, Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Now the U.S. is saying, well, it's too dangerous for the vice president to be over there. We can only send these two crash dummies. Come on, bro. No, because y'all the motherfuckers trying to do all the stealing. And they don't want nobody else in their room talking no deals because everything get exposed. Hell no, man. Jared Kushner, Iranians have said they don't want to look at this. You gonna make them people hurt them people. They trying to tell you, keep them people away from them, bro.
Well, what can you say about a day like this? I woke up this morning, the 10-point Iranian plan had been accepted by President Donald Trump as the basis for negotiation. And J.D. Vance himself was headed to Islamabad by Friday to head the American negotiating team, the former heads being persona non grata so far as Iran is concerned. I don't need to remind you what happened the last time Iran negotiated with Kushner and Witkoff. And Lebanon was in the ceasefire, in black and white, written by the Prime Minister of Pakistan, whose Herculean efforts deserve more praise than they are currently getting. If the 10-point plan was the basis for negotiation, then this represented a major victory for the Islamic Republic. And I attended a conference in Moscow today addressed by the Iranian ambassador in exactly those terms. But by the time the sun has gone down, the whole thing appears to have gone to hell in a handcart. And just before coming on air, the air defenses above Tehran were engaged with what are said to be American bombers, meaning the ceasefire didn't even last 12 hours, never mind 14 days. And the whole negotiation in Islamabad is now thrown into the gravest possible doubt. I was asked in an interview with RT, the Russian television station, just half an hour ago before coming on the air here, if Iran had really won, as they were claiming. Well, when you are a superpower, the greatest superpower on the earth, they keep telling us, and you cannot achieve a single one of your stated objectives and a single one of your unstated objectives that are belied by your actions, then you've definitely lost. And if you've definitely lost, that means Iran has won. Iran is a global south emerging country. Iran is a country that's been under sanctions for 47 years. And if it engages not one but two nuclear superpowers, one regional, one global, then the very fact that they have survived is testament to their victory. And that victory can be delineated. Trump continues to claim that regime change in Iran. Well, in the same way, there was regime change in Afghanistan. They spent $1 trillion in years getting rid of the Taliban, only for the Taliban to return to power as the United States scuttled out of Kabul, out of Bagram Air Base like a thief in the night. They have replaced one Khamenei with a second Khamenei. Have replaced the father with the son. And moreover, the son is a lot less moderate and reasonable than the father definitely was. And the son now has the specter of his dead father, his dead mother, his dead wife, his dead children, who were all slain in the sneak attack in the first hour of the American attack. The American second attack was on 169 schoolgirls in their classroom just near Bandar Abbas, whom they slaughtered. I want you to ponder that for a minute. I've got schoolgirls of my own. You have got them, or you've had them. Imagine 169 little girls like your daughters, like your granddaughters, sitting at their desk with their school bags over the back of their chair, and suddenly, in an instant, being incinerated to the extent that only their DNA could identify them. That's what happened on the first day. At a moment, Iran was engaged in negotiations with the sneak attackers, the infamous attack, which will live as a day of infamy forever, in the way that the United States told us that Pearl Harbor did. Well, it got worse and worse after that. They slaughtered thousands of Iranian civilians, at least a quarter of them women and children. They destroyed mosques. They destroyed churches. They even destroyed a synagogue that I have been in, a synagogue that Gayatri and I filmed outside of, as emblematic of 100 synagogues in Iran. They've even got kosher restaurants in Iran. Where's the outrage? Not at somebody
Imagine that.
throwing a stone at a synagogue.
That's sick. And I've seen that synagogue blown up in Iran. CNN didn't cover it. MSNBC didn't cover it. If any synagogue around the world is bombed, they cover it. If you threaten to blow up a synagogue in America, it's going to be on the morning news, afternoon news, and late night news. But these people blew up an ancient synagogue in Iran, and they don't say a word because they don't even want people to know that it is Jews in Iran. Because they come on TV and tell you Iran is talking about killing all the Jews. They just get their hands on Jews. That's a goddamn lie. You're talking about Zionists usurping occupiers. Yes, they're looking at you. But it's millions of Jews living in Iran, and the Zionist criminals just blew up their mosques and killed people.
In England, but the destruction of a synagogue by a country calling itself the Jewish state. This happened yesterday, and it has not yet appeared on mainstream media in Britain or, as I understand it, anywhere in the Western world. And I'm not even sure if it made the news in brief in the newspapers. They don't want you to know there are Jews in Iran.
Nope.
They don't want you to know that Iran has the biggest number of Jews anywhere outside of Israel other than New York City. They don't want you to know that there are 1 million Christians in Iran with churches and cathedrals who have an honored place in the Islamic Republic of Iran. That's why they can't tell you when they're destroyed by American and Israeli bombing. They killed the front rank commanders of the various branches of the Iranian armed forces. They killed the leader of the Iranian revolution. They have killed thousands of people. And they have achieved precisely nothing, the opposite of nothing. How many times have you heard Donald Trump pouring invective on the hapless Barack Obama for the JCPOA, the former Iranian nuclear deal reached between the permanent 5+1 and the Islamic regime in Iran? How many times have you heard Trump that this was a lousy deal, but he agreed to a 10-point deal this morning, which is less restrictive on Iran than the JCPOA ever was? How many times have you heard them curse Obama for sending a 747 full of cash to the mullahs in Tehran? The 10-point plan that he accepted as a basis for negotiation allows Iran to charge a toll on every tanker going through the Strait of Hormuz, which would earn them the best part of $100 billion per year in perpetuity. It knocks Barack Obama, who was after all only returning Iran's own money that had been illegally, illicitly frozen.
That's something a lot of people don't know. When they bring up Obama flying plane loads of cash, that's the money y'all stole from Iran, seized from their bank accounts. And all you were doing was returning what was theirs. Obama never gave them people nothing that didn't belong to them, but the Republicans still shouted that shit over and over and over. Now the Democrats got their ass right where they want them. You're going to be giving these people hundreds of billions of dollars. You're going to be letting them make money. You can't stop them. But this is what Trump did. They was not getting that before Trump decided to attack them.
For years, it knocks the largesse of Barack Obama cocked hat. Trump is now claiming that Lebanon was included in the ceasefire deal. But not only is it in the 10 points of Iran's offer, it's the agreed position issued by the Prime Minister of Pakistan, who's in charge of all of this. It uses the word Lebanon, that Lebanon is also included in the ceasefire deal. But that ceasefire didn't last, never mind 12 hours. It never started at all. Instead, Israel has launched a frenzy of violence against Lebanon, as they have been doing all of my adult life. And don't tell the wife, but I'm not a young man. All of my adult life since I was a teenager, Israel has been dealing death and destruction on Lebanon. I have been there while it was happening, but I never saw anything like that took place today. They even bombed a funeral and destroyed the entire cemetery and everyone in it. They launched 100 missiles at the capital city, an Arab capital, Beirut, in 10 minutes. And at least 1,000 people now, as the death toll rises, as the toll of wounded rises, were killed or wounded, murdered or maimed in Beirut, not in the south of Lebanon, where the Lebanese resistance have fought them to a standstill. They can't fight man to man, neither in Gaza nor in the south of Lebanon. They have to have recourse to dealing death from the skies. They dare not continue their attempt to invade the south of Lebanon, conquer it, settle it, cut it off at the Litani River, truncate a very small country and make it even. They've given that up. Now it's bombs and missiles on high-rise buildings that are collapsing in front of our eyes, in front of the eyes of the Lebanese president, in front of the eyes of the Lebanese prime minister, in front of the Arab League. The Arab League? And nobody is saying or doing anything about it. Only little Macron has demanded a ceasefire in Lebanon. The British government view with concern what happened today in Lebanon. And then there's the UAE. I'm still wearing Sheikh Zayed's watch. I'm speaking ill of them. But if, as reports suggest, they launched an aerial attack on it this morning, 8 hours after the ceasefire had come into force, and bombed 2 Iranian islands, bristling with oil wells and oil production and storage and distribution capacity, well, all out war between Iran and the UAE will now almost certainly commence. At whose instruction did the UAE attack Iran? Have they changed sides? They were an American satrapy, they now become an Israeli satrapy. Have they changed masters? Have they exchanged Netanyahu for Donald Trump? How can you explain several Mirage aircraft flying in the colors of the UAE attacking Iran when Donald Trump, at that stage, was still in a ceasefire with them? They're asking for the most serious trouble in the UAE. Now, where is all this heading? If you'd asked me this morning, I was exultant.
What if you were expecting and got unexpected news? Your heart valve isn't working.
According to reports, is closed again. The one thing that Trump was boasting about, that he had unblocked the Strait of Hormuz, which was never blocked before he began the war. I keep restating this point because it's comic opera. If you say you have achieved the unblocking of a maritime route that was never blocked to begin with until you went to war to unblock it, you are an idiot. If you say it, you're a bigger idiot. If you believe it, you're a bigger idiot. If you call yourself a journalist and you regurgitate it as news, as so many broadcasters are now doing. So if the Straits of Hormuz are now closed, what about the economic devastation that is coming our way? The physical price of oil yesterday was $144 per barrel. 144. Do you know, because I learned it at the Moscow Economic Forum today, this is precisely double the oil income in the Russian budget, in the expected revenues. It was half of what the physical price of oil is today. So if the producers today were charging 144, what will they be charging tomorrow, next week, and next month? And how can the Western economy possibly survive an oil price shock of a doubling, maybe a tripling, maybe a quadrupling of oil prices? And that's for gas. Forget about it. Countries like India, countries like Pakistan, much of Asia are completely dependent on natural gas from Qatar and LPG from Qatar. But if none of it can be shipped through the Strait of Hormuz, the economies of these countries close down. And what about Europe? Europe, which knocked down its nuclear power plants, or in the British case, capped our own oil wells in the North Sea and started importing Polish coal, much cleaner than our own oil, much cheaper to import from countries that which we could have used in our own sand, in our own waters. What about the Europe that collaborated in the destruction of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which cut off willfully all clean, cheap, reliable supplies of gas from Russia? How is the European economy going to survive this? So this is not just about Iran. It's not just about Iran and the USA. It's not just about Iran, the USA, and Israel. Lebanon. It's not just about the Middle East. This is a global crisis, bigger than COVID, bigger than the 2008 crash, bigger than both of them put together. It is a hurricane headed your way that Donald Trump has deliberately created, a crisis of unimaginable proportions. But we've got a guest who'll explain all of this to us, as he has been doing now for years. If only they'd listened to Professor Syed Mohammed Marandi. Well, you're going to listen to him right after this quick break. It's the mother.
They could listen to Cofield.
If you are one of the advance guard, the creme de la creme, those who support the show on patreon.com/George Galloway, there's also a ballot box there. Nearly 50,000 people have already voted in this poll. Let's make it a mega poll. If you want to call the show, it's toll free.
All of this over with, years from now, motherfuckers gonna look back at our lives we ran and be like, damn, they was on it. There was some black, those some FBA, those some black Americans, they was on it. Before this war started, I done ran lives years ago about the Iranian weapon systems. People act like they didn't have them. We've been preaching that here, just like that Ukraine war. I'm probably one of the only black Americans from the beginning who was right and who warned our people about that war. When people were saying, what did that have to do with black people? I had to give them a history lesson because the niggas is ignorant. You feel what I'm saying? But now look what done happened. Putin is defeating the Nazis and NATO. A lot of people was in our comment section saying Russia was weak. A lot of people in our comment section. We haven't seen none of those people tell us how weak Iran was, like they was before this war started. So I salute to all y'all revolutionaries in here who now, no one could debate y'all on none of this shit. Y'all got plenty of information. Y'all will step on these people. Y'all is the teachers in y'all area because y'all have the divine information because I gather it from everywhere and place it right here. But people gonna know we was on the right path when people didn't want this. When they say, why y'all just sitting there and watching hours long? Because this hours long lives of this type of information, because we adults. This is for grown-ups.
In the United States and Canada, +1 844 944 3344. It's free of charge in Britain and Ireland, 0808 196 5522. And the international number 0044 203 966 2625. Professor Said Mohammed Marandi is the man they should have listened to. And my God, what a lot of pain, what a lot of torture, what a lot of loss we would have avoided. Professor Marandi, professor of English literature and Orientalism at the University of Tehran. I was intending to begin, Professor, by congratulating Iran on its historic victory and its emergence for all to see as a major power in the world today. And I still want to do that because, as I said earlier, Iran only had to avoid losing to win. But in fact, Iran has fought the US and Israel to what seemed like a standstill this morning. So that for the second time, like last year in the 12-day war, it was they who were suing for peace. It was they who were looking for a ceasefire. I intended, and still do, to offer the condolences of all of us for all the human loss and all the economic loss that your country has been forced to endure by this sneak and savage attack. But by the evening, this evening, everything now looks to be in considerable doubt. And so we're looking to you to summarize for us, if you would, just exactly what's going on at this moment in time.
Well, thank you for inviting me, George. I personally don't know what is going to happen, and I may not in future be doing my interviews from this room. Since we have had no airstrikes in Tehran since early this morning, I thought I'd come home and do the interview as usual. But of course, how can anyone trust Trump? How can anyone trust the United States? And of course, the Israeli regime is the most untrustworthy entity on this planet. Trump said that this is a regional ceasefire. How do we know it? The Pakistani prime minister said so. He tweeted that. He was explicit about that. And the Pakistani prime minister is not someone who would want to offend Trump. We saw that a previous message sent to him was tweeted where it showed that it was basically a message sent to him and it wasn't his own. It was sent by the Americans, and he had to delete the tweet and retweet it without the first part of it. So he is close to the Americans. It's clear that this was an Iranian and Lebanese and Axis of Resistance ceasefire. But the Israeli regime is determined to prevent peace from being established in our region. Netanyahu needs crisis. He needs crises. He needs bloodshed. And we saw what he did in Beirut today. He carpet bombed multiple cities. People were shopping and he just slaughtered them. Netanyahu just slaughtered them. But if you look at Western media, they keep saying Hezbollah strongholds. Twitter says Hezbollah stronghold. I was on Times Radio, and I'm not sure if they're going to show my full interview, but they too were saying Hezbollah targets. Everything the Western media can do to protect their genocidal monster, they will do. But now, in any case, Trump is denying that Lebanon is part of the ceasefire, and Iran has said that they are going to strike the Israeli regime. Here in Tehran, I've been hearing anti-aircraft batteries, and I don't know if Tehran has been bombed or not. But the situation is not clear for anyone.
Well, some things are clear. Let's go through them seriatim.
There are other actors who need to make their reconciliation with one
another. Are you still hearing me, Professor?
Yes.
So some things are clear. Let's go through them. Let's go through them seriatim, starting with the one you just touched on. They slaughtered people shopping today. They also bombed a funeral and destroyed the entire cemetery and all the mourners at the funeral. They have effectively given up their attempt to invade the south of Lebanon, fought to more than a standstill by the Lebanese resistance. So they have gone on a murderous frenzy, and 1,000 people have been murdered or wounded in just this day. In 10 minutes, 100 missiles were received in the capital city of Beirut. And yet the prime minister and the president of Lebanon, not to mention the Arab League, are completely powerless to stop it, except where they are tacitly encouraging it. Now, are the Iranians insisting that it is a ceasefire on all fronts or a ceasefire on no front? In which case, I presume that Iran will begin bombarding Israel again with its ballistic power any moment now.
Yes, that is what the Iranians have said they're going to do. And the Iranians have also halted tankers from leaving the Persian Gulf because we are still in a state of war. The ceasefire is does not exist yet, because unless everyone is included, then there really is no ceasefire. And targets in Iran, by the way, have been struck today as well. What we're dealing with, George, is a coalition, this Epstein coalition. It has no morality. It has no principles. It has no honesty. So when they bomb civilian targets, their media will say that these are Hezbollah strongholds or Iranian positions or military positions. When they say there's a ceasefire that is comprehensive and includes everyone in the region, and then negate it, media will pretend as if this was their position all along. So how are we supposed to negotiate with an entity that lies, that cheats, and that steals? We cannot trust them on anything. And especially since we've already negotiated with them twice, and during the negotiations, they bombed us. Right now, how do we know that as we negotiate, they won't bomb us again? So Iran is going to prepare itself for war, but it will go into the negotiations if there is a comprehensive ceasefire, and if the Israeli regime is prevented from carrying out slaughter, to give Trump the opportunity to use that off-ramp. But Iran is not going to give any concessions with regards to its allies or with regards to its sovereignty.
Well, let's move on to Trump himself. We know that he must have given permission to the Prime Minister of Pakistan, who is effectively a client of the American regime. We know that he must have given permission to make the tweet that he did. And certainly it would have been run by the Americans before it was issued. But already they have changed the terms. So he's no longer talking about your 10 points, but has returned to talking about his 15 points. He has said that you can charge tolls, but then said that you and him will jointly collect the tolls. In other words, it's back to, I'll run the Strait of Hormuz with the Ayatollah. Me and the Ayatollah will control the Straits of Hormuz, which is a tempting enough prospect for ridicule, I must say. But the Americans are now changing their story by the hour. It's now 15 points, Trump's 15 points, not your 10 points. And above all, J.D. Vance will not, after all, be leading the American negotiating team, but the two perfidious deceivers, Witkoff and Kushner, who you were negotiating with before they advised Trump that he should now begin a war against you, having made a date to see you on Monday to continue the negotiations. Trump says it's not safe for J.D. Vance to go to Islamabad, but it is safe for his son-in-law to be sent to Islamabad, a man who doesn't even have a government position. So it looks to me like there will not be any negotiations in Islamabad, certainly not on Friday.
Yes, it does look increasingly as if there won't be negotiations. It's not for sure yet, but everything that you said is absolutely correct. They accepted that the framework of negotiations would be the Iranian plan. And they were not naive. We don't believe that they would just accept the 10 points, but that was supposed to be the framework for discussions. And now they said, no, that's not going to happen. Then, as I said earlier, and as you pointed out, the ceasefire is supposed to include everyone in the region. And the Zionist regime, in its outrage, decided to slaughter Lebanese women and children, probably to please the Zionists in Palestine who love genocide according to their own polls, but also to make sure that there is no peace. Because if the peace is supposed to include everyone and not everyone is included, then there is no peace. This is what we're dealing with, George. We're dealing with a deranged and genocidal president, but also we are dealing with a deranged and genocidal political regime in the United States. George, just think about it. Trump has for weeks now been saying that he will obliterate Iran. He has been saying more recently that he will send Iran to the Stone Age. And even more recently, he said that he is going to erase the civilization of Iran. Last night, that was supposed to happen. Have you seen any major Western journalists tweet about this and say this is outrageous? This man should be put on, he should go to jail. Have you seen any major headlines in The Guardian or the New York Times condemning him for threatening Iran on multiple occasions and to threaten to carry out the greatest genocide in human history by far? Have you seen the moral outrage of the Western Epstein class controlled media? No. Why? Because they are no different than Trump. Trump's opponents dislike him. They attack him for the war, but not for moral reasons, because they correctly say that this is a stupid war, that it is hurting the United States, that it is destroying the empire, which it is destroying, and it is foolish. But they do not condemn Trump for attacking or threatening to slaughter Iranians. In fact, throughout this entire war, they've been trying to demonize Iran as much as possible to pave the way for war, to pave the way for more murder. Just like what we're seeing in Lebanon today. In the interview that I did for Times Radio, the host insisted that these were Hezbollah targets. On X, the X itself is saying that these are Hezbollah targets. So everyone is trying to justify these genocidal strikes, just like we saw in Gaza for 2.5 years. This is the state of the West. So no one should think that if Trump leaves, or is removed and Vance takes his place, or if Trump loses the election and a Democrat takes his place, that you're going to have a more, well, maybe a bit more sane, but a more humane regime in power. That's just not going to happen. Until there's real change, this evil is what the world is going to have to continue to confront.
Let me turn to your near neighbor, with which I began this with no animus at all. Insofar as I now bear animus, it has grown exponentially with every week of this war. It is reported, and I've seen the photographs of the bombers, that the UAE bombed Iran either 5 or 8, according to which report you believe, hours after the ceasefire came into
I just
effect.
seen that picture maybe 10 minutes ago. The United Arab Emirates, it won't be no United Arab Emirates soon. They should have never made that mistake, bro. Iran is finna crush those puppet kings. They absolutely sent a warplane. And while ceasefire going on, bombing Iranian oil and gas facilities with Israel.
Is this true? And what could possibly have been the justification for that? And what will the consequences of it be?
Well, it is apparently true. And the Iranians have bombed the UAE after that. The UAE is in no position to, nor is Qatar or Saudi Arabia or Bahrain or Kuwait. They're in no position to have any demands. They are going to have to pay reparations. Iran will extract the money to rebuild the country and to give to the families that have lost their loved ones as a result of this war. It will get this money from them, no doubt about it. These regimes, they are just as guilty of war crimes as is the United States and Israeli regime. Their territory was used, their airspace was used, and the Americans went outside of the military bases and attacked Iran from other parts of their countries. US jets fly over their territory, and they also are in their bases, and they fly from there to help the Israelis bomb us and to bomb us themselves. And so the Emirates, by carrying out some foolish airstrike, is pretending as if we are the aggressors and that they are punishing us. And of course, Iran punished them severely subsequently. Right after that, their attack, Iran hit them back much harder. But if the Emirates continue down this road, the Iranians are going to devastate the regime. And you know as well as I, you know better than I, that summer is approaching and the weather is getting warm. And if these family dictatorships continue down this road and their infrastructure is destroyed, they won't be able to live in the Persian Gulf region. They will all have to leave. Millions will have to leave because the weather, the humidity, the heat will just be intolerable. And even the United States, George, in the weeks ahead is going to have much more difficulty in waging any war against Iran. All those planes that are not in bases, they're not well protected, they're not well taken care of because they rushed them in for a 2-day war, which it didn't end the way they had hoped. They're now in places which are not their normal bases. The heat is going to get much warmer and much more humid in some places. And you're going to have sandstorms too. So the Americans are, as time goes by, it's going to become much more difficult for them to maintain those forces. And these regimes are betting, I guess, on the Americans supporting them. But in the weeks ahead, if there's any conflict, all of these countries, as I said earlier, will have to be evacuated. In any case, we're dealing with fools, arrogant fools. their overlords have failed in a war against Iran, and now they send a couple of planes over Iran, expecting what? The Iranians to kneel before them? The Iranians refused to kneel before anyone. The axis of resistance refused to bow to anyone. The Hezbollah, in its defense of the children of Gaza, refused to bow to anyone. How does a few corrupt billionaire princes in the Emirates, who are probably prepared their palaces in the West for their, in case they have to flee, how do they expect to overcome the Iranian people? I have no idea.
Before I ask you to take a couple of calls, one last question, because dearly as I love the people of your region, it's not my region. The economic consequences of this for the rest of the world, and not just, by the way, the West. I spoke in my monologue because I was talking to some high-ranking Indians and other Asians in Moscow today at the Moscow Economic Conference. These are places that are heavily dependent on the oil that comes through the Strait of Hormuz. If the Strait of Hormuz is not open, and if the region is engulfed again for still further war, the economic consequences for Europe and for Asia, and although I don't know this for sure, but I'm presuming for Africa, for the world, the global economic consequences, with all that flows from that, hunger, mass population movements, mass immigration to anywhere that still has a functioning economy, a functioning society, are as grave as can be imagined. Indeed, they're almost unimaginable. And yet no one is stopping Trump. No one's even denouncing Trump. When he threatened to end all civilization in Iran, not a single European government leader denounced it as an open threat of nuclear war, of nuclear winter, with all that flows from that. They are not even in the context of their own economic demise prepared to stand up to Donald Trump. The economic consequences cannot be overstated, can they?
Definitely not. And if you do see those Indian officials and high-ranking individuals again, you should, and I'm sure you have, you should tell them that the Americans don't care about you. The Israelis don't care about India. They launched this war and have driven the price of energy through the roof. Do they care about Indian consumers at all? Right now, the Israeli regime has violated the ceasefire, and they have forced Iran to close the Strait of Hormuz again. The Israeli regime wants war. They want to create a global crisis. They don't care about what happens to Indians or people in Africa or elsewhere. They are willing to sacrifice the United States. The United States economy is being badly affected by this war. That's why Trump wants an off-ramp, but he can't find it. When it's provided to him, it's clear that the Israelis force him to change his position. He was saying something completely different hours ago. His government was saying something completely different hours ago, but under Zionist influence, he's saying something completely different now. And that just shows what that senior high-ranking intelligence officer in the United States, Joe Kent, when he resigned, a Trump appointed official, he said that this, of course, Iran was no threat to the United States. He said Iran was not a nuclear weapon, he pointed out, but then he said that this war is about Israel. It is about the Zionist lobby in the United States. They want this war. So you can be sure and certain that these are the people who want to violate the ceasefire and prevent peace from happening. These are the people who want the global economy to suffer more. They want individuals and consumers across the world to suffer more with their bloodthirsty attacks on across the region. And you know, George, yesterday you visited a synagogue in Tehran. Yesterday they bombed one of the synagogues in Tehran and completely destroyed it. I don't know if it's the synagogue that you went to or it is one of the other synagogues. Yes. Why did the Israeli regime bomb a synagogue? Because they hate Jews. They hate Jews. If they're not Zionists, they hate them. And the Jews in Iran are not Zionists, so the Zionist regime bombs Jews. You think that a racist, ethno-supremacist, monstrous regime, genocidal regime like the Israeli regime, that when it bombs Jews in Tehran, do you think that they care about Indians or about Ugandans or about Argentinian citizens? Of course not.
Now let's take some calls, if you will, because calls are flooding in to hear your replies. Mustafa is in Nigeria, and he has a question about the ceasefire. So if you will bear with me, Professor, let's hear from Mustafa in Nigeria. Go ahead, Mustafa.
Thank you so much, sir. Good evening to you all.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So actually my thing is about the fragility of this ceasefire. So your discussions have been very extensive. You've touched on this already. And since Professor...
We appear to have lost touch with Mustafa. We'll try and get back to him. Let me go
I just have one
on
question.
to some. Yes, go ahead.
Am I now, if I'm a co-host, will I be hired by Moats or the mother of all talk shows, or is this just a one-off?
We'll always look after you, Professor, as you know. Let's take Samiha in London on the subject of Lebanon. Miss Samiha, welcome.
Hello, good evening to you both. Thank you so much for having me on your show. Much respect for you both. It's the first time I do something like this. Yeah. So I was born in Lebanon in 1972, and something that you said earlier, George, struck me very hard in my heart. Are you hearing me? Are we?
Yes, very clearly. Yes. Very good line.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So, yes, so as I said, I was born in Lebanon in 1972. Luckily, my father was clever enough and bought a house in London and moved us straight out of Lebanon. Well, I was 3.5 when we left. I'll never forget the noise of of everything, of the war. And my whole life, I have seen people celebrating, the war is over, the war is over, and my parents rejoicing, and then no, it's still there, and it's still there, and it's still there, and it seems like it's just peaking. And I mean, only Iran is standing by the side of Lebanon. Finally, someone is standing by the side of Lebanon, but it's just, I don't understand what's happening with the Arabs. I mean, I have family out there. I have family in Saudi. I have family in Dubai. And it seems like everybody's like normalized it. They've all normalized it because they're living out there, or I don't know for what reason, but it's atrocious. And I just wish that more countries would stand by Lebanon's side, because I feel like this is the cause of everything, you know. I mean, they just keep bombing them. Israel just keeps it just doesn't stop. It just doesn't stop. So yeah, it struck me, and I called in, and actually I did a post on my Instagram a month ago when you were saying that there was a plane going from London with nuclear weapons. And since I've done that, my page I've gotten so much attention, and so much family don't want to speak to me anymore. They're telling me I'm crazy. They're telling me that everything is fine. They're normalizing it. And I don't know how this is happening. How are they normalizing it? All the Arabs.
Well, you're definitely it's not you that's the crazy one. It's the president and prime minister of Lebanon, who, instead of denouncing the mass murder on their own citizens in their own capital, are attacking the only people standing against the Israeli invasions, which, as you say, have been going on all of your life. And since I first went to Lebanon in 1977, all of that time, but for at least 7 years before that, Israel has been attacking Lebanon. Let's hear what the professor has to say in reply to Samiha. Professor.
Well, I think she put it very well. Ever since my childhood, I recall Lebanon constantly being invaded, and it's been going on since before I was born. In 1982, the Israeli regime took Beirut. They captured the city. And this very same prime minister and president who were imposed on Lebanon by the United States, these very same people who today are denouncing Hezbollah don't seem to recall that it was Hezbollah that pushed the Israeli regime out of Beirut. It was Hezbollah that subsequently pushed it out of southern Lebanon, and in the year 2000 forced it out of the country. And in 2006, during the 33-day war, forced it to release all of the remaining prisoners and the martyrs of Lebanon. So we are living in this situation because the Israeli regime is an ethno-supremacist regime. I mean, they're not Semites, but still they pretend they are, and they are based on that myth. They are ethno-supremacists, and therefore they have the right to slaughter everyone who is not like them. And it's not just Arabs or Palestinians or Lebanese. They don't consider anyone to be like them. As I said, they bombed a synagogue in Tehran yesterday. They're Jews. Why did they bomb them? Why did they bomb their synagogue? Because they're not Zionists. So as long as we have ethno-supremacism, and this is something that the West desperately wants to preserve, they want ethno-supremacism to be preserved in Palestine. These fake supporters of human rights and civil society and human equality and 1,001 genders and so on and so forth, they desperately want ethno-supremacism in Palestine, and secretly they want those ethno-supremacists to control the entire region. How do we know that? The U.S. ambassador to Palestine said so. He said that if the Israeli regime takes the entire region, also said they are the most moral army in the world, even more moral than, says the U.S. ambassador, than the U.S. army. It's not saying much, but he meant it in a different way. So obviously, when they take the entire region, if they carry out massacre after massacre and genocide after genocide, then all is well for the United States.
I remind you, Professor, that Hezbollah did not exist when Israel took the capital, Beirut, in 1982. And neither did Hamas exist. And I was there in Beirut when they invaded. In fact, I recall vividly the tremendous fight which the Palestinian resistance put up around Beaufort Castle, which was a Crusader castle in the south of Lebanon. And lo and behold, Hezbollah have just given the Israeli invaders a bloody good hiding. Where? At Beaufort Castle, the very place which in 1982 the PLO gave them a run for their money, held them up for many days. And that's before Hezbollah existed, before Hamas existed. Thank you, Samiha, for that heartfelt call. Here's one professor from the United States, the legend May in Oklahoma, on the ceasefire. Welcome, May.
Oh, hello, George, and hello, Oh my gosh, esteemed Professor Marandi John. Oh, I'm just so honored to get you guys to talk to you and get to give you a question. I keep telling George how much I love the Iranian people. I have known quite a few Iranians, especially when I was back in college. And I always say they were the sweetest, most delightful, hospitable people I've ever known. And I just want you to know that I am praying for you, your family, and your country every single day. I am so opposed to what the United States has always done to Iran. And I wanted to ask you, Professor Marandi, how do you keep up hope? How do you not give in to despair? And what do you see personally for the people of Iran going, since we can't maintain a ceasefire, going through all of this horrible violence?
Thank you, May. Professor, please respond, and then I've got Al in California next, if you can stay with us a little longer. But first, let's hear your response to May.
Well, thank you very much for your kind words. I think that many people have been heroic during the last 2.5 years. Probably the most heroic of all are the Lebanese, because they have sacrificed so much for the people of Gaza. And they have been abused by so many people. Factions in Lebanon affiliated to the West that are basically collaborators. They stab them in the back. And then Takfiri groups funded by Qatar and Erdogan and the Emirates, who have probably constantly attacked them and spread disinformation, try to diminish or hide the extraordinary sacrifices that they've made for the people of Palestine over the years. The Hezbollah and the resistance could have cut a deal with the Israelis decades ago, but they refused to leave the Palestinian people, to relinquish them. And the same is true with so many people in Iran and in Yemen, and now in so many in Iraq. I have faith in God, and I have faith in the decency of human beings. And I think that while there is great evil in this world, we have to create awareness. And it doesn't matter if we succeed or not in creating awareness, but if we do, so much the better. And if awareness is created and change is brought about, and we don't have to see change, but if we do, so much the better. If change is brought about, then we will be living in a better world, or at least we're making the world more difficult for evil. Those who bomb synagogues in the name of Zionism, those who bomb children in Beirut in the name of defending, those who carry out genocide in Gaza in the name of Judaism. These people and their backers in the West who support racism and ethnic supremacism, the more we stand up against them, the more they feel insecure, the more they feel vulnerable. And that is itself an achievement, even if we do not succeed, and we will. I may not live to see that day, but that day will come. But even if we don't live, or someone like me does not live to see that day, the struggle in itself, I think, is extraordinarily valuable. So those who support the Palestinian cause, those who support the Lebanese, those who support the axis of resistance, wherever they may be in the world, they should never despair. Their responsibility is to do what is right. And if they do what is right, even if it does not achieve results, even if people are not woken up from their slumber, and even if no change is brought about, they're doing the right thing, and they should be at ease with themselves. They're all heroes, whether they're in southern Lebanon resisting, whether they're in Beirut being bombed, or whether they're in some far-off place doing what they can to support the marginalized, the oppressed, and the abused.
Well, I'll tell you what, Professor. Don't imagine that the world population is not on the move. It's on the move in terms of its consciousness to a remarkable degree. You're an example of it. The first time you came on this show, hardly anyone knew you in the West. And in most of the global South, you were a star academic in Iran, to be sure. But you are now a truly global figure whose words are waited on anxiously, whose fate is prayed for anxiously. Mr. Arakji, your foreign minister, another graduate of a fine English university, I add, is now, he's taken over from Mr. Lavrov as the world's favorite diplomat. And I told you about the Moscow Economic Forum today. The Iranian ambassador, a magnificent man, magnificent to look at, magnificent to hear, and magnificent in what he had to say, was cheered to the echo by a polite academic and business audience in Moscow today. I mean, my speech yesterday, because it's translated simultaneously, obtained only polite applause, and I'm used to better. But the Iranian ambassador today was cheered to the echo by a huge audience who heard him speak. So Iran has emerged triumphant in the public's mind. And as you say, even if we don't win, and I'm confident that we will win, those who have pledged themselves to the justice of Iran's cause and done everything they could to oppose your enemy's cause can be proud of themselves, including me in Oklahoma. Let's hear from Al in California on Trump and Iran. Go ahead, Al.
Good afternoon, gentlemen from Southern California. How are you both?
Well, by the grace of God, good. Thank you. Go ahead.
Excellent. So I want to emphasize what you just said, George, especially to Professor Morandi, who was a pleasure to speak to you, by the way. You are correct. Not only is the world on the move, MAGA is completely divided. And I'm one of the people in that division. I was a Trump supporter. I wanted the borders closed. I wanted America first. I wanted the Epstein files to be released. None of those things have occurred. Even the border, he's not built the border wall. But going to the emphasis of the mainstream media, Professor Morandi, don't worry. It's the podcasters who are leading the real discussion, including George. By the way, my father's Welsh. He was a huge fan of yours, George. And the podcasters, we're talking about Megyn Kelly, we're talking about Tucker Carlson, we're talking about Joe Rogan, have all walked away from Trump, including myself. And it's so many friends of mine who walked away. This is a serious issue. There will be an off-ramp, gentlemen, but the off-ramp is going to be his ego, Trump's ego. Our economy is in despair. This will continue to happen. And by the way, the three major sovereign funds in the Middle East, they're going to walk away probably from a Warner Brothers deal because the Ellisons are relying on other people's money. You can't expect an unstable Middle East to continue to finance things in the West. He's overreacted. He's overstated. And above all, someone's pulling his strings. And there's an unholy alliance between Trump and our American government, AIPAC, Epstein, and, of course, Bibi. And I don't know where we start with that because I just feel that it's just like the JFK assassination. We're not going to ever know the truth.
Al, brilliant call, and I'll ask you to respond to it and then test your patience, Professor, with just one more call from France. But a response to Al first, please.
Well, George, I thank him for the call, and I agree completely. The whole MAGA movement is completely divided, and it's falling apart. And it's because Trump has lied, and he's done the exact opposite of what he's promised to his base. And only those who are fanatically supportive of him and a part of the cult, they still remain with him. But as the economy deteriorates, I have a strong feeling that many of them will begin to walk away too. I would just, as in general, for greater awareness among Americans, and I've said this elsewhere, there's a good book on Iran. I don't agree with everything in it. There are very few good books on Iran, but there's a good book on Iran called Going to Tehran that is written by Flint and Hillary Leverett, who were both in the Republican White House under George W. Bush. And Flint Leverett, who is the head of the Middle East under Condoleezza Rice, he resigned over the Iraq War. So there's strong similarities between him and George and in the way they reacted to that aggression. He resigned, and he and his wife Hillary, he's Catholic, she's Jewish, they are very principled people. They wrote a book on Iran. And two very well-informed people who worked in the corridors of power under Condoleezza Rice, of all people. They wrote this book, Going to Tehran, and basically they dealt with many of the myths about Iran. The book is a bit old, but it's very much worth reading. Again, there's things in it that I don't agree with, but very fairly written. And if U.S. analysts had read the book, and instead of trashing these two people, Democratic, Republican, think tankers, they all attacked them. Why? Because they were saying we have to come to terms with Iran. Instead, what did the United States do? It went and listened to the Zionists and the neocons, which are more or less the same. And where are we today? Where is the world today? The economy is going from bad to worse, and it's going downhill very fast. And with what the Israeli regime is doing now, it's going to get much worse. I think as the way things are moving forward now, we're going to have global economic depression, worse than 1929. But I agree completely with what you say. This is not sustainable, and Trump is bringing about his own downfall.
Yes, and as I said, if I can ask you to take just one more call, it's from our legend, Erobos, in New York. Erobos, welcome.
Fidelitas felicitations and salubrious salutations to the great Professor Morandi and Clan Galloway. You know, more power, life, and love to the people of Iran, because it's a civilizational battle and they're fighting for all of us. I've been following your Telegram channel ever since I've become aware of it, and I've been learning a lot in terms of granular details that I did not know before. And you know, there was a lot of forgiveness, as I know it's in your culture and your religious ideology to do so. From you always, the good thing about the repetition is I get to learn from these different interviews, so it's great that you mention these things repeatedly. There was forgiveness for the 8-year war and the surrounding, these family Arab Gulf gas and oil dictatorship.
Looking to reconnect? Make every night a date night with ED treatments from Rex.
Been co-defendants in all the attacks in Iran, and Iran has always forgiven them. And what I know from my own personal experience is when you forgive these people, they become worse. Forgiveness does not make them better. And now Iran has, always taken the moral high ground, is constantly attacked, because where you stop, in your philosophy and your ideology, where you stop and draw a red line and say, well, okay, we're not going to kill their children, we're not going to blow up their institutions. The enemy starts from there because they know how far you're willing to go. So my question to you is, is there sort of like a revamping or renewal, like with the fatwa against nuclear weapons and things like this? Because this has to be brought to an end. And I don't know how many Iranians have to die in order for this to happen, but this is just my perspective, and I thank you for taking my question.
And I thank you for posing it. Professor, I suppose last words from you. I'd say your check was in the post, but in Moscow you can't write checks, and in Iran you can't cash them. So there's not much point. I'll give you one of my books the next time I see you. But a final response, please, to our legend in New York, Robos.
Well, just being on
place. Tragically, our government engages in preemptive
one lie after another. But, you know, we've grown accustomed to. Continue to control the Strait of Hormuz. We're not giving that up. And the United States, at least to the Pakistanis and to the Chinese, said, okay. Now, what Trump and company have been saying in public, it's like they live in an alternate universe. I couldn't believe the nonsense that was coming out of Hegseth and Kane's mouth this morning at their 8 a.m. press conference. It was one lie after another. But, you know, we've grown accustomed to that.
Our friend and colleague Scott Ritter believes that the two biggest liars in this camp, those who betrayed Trump by selling him a bill of goods, were Benjamin Netanyahu and Pete Hegseth, and that to the extent that Trump can feel betrayal, he feels betrayed by them. They both told him this would be over in 24 to 48 hours. So here we are 6 weeks later. Regime change? No. Enriched uranium seized? No. Ballistic missiles neutralized? No. Control the Strait of Hormuz? Let's see. Nobody controlled it before the war, and now the Iranians have it. Yeah. What did Trump accomplish, Larry?
Awaking Iran from its slumber, or bringing it out of the wilderness. You know, Iran, over the last 46 years, I suppose, Iran could have at some point tried to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, but that would have been seen as an act of unilateral aggression that would have been seen as something completely unjustified. But when the United States and Israel launched that surprise murderous attack on Iran on February 28th, all of a sudden, now Iran was justified in defending itself, and they went for the economic juggler of the world, which we really didn't realize how important the Strait of Hormuz is. Now there are
Spring, the unofficial new year for tool people. New jobs, new projects. Celebrate your new year with quality tools and savings at Harbor Freight. This weekend, get unbeatable deals at Harbor Freight's Spring Black Friday.
Not too long ago, raising meat meant doing things one way.
the hard way, the right way. We didn't take shortcuts because there were no shortcuts to take. Then, things changed. Farming got faster, cheaper, bigger, but it didn't get better. And we all just accepted it.
Trump is involved with massive market manipulation, or people behind Trump, and so when he starts talking, we've got a ceasefire, this is going forward. You saw the Dow been $1,400 up, and 10-20% drop in the price of oil futures. Well, that's not going to last because this ceasefire is not going to last because the Iranians are not going to back out. They are not defeated. They have won. It's just the United States doesn't want to concede that it is lost. And so they continue to say, oh, well, we've destroyed all their Air Force. We've destroyed all their Navy. They're not going to they won't be rebuilding for centuries. I have such abject stupidity coming out of the White House. And it's compounded by just the crazy tweets or the true social messages that Trump continues to post that are, they're like the ravings of a lunatic.
Two other people who talked Trump into this disastrous war, one is his former business partner and the other is his son-in-law. Why would the Iranians even allow those two to be, talking about Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, to be anywhere in the process of negotiation after the deception that they pulled back in June of 25 and in February of this year?
Yeah, well, it's not clear that the Iranians have agreed to meet with them. They've agreed to meet in Islamabad starting Friday, April 10th. Now, what we also don't know, and my advice to the Iranians would be to tell the United States, if we're going to meet face to face, and the lead, we'll meet with J.D. Vance, but nobody else. If they go back to this format where they are in separate rooms and they talk to the Pakistanis, and then the Pakistanis walk next door and talk to the Americans, and then the Pakistanis walk back and talk to the Iranians. No, that's ridiculous. That's not even worthy of anyone's time for a genuine negotiation. But Iran, those 10 points that Iran laid out, those were not items that would be negotiable. In other words, they're not saying, okay, well, we're going to keep control of the Strait of Hormuz, but we'll negotiate about it instead of we'll release our control. No, they're not giving up control. That's this, the days that it's like there was a time when the nightclub never had a doorman and you didn't have to pay a cover charge to get in. There's now a doorman and a cover charge. You want to get into the Persian Gulf, pay the cover charge. You want to come out, pay the cover charge. Otherwise, don't go. And I just saw a news flash that Iran now has completely closed the strait as we speak because of Israel's continuing attacks on Lebanon.
Contact Roberts Air for all your heating and cooling needs.
Well, precisely, Larry. I have the statement from the Iranian Parliament's National Security and Foreign Policy Committee. In response to the brutal Zionist aggression against Lebanon, maritime traffic in the Strait of Hormuz is halted immediately. And just what you said, and a strong and decisive blow must be dealt to prevent this rogue entity and cancerous tumor, they're talking about Israel, from destabilizing the region. The Lebanese people have made sacrifices for us, and we must not abandon them. Now listen to this, the concluding line. Either a ceasefire on all fronts or no ceasefire at all.
Yeah.
That would include the Israeli efforts to steal and seize and acquire southern Lebanon.
Yeah. Just, I feel like we're in a deja vu situation, or as Yogi Berra said, it's deja vu all over again. You remember back when there were the discussions about negotiations between Russia, the United States and Ukraine, and you and I would keep saying, well, the Russians made their position very clear. They haven't deviated from that, and yet the
Right.
West would keep coming up. Oh, they're gonna make this. They're gonna declare ceasefire here, or they're gonna withdraw from there, or they're gonna no. Read the damn documents. Read what they say. They mean what they say. They're not like Donald Trump and his, group of clowns that make stuff up. They actually, when they write it down, they actually mean what they say.
How miserable do you think Netanyahu and Smotrich and Ben-Gvir and his hard right and their hard right colleagues were when they woke up this morning?
Oh man, well, I think they were terrified last night. When this happened, they realized they had been cut out, and Trump was potentially distancing himself from them. So they absolutely saw this as holy smokes. How could he do this? Now, that said, the counterattack is just beginning. That the Zionist lobby is just going to be going. They're in a frenzy of putting pressure on Trump, and Trump is really he's caught between the proverbial dog and the fire plug. There's no place for him to hide. He's catching it from both sides. You saw Tucker Carlson just did a remarkable, amazing takedown of Trump's attack on Christianity and his violation of fundamental Christian tenets, and talking about destroying Iran. And in response to that, Trump viciously attacked Tucker as being low IQ and stupid. Yeah, come on, Trump, look in the mirror, man. You're talking about yourself. But when you got people like Tucker Carlson now, who had been ardent campaigners for Trump, coming out like this, Trump's losing it, and the support among the Zionists, while it's financially lucrative, it is politically toxic.
Yeah, I asked Chris to see if he could find Mark Levin or Lindsey Graham this morning. They're nowhere to be found.
Yeah, well, Levin went on air yesterday shortly after this news came out. He was in shock. Normally he's screaming and yelling and got this obnoxious voice. He was really subdued, and he looked like he'd just been hit upside the head with a 2x4, and it's sort of stunned. And now they'll get a good night's sleep, and then they're going to get up and start attacking in earnest against Trump. And here's Iran saying, "Hey, we agreed to a total ceasefire. If you're saying you're going to allow the Zionists to continue to kill the people of Lebanon, sorry, then we're not signing up for that, and stand by for more incoming." The Houthis have already said they're going to continue to fire missiles into Israel as long as they're attacking Lebanon. So, this market manipulation play where, we got pieces at hand, so the stock market goes up, oil prices fall. Again, there are people behind the scenes that are manipulating, that are making money off of this because they have an idea of what's coming. They know that it's not a real, genuine ceasefire.
Wow. Well, how long will it be before, in your view, before hostilities resume? The Iranians have already said they will not tolerate continued hostilities in South Lebanon. I assume they also mean in Gaza.
I would say, let's see, what time is it? 11:30. Yeah, 2 hours. Look, within 12 hours, we could see the missile barrages start again. I do know that we're looking at the flow of U.S. Military air traffic to the region. It hasn't stopped. So you got still what I'd call operational buildup. So I think this is just another ploy on the part of the Trump administration, trying to buy some temporary time, trying to get halt the rise in the price of oil and gas in the United States. And it's going to be a temporary relief, but that's all. It's just temporary. I think what we're going to see is the war will continue, and the economic stranglehold that Iran has on the world will continue, and they're going to use it to their advantage to force other countries to come around to isolate Israel, to finally put pressure on Israel that Israel is going to be forced to stop these murderous attacks on its neighbors.
Have the Iranians effectively chased the United States military from its permanent bases in the Middle East?
From at least, I think there were like 13, and I think 10 of them are now abandoned. So there's still, I believe there's still a U.S. Significant presence at Al Udeid Air Force Base in Qatar. And that's attributable in large measure because the Qataris have been, they've been fairly conciliatory with Iran. So Qatar and Oman, those two are seen as willing to maintain steady relationships with Iran. Emirates, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Saudis, and Bahrain. The base at Bahrain, it's gone. Emirate, I don't think there are any active bases remaining in the Emirates either. They've been attacked. The United States still has some presence at, I believe, at Prince Saud, just outside of Riyadh, but they have been shifting more to a base. What was it, King? I forget the name of them. It's farther west in Saudi Arabia, and then they're still at Mawafik Salti in Jordan. So this thing could kick off again. I do believe, I'm told that the U.S. Senior U.S. military leaders, they've been telling their people, prepare for a long war, and they're talking 2 years. We're talking through fiscal year 2028.
You've seen the 10 points. I've been on air almost continuously since 7:30 this morning, so I haven't seen them. But there must be relief from sanctions and secondary sanctions in there. That is absolutely key to the revitalization of Iran, which again, President Trump puts them in much better shape than before the war, just like their now control over Hormuz does. Am I right, Larry?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. They've, their first one was that the withdrawal of U.S. military, the lifting of sanctions immediately. They're going to retain control of the Strait of Hormuz. So.
Control means imposing a toll and collecting it. It's still 2 million yuan, or the equivalent in reals, Chinese money, Iranian money, per tanker. Am I right?
Correct. Yeah, the estimate is that Iran will earn like $96 billion a year from those fees. So it's...
Is there anything else in those 10 points that Trump doesn't want to talk about and the American people should know about?
Well, what's interesting is at least the version I saw said nothing about the enrichment of uranium and said nothing about ballistic missiles. That was all off. So that was not even an item for discussion, according from the standpoint of Iran. So the Iranians are content that that they genuinely believe that they have largely destroyed the U.S. military infrastructure in the region. That's true. We used to have the Fifth Fleet there in Bahrain. It's not going to be there anymore. Now the U.S. may try to negotiate with Oman to establish a base on the Arabian Sea, so outside of the Persian Gulf, but. For right now, the United States doesn't have an effective naval base in the region. Some of the Army bases that were there that have been used as assembly points, particularly up in Kuwait, used as assembly points when we invaded Iraq back in 2003. Those are shut down. So I think the U.S. military planners are looking. They're going to have to draw back to. Try to go to Jordan, maybe some spots in Israel and at Incirlik in Turkey.
Chris, can you put up again? Now, here's what the president said just a few hours ago. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'll read the part that's highlighted. because the Iranians disagree with this. There will be no enrichment of uranium, and the United States will, working with Iran, dig up and remove all the deeply buried B-2 bombers' nuclear dust. I'm going to ask you in a minute what that is, Larry. It is now and has been under very exacting satellite surveillance Space Force. What is he talking about?
No idea.
You mean nobody proofreads these things
Yeah.
before he posts them?
Yeah, it's like, it's like that cartoon that came out with Donald Trump laying on a couch, psychiatrist sitting there and saying, "Now, Mr. President, these two Iranians you've been talking to, are they here in the room with us now?"
Yeah.
He's making stuff up. There's no commitment by Iran on any of that whatsoever.
Wear your military hat for me. How poorly planned from a military perspective was this? Isn't it a basic principle of warfare that you don't start a war unless you have clear, militarily achievable objectives?
Well, true, but now we've got 25 years of history showing we do the exact opposite. When we went into Afghanistan in 2001, in the immediate aftermath of the attacks on 9/11, the sort of immediate objective was to capture bin Laden. But the next thing you know, we're involved and embroiled in some sort of regime change for 20 years and failed. Same thing with Iraq. When we invaded Iraq in 2003, it was, okay, we're going to get rid of Saddam. Then what? Oh, it will, and believe me, this happened. It'll take care of itself. Don't worry. I know from a friend who was involved in 2006 when there were plans drawn up then to invade Iran and to overthrow the regime, the Islamic Republic in 2006. And my friend, again, he asked, okay, so we take him out, then what? And the answer was, no, don't worry about it. It'll work itself out. That's what happened here. They were convinced that all we got to do is we kill the top level guys, and then the people will rise up and we'll have a genuine democratic republic, and we'll put the Shah in.
Wow.
And that, I mean, it really is. The lack of planning in that regard is what's there's no strategic planning. The military does a good job at some of the tactical planning, and we saw that with the rescue effort of that one pilot. But sit down and calculate the cost of that. We lost $480 million worth of planes in trying to recover that one man. And I'm not saying he wasn't worth it, but that is the largest loss of aircraft in a single day, or in let's call it a 36-hour period, since the Vietnam War. Okay, so this notion that, boy, we're kicking ass and taking names and those Iranians are on the run is just delusional, completely delusional gaslighting.
How much longer before Hegseth? Now, I could ask this in two ways. Is gone, is indicted. Indicted for attempted insider trading. These trades he's been trying to make as broker, but stopped him from making one of them. Is gone because he sold Trump a bill of goods that Trump now knows he shouldn't have bought.
Well, they may blame Hegseth. I don't think this entire operation was not ginned up by Hegseth at all. He was following orders, and he was trusting Trump. And boy, we've learned much to our chagrin. You don't trust Donald Trump. He is not a man of integrity. He is the consummate narcissist that will serve only himself. He never accepts any responsibility for any failure. He always looks to blame someone else. And so in this case, then I think the likely events that are going to unfold is probably by the end of the week, we'll be back at a full-blown United States bombing targets in Iran, and Iran continuing to destroy what's left of U.S. military infrastructure in the Persian Gulf, particularly if the United States starts attacking the power centers in Iran, then they're going to turn the lights off in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates in particular. And do the same to Israel.
Here's the same old song from the vice president earlier today in Budapest. He's in Budapest campaigning for the re-election of Viktor Orban. Whatever you think of Orban, I don't know how an American vice president that only speaks English can campaign for somebody in Eastern Europe, but that's what's going on. According to the New York Times, he steadfastly opposed the war, but said to the president, "I'm your vice president. If you do it, I'll back you." Chris, number 18.
The final point that I'll say about this is the President of the United States has told me, and he's told the entire negotiating team, the Secretary of State, the Special Envoy, Steve Witkoff, he said, go and work in good faith to come to an agreement. That is what he has told us to do. If the Iranians are willing in good faith to work with us, I think we can make an agreement. If they're going to lie, if they're going to cheat, if they're going to try to prevent even the fragile truce that we've set up from taking place, then they're not going to be happy. Because what the president has also shown is that we still have clear military, diplomatic, and maybe most importantly, we have extraordinary economic leverage. So the president has told us not to use those tools. He's told us to come to the negotiating table. But if the Iranians don't do the exact same thing, they're going to find out that the president of the United States is not one to mess around. He's impatient. He's impatient to make progress. He has told us to negotiate in good faith. And I think if they negotiate in good faith, we will be able to find a deal. But that's a big if. And ultimately, it's up to the Iranians how they negotiate. I hope they make the right decision.
Y'all know I love country music, but today I'm serving up something a little closer to heart. Welcome to Canes. It's Luke Brown.
How to interpret that?
Yeah, hearing him talk about good faith when the Iranians were the ones ready to sit at the negotiating table on March 2nd, and the United States launched a surprise attack that killed not only upper leadership, but killed 175 young girls at a school, targeted a school, murdering these young ladies. Shame on J.D. Vance. I have lost all respect for the man. He's not possessed of the same bizarre personality disorders that afflict Donald Trump, but he's also not a man with much backbone, and he certainly is not a man with some core ethical principles that he stands up for.
Unless he's running for president in 2028 as the sitting incumbent president, I don't see the Republicans even nominating him. I think his political career is over.
Yeah, and in this, that gets us into a whole different, level of the kind of dynamics working in Washington. But this, the notion that the United States has enormous economic leverage over Iran that we haven't used. Are you kidding me? Seriously. The economic leverage is held right there at the Strait of Hormuz, and it's controlled by Iran, not by us. And so what we've seen is this entire misadventure that the United States launched by choice has exposed the weakness of the American military. We can't let our ships get too close to shore because they get attacked. Just the landing ship. It looks like a little helicopter. I think it's called a LHA. A landing helicopter, assault ship, or amphibious ship. It got close to the Iranian shore. It got attacked by missiles. They're ordered, back off, back off. So we can't get our ships in close. We've limited what we can do with air power, and the Iranians, I believe, with the assistance of Russia and China, are increasing their ability to shoot our planes down, and so the number of aircraft getting shot down, it's increasing. It's not decreasing. And so we've lost probably over close to $2 billion worth of aircraft in just the last 6 weeks. So, it's exposed to the limitations of what the United States can do.
At the risk of interfering with your appetite for lunch, Here's J.D. Vance again, this time on Russia and Ukraine in the same interview. Chris, number 16.
We've been disappointed by a lot of the political leadership in Europe because they don't seem particularly interested in solving this particular conflict. And what the president has said is it's the hardest war to solve. In some ways, we thought it would be the easiest, but it has been the hardest. We've been at it for now 14 months, and we're just going to keep on working at it. Fundamentally, the war has stopped making sense. What I would say to both the Russians and the Ukrainians is, we're talking about haggling at this point over a few square kilometers of territory in one direction or another. Is that worth losing hundreds of thousands of additional Russian and Ukrainian young men? Is that worth an additional months or even years of higher energy prices and economic devastation? We think the answer is clearly no, but it takes, two to tango. So while Victor and President Trump are going to continue to work towards a peaceful settlement, fundamentally, we can only open the door. The Russians and the Ukrainians have to walk through it.
Yeah, the buffoonery.
Yeah.
Russia is in the process of building up for, I call it its final offensive. Ukraine is in retreat all along the front, and this 1,000-mile front, I might add. The United States refuses to accept responsibility for its own role in prolonging this conflict. Pull the money, pull the CIA, stop sharing intelligence right now. Do it today. There are so many things the United States could do if they were serious about negotiation and getting a diplomatic process underway, that many things that Trump could do that he's refused to do. So, for starters, like say, hey, that all that property that was illegally seized in the United States by Barack Obama back in December of 2016, we're returning that immediately. That is yours. That's we're going on 10 years almost. Reopening direct flights between U.S. and Moscow. Show that. Unfreeze the assets. Show that. But the United States has done none of that. And so Russia can only conclude that the United States is not serious about a negotiated settlement, and they're going to win this militarily, and it will further fragment. NATO is not going to survive this. That's going to be one of the ultimate casualties.
Oh, but according to General Petraeus, Ukraine is outsmarting Russia. Watch this, number 6, Chris.
Over the last 2 months, the Ukrainians have actually made greater incremental gains than have the Russians. And that's really quite remarkable. And it's a tribute to just not the sheer tenacity and determination and expertise of the soldiers on the front lines, although it is very much that. It's really a tribute to the extraordinary innovation that has characterized what's going on in Ukraine over the last 2 or 3 years in particular, when they've realized that they cannot, again, outnumber or outgun the Russians. So what they've done is outsmart them.
Surge workout, General.
Yeah. Having David Petraeus use words like smart is sort of a form of comedy. The irony that's implicit in it, because he was so smart he was banging one of his biographer at the CIA headquarters and allowing her to walk off with classified information. Listen, with that kind of intelligence, holy smokes, it lights up the world. Yeah. Look, this again, this is part of the problem, that people like Petraeus, by virtue of education and experience, should know better and be able to set back and provide a genuinely objective assessment of saying, okay, how much territory has Ukraine actually taken back? And the answer to that is none. And taken back and controlled, none. How much territory have the Russians taken? They're advancing hundreds of kilometers a week right now across the front. It's not inches, not a few meters, hundreds of kilometers, square kilometers across the front. So it's just, once a society divorces itself from reality and just not only indulges in lies, but rewards liars and puts the liars at the forefront, our country's lost at that point.
Larry, thank you very much. You're doing triple duty this week. Much appreciated. I know you're much in demand today, and anybody that's been watching knows why. We'll look forward to seeing you Friday on the Intelligence Community Roundtable. All the best, my dear friend.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity, Judge. See you Friday.
Of course. A dear friend and a great man, an expert on so many of these things. Still to come at 1 o'clock today, Pepe Escobar. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, Professor Glenn Deason. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, the great Phil Giraldi. Judge Napolitano for Judging for You.
Has just issued a final warning and a final notice to the Trump regime regarding the ceasefire violations by the United States and Israel. They agreed to Iran's 10-point negotiating framework and proposal as an inducement for Iran to agree to the ceasefire before Donald Trump's 8 p.m. Eastern time deadline on Tuesday. And now Donald Trump is essentially claiming that 10-point Iranian framework was actually Donald Trump's 15-point framework, but Iran just used 10 new points that nobody ever knew about. And here's what Iran's foreign minister, Araghchi, is saying right now. Iranian foreign minister Araghchi posted, "The Iran-U.S. ceasefire terms are clear and explicit. The U.S. must choose ceasefire or continued war via Israel. It cannot have both. The world sees the massacres in Lebanon. The ball is in the U.S. court, and the world is watching whether it will act on its commitments." Now, earlier this morning, we reported how Israel launched 100 missile strikes on Beirut in a very short period of time, killing many, many people in the area in Beirut. Missile strike after missile strike in a 10-minute time frame. Right now, we're also hearing from the Speaker of Iran's parliament, who issued the following statement on the violation of 3 key clauses of the 10-point proposal, the agreed framework, before the start of negotiations. In other words, negotiations regarding even the framework negotiations have not begun yet. They're supposed to take place in the next 24, 48 hours or so, and already Trump is now claiming the 10-point Iran negotiating framework, which they've repeated over and over again, is not real. It's actually a secret framework that Donald Trump isn't telling anybody about, because under the framework, Donald Trump had to promise security guarantees for Iran, for Hezbollah in Lebanon, for the Houthis in Yemen, and for the Shiite militia groups in Iraq. It was very explicit. Like, it's very clear what the 10 points were and what Trump's 15 points were. No, this is not in dispute, but Donald Trump is doing what he always does, which is lie and violate deals and commit fraud. And here's what the Iranian parliamentary speaker, MB Ghalibaf, says. "The deep historical distrust we hold towards the United States stems from its repeated violations of all forms of commitments, a pattern that has regrettably been repeated once again. As the President of the United States has clearly stated, the Islamic Republic of Iran's 10-point proposal is a workable basis on which to negotiate and the main framework for these talks. However, 3 clauses of this proposal have already been violated. Number 1, non-compliance with the first clause. Regarding the ceasefire in Lebanon, a commitment that Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif explicitly referred to and declared as a, quote, immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon and other regions, effective immediately. Now, Pakistan's prime minister was acting as the mediator this time, the same way previously in late February, the mediator was the foreign minister of Oman. In the February instance, the foreign minister of Oman, as an independent neutral picked by the United States, said Donald Trump and Netanyahu violated the terms of our deal in principle when they invaded Iran on that evening in late February. So a neutral and independent party was saying that Donald Trump and Netanyahu violated it. Here, Donald Trump and presumably Netanyahu picked the Pakistani prime minister, and this neutral, when the deal was announced, said that Lebanon was included in the deal. They made a social media post, said it was the 10-point proposal and that a ceasefire regarding Hezbollah in Lebanon was included in that. I mean, that's just what the facts are. You may like that fact or not like that fact. Liking or not liking facts is not what the facts are. I'm just explaining to you what went down. Number two, a violation of Iran's airspace. The entry of an intruding drone into Iranian airspace, which was destroyed in the city of Lar in the Fars province, constitutes a clear violation of the clause prohibiting any further breach of Iran's airspace. So a drone, either Israeli or from the United States, but the Israeli drones are United States drones, went into Iranian airspace, Iran saying that's a violation of the ceasefire. Number three, denial of Iran's right to enrichment. The right is explicitly included in the 6th clause of the framework. Iran gets to enrich uranium. They've always said that. It's why I was saying before, the only way a deal is met if Donald Trump agrees to total surrender, because Iran put forward its 10 points, and those were all in there. There's not some super secret list, as Donald Trump wants to say, right? Because this is what Donald Trump is posting right now. Donald Trump goes, numerous agreements, lists, and letters are being sent out by people that have absolutely nothing to do with the USA or Iran. Negotiation in many cases. They are total fraudsters, charlatans, and worse. They will rapidly be exposed after our federal investigation is completed. There is only one group of meaningful points that are acceptable to the United States, and we will be discussing them behind closed doors during these negotiations. These are the points that are the basis on which we agreed to a ceasefire. It is something that is reasonable and can easily be dispensed with. It's very much like fake news, CNN last night, headlining a, quote, source that had no power or authority to write a letter claiming great authority. Donald J. Trump. Donald, you posted yesterday the message of Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi. Okay? I'm reading for you his statement. I'm reading for you the Iranian statement from their parliament leader, MB Ghalibaf. These are their statements. The 10-point plan was very clear to everybody. And now Donald Trump put out Caroline Leavitt, his chief propagandist. She held a press conference moments ago where she was like, we are very unhappy with the media for claiming that Iran's 10-point plan is the plan that we agreed to. That's not the plan. What really happened was there was a 15-point plan that was Donald Trump's, and that was complete surrender from Iran. Iran agreed to the 15-point plan, but then called it their 10-point plan. It wasn't the 10-point plan that they've always been talking about. It was something new and super secret, and we're not going to talk about it yet. But that's what Iran agreed to. I'm reading for you what the Iranians are saying that their plan has always been. I'm reading for you what their statements are today. It should also be noted that in addition to the bombs raining down on Beirut, it seems like 100 people were killed in Beirut, so lots of civilians were killed in Beirut. You also have 9 Iranian drones over Saudi Arabia, 7 missiles launched into Qatar, which they're claiming were sent by Iran. And so this is a ceasefire in name only, folks, and Iran continues to control the Strait of Hormuz. There's not many ships that are going through the Strait of Hormuz. It's like 1 or 2 today. It's closed. Iran says we're not opening the Strait of Hormuz unless you comply with the 10-point framework, Donald, and you're not complying with it. So let me show you. Donald Trump sends Caroline Leavitt, his chief propagandist, out, and here's what she says.
I've seen a lot of inaccurate coverage today from the media about these negotiations and these plans already. So let me be clear and correct the record. The Iranians originally put forward a 10-point plan that was fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded. It was literally thrown in the garbage by President Trump and his negotiating team. Many outlets in this room have falsely reported on that plan as being acceptable to the United States, and that is false. With the president's deadline fast approaching and the United States military completely decimating Iran with each passing hour, the regime acknowledged reality to the negotiating team. They put forward a more reasonable and entirely different and condensed plan to the president and his team.
Lie.
President Trump and the team determined the new modified plan was a work.
That's crazy. This is so much propaganda. Pakistan and already said these people lying. She come out here lying to the American people. This is crazy, bro. And she should be arrested for this type of goddamn propaganda. That's serious motherfucking business because some people in America don't know the truth. But like, damn, Iran reneged on the deal? Fuck no. Iran's 10-point plan was the deal. And I'm going to tell you what happened. I told you. Trump knew if he went through with what he was talking about, totally destroying the civilization of Iran, his ass was going to be totally destroyed. And there's going to be nuclear war all over this goddamn globe. So they decided to make a little money, pretend like it was a ceasefire. Now they can get back to the fighting without people remembering. He just said he was finna use the nuclear weapon. So his ass was finna get nuked too. So now that's off the table. And now Trump like, oh, okay. Now they back to the regular killing. And people don't forgot this clown militarily done been defeated.
Workable basis on which to negotiate and to align it with our own 15-point proposal. The president's red lines, namely the end of Iranian enrichment in Iran, have not changed. And the idea that President Trump would ever accept an Iranian wish list as a deal is completely absurd. The president will only make a deal that serves in the best interests of the United States of America. And he as a negotiating team will focus on this effort over the next 2 weeks, so long as the Strait of Hormuz remains open with no limitations or delays.
By the way, you want to see how it's being talked about on the international community? Here's Japanese media trying to explain a taco. Play this clip.
Trump always chickens out.
Then after the previous clip I showed you of Caroline Leavitt saying, oh, it's all this inaccurate coverage. Here she is saying the Iranians back down. Let's play it.
Danny.
Should the world not take his word seriously?
The world should take his word very seriously in understanding that the president is always most interested in results. And it was the Iranians who backed down, not President Trump. He said that they would face very grave consequences, as you just laid out, by the 8 p.m. deadline if they did not agree to reopening the Strait of Hormuz. And what did they do last night? They agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Danny.
More from Caroline Leavitt right here, where she says, Donald.
It's easy to see that Trump lying. Okay, you say they agreed to open the straits. Iran to put the message out. The straits is not open. Okay, that means you got to wipe them out. You got to wipe their civilization off the face of the earth. Let's remember that. If she's saying the only reason Trump didn't wipe them off the face of the earth is because they act like they're going to open the strait. Well, the whole world know the Iranians done closed that strait again. Say ain't nothing coming through there. Well, are we back to nuclear war? Because that's what we're supposed to be at then.
Donald Trump started Operation Epic Fury with all of these objectives, and we've achieved them all. No one's believing that, Caroline. Play this clip.
The world has just witnessed a historically swift and successful military triumph. President Trump started Operation Epic Fury with strategic military objectives, and the United States has clearly achieved them.
Then she goes and attacks NATO and says that the U.S. will likely be withdrawing from NATO very soon. Play it.
Chief. I'll take a couple more in the back. Sure.
Thank
you. On NATO, I'll take your question.
NATO is finished regardless if the U.S. stayed in NATO. They can't defeat Russia. They can't defeat China as in NATO. Never forget we proved that Russia makes more armaments, makes more military equipment, more bombs, more military shells than NATO combined, including the U.S. NATO is a paper tiger when it comes to Russia. They can only bully Arab tribesmen in Iraq or fight goat herders in Afghanistan, and they still lose. So this Trump get out of NATO, he want NATO to pay him more to do nothing because NATO already seen like, damn, Trump, you ain't gonna do nothing to Russia. Hell no, what can he do? What the fuck can the U.S. do to Russia? And we witnessing the humiliation. So all this Trump pulling out of NATO, he just trying to shake them down for more money they don't want to pay because they see the U.S. cannot defend them. The U.S. can't defend themselves if they fighting Russia.
Thank you, Caroline. On NATO, can you tell me, is the United States still considering withdrawing from NATO? Is that still a possibility?
It's something the president has discussed, and I think it's something the president will be discussing in a couple of hours with Secretary General Rutte, and perhaps you'll hear directly from the president following that meeting later this afternoon. Thank you, everyone.
We want them to fight Iran for him.
You can beat cancer
with us today, a first-time guest. Many of you know him very well. First time he's been on our show. We're delighted to have Pepe Escobar. He is a geopolitical analyst and author focusing on the greater Eurasian continent. Pepe, welcome back. Welcome to our show. Glad to have you here.
Wonderful to be with you, Danny. Well, we have a lot of friends in common.
We do. It's probably been too long since we waited to have you on, but I'm glad we finally got.
I always listen to Pepe because when I used to I wasn't even online. When I used to get a lot of my military information from reading articles and books, that's what you're really supposed to dig into. I always seen this dude articles. I didn't even know what Eurasia was until I started reading some of what Pepe was preaching. A lot of this stuff, Pepe, the power of Iran, I learned through Pepe, and then went researched it for myself, So he gave a bunch of good information. It's ridiculous they won't put this man on CNN or MSNBC because they already know. He's going to tell the truth about the geopolitical situation, especially in the greater Eurasia, what's going on in Iran, Russia, China, BRICS. This man been preaching about BRICS before anybody knew about BRICS.
Looking forward to the show.
Wonderful. Look, and greetings from Buddhist Southeast Asia, a peaceful nation, by the way.
Oh, I love peaceful nations. So I'm urging. And we need a lot more of that. We need to spread that peace around. And at least there is maybe we'll call the seeds, tiny seeds of the potential for that. We'll see how it's going to play out. Whatever the reasons why people have for having this ceasefire, there are all kinds of reasons and nefarious ones, I'm sure. But if we can somehow manipulate these into something that could bring peace for the regular people who only lose by all this, that would be great. And let's start off because President Trump has, like always, said a whole bunch of stuff. And since he announced this last night, he has sent out a number of truth socials, which you see on your screen here. We're going to start off with the one from late last night, which is at 12:01 this morning, where he says, a big day for world peace. Iran wants it.
Look, he gave away the game plan in his third tweet down here at the bottom when he said, this is what gave it all away. A country supplying military weapons to Iran, this during the ceasefire, will be immediately tariffed on any and all goods sold to the United States of America, 50% effective immediately. There will be no exclusions, no exemptions, blah, 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 blah. Now, you see what he just did? He don't want Iran to rearm, to get resupplied by their allies. This is crazy. But Russia and China don't give a fuck.
It to happen. They've had enough. Likewise, so has everyone else. The United States of America will be helping with the traffic buildup in the Strait of Hormuz. There will be lots of positive action. Big money will be made. Iran can start reconstruction process. We'll be loading up with supplies of all kinds and just hanging around in order to make sure that everything goes well. I feel confident that it will. Just like we are experiencing in the U.S., this could happen at the age of the golden age in the Middle East, President Donald J. Trump. Actually, let's just kind of start with that one because that is rather in contrast with the truth social he put out yesterday morning about he's going to wipe out a civilization from which they'll never recover. He hoped it doesn't happen, but he expected that it will. What do you make? We'll start with that one. The disparity between those two statements in just a matter of hours.
Well, that was a few hours before the pivoting, right, Daniel? Very, very important. The whole planet was expecting something really catastrophic. The civilization that gave us the Big Mac was about to exterminate the civilization that gives us algebra, among other things. So the whole global south was paying attention, especially. And at the last minute, we had this ceasefire like a rabbit out of a hat, but not necessarily. Now, the whole story started with that meeting between 4 Muslim nations in Islamabad last week. Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Turkey. Then the foreign minister of Pakistan went to China to talk to Wang Yi in Beijing. So basically, Beijing was telling the Pakistanis, look, what you discussed in Islamabad is not enough. So they released a very bland 5-pointer about what should be done, which was essentially let's say, the basis of the discussions that led to this ceasefire. So what was the role of Pakistan? This is very, very important, Daniel. I worked in Pakistan a lot in the 90s and before, during, and after 9/11. So I got to know the ISI, the military, the system, the internal clashes, all that, particularly, and I'm very fond of Pakistan as well. These people who are in power now, very, very important. These are regime change people. They are the people who basically deposed and imprisoned former Prime Minister Imran Khan. So I would say that they are far from popular in Pakistan itself. But they have very good connections in Washington. Field Marshal Munir, he has Trump on speed dial. And the relationship between, let's say, the industrial military complex in Pakistan and the American one is very, very close, including Pentagon and CIA. So they are well positioned at least to talk to Trump. But what happened is that Trump used the Pakistanis as the American messengers in the whole story. The thing is, Iran was not part of this back and forth. Iran was sending message to the Americans via the Pakistanis, and also vice versa. The messages from the White House to Tehran via the Pakistanis. And a lot was lost in translation, which is where we are now again. Because what the Americans constituted as their 15-point plan is very different from the Iranian 10-point plan. And the way the Americans are referring to the 10-point plan is not the way the Iranians understand it. So this is a total lost in translation epic, let's put it this way. But the role of the Pakistanis was important in terms of being go-betweens. They were not architects or anything. As go-betweens, yes. But the key intervention was China, Daniel. This was literally in the last minute. It was the Chinese that convinced the Iranians, take a chance, get the ceasefire, go to Islamabad, sit on the table with the Americans. We got your back. So Iran is only now going to Islamabad on Friday because of China. And the Chinese calculation, we still don't know if this is an extremely sophisticated calculation or if they did not read the chessboard the way it should be done. And that's where we are now. Because this lost in translation, today is theoretically day one of the ceasefire. And all hell is breaking loose. Like the death cult in West Asia went on a rampage across Lebanon, not only in Beirut and in places in Beirut where they never bombed before, even the Corniche in Beirut, which is a very westernized part of Beirut. And of course, this, I would not say even interpretation, this completely different readings of the terms of the pre-ceasefire, let's put it this way. The Pakistanis said from the beginning, Lebanon is part of the ceasefire. Now the White House is saying it's not. And the Iranians are saying, if it's not, then we want a ceasefire on all fronts. Otherwise, there's no ceasefire. So the whole thing is unraveling on day one. This is still Wednesday. So once again, there's a lot of misunderstanding. I would say that the so-called negotiators cut corners. There was nothing in writing, very, very serious, series of tweets here and there. This is not enough. And this is not even a formal ceasefire. This
right.
is,
I want to get into that aspect that you're talking about there about these dueling plans, 15-point plan that apparently the U.S. put together and the 10-point plan that Iran. Now, yesterday morning, I think it was, Trump said, hey, that 10-point, it's not good enough. Yeah, there's some interesting things in there, but it's not good enough, and it just rejected it. And so it looked like he said, yeah, we're ready to send them back to the Stone Age. And then all of a sudden, now he turns around and says, you know what? That 10-point plan is something that we can work with here. So what do you make about this turnaround?
Are you sure your tax expert is right for you? Switch to TurboTax Full Service. You'll be
You cannot explain it because maybe was he reading the same 10-pointer in both occasions? We don't know. Or is it being fed to him? Well, as we all know, Daniel, Trump doesn't read.
Well, that's what I wanted to get to, because one wonders, okay, part of me understood why he might have said that initially.
Yes.
That's just not good enough, because when you look at the 10 points, you're thinking, well, a lot of those are completely incompatible with what the United States wants. And for those who may not know, let me just show this real quick. This is the New York Times talking about what those 10 points are. And we'll just run through them real quick here. An American guarantee of non-aggression with Iran. Iran maintains control of the Strait, kind of a big one. Ending the regional war on all fronts, including Iran's ally Hezbollah. So that's kind of important. That's number 3. Withdrawal of U.S. forces from all bases, reparations to Iran, acceptance of Iran's right to nuclear enrichment, lifting all sanctions on Iran, lifting all secondary sanctions, termination of resolutions against, and it just goes on from there. And I mean, you could probably stop at 3 or 4, and it's like, how in the world are you getting that to something that's going to be acceptable to Trump? And yet he said that's a good basis. What do you make of those? Because those are radically incompatible, as we're going to see in a minute on some of these key points.
Absolutely correct, Daniel, because he's not reading the Iranian version of the 10 pointers. This Iranian version is a very good English translation of the Farsi original. Probably what was shown to Trump in the US is another version of the 10 pointer with a very with an enormous lost in translation element. So it's not the same plan. It's not the same set of demands. But if you were even paying attention to what Arakshi was tweeting, these 10 pointers are the same thing that has been saying or has been tweeting for weeks, in fact. And the same thing that was the Iranians conceptualized what became the 10 pointers 3 or 4 weeks ago already. And the key points are absolutely essential. Guarantee that there won't be another aggression against Iran. We all know that the empire of chaos does not guarantee anything remotely similar to a pact of non-aggression. And to remind viewers of our great friend Sergei Lavrov, Minister of Foreign Relations of Russia, the United States is intrinsically non-agreement capable. This is something that the Russians, the Chinese, and the Iranians know very, very, very well. Strait of Hormuz, wow, the holy grail of everything that's happening now is the Strait of Hormuz, where we have already a very complex architecture set up by the Iranians with help from the Chinese, where we have an alternative payment system in yuan, in the most important choke point on the planet, and it was working until today. It may be interrupted again because only a few minutes, in fact, 2 hours ago maximum, the Iranians were saying, if there is no ceasefire on all fronts, we're going to close the Strait of Hormuz, and for everybody, including ships that are authorized from China, from India, Thailand, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, etc., Iraq, etc. So that's why this is so immensely complex in terms of both sides are not understanding the fine print on both plans. I would say that the Iranians understand the American 15-point plan because they refuted everything point by point. But Trump, to change his mind and say that what somebody presented to him as the Iranian 10-pointer, and he somewhat agrees, he was reading something else, something completely different.
Well, yeah, and let's zero in on one of those. Let's go back to this Truth Social here. Point number 6 in those 10 was that the Iranian side will have right of enrichment. So now then, here's President Trump. This is at 7:20 this morning. There will be no enrichment of uranium, and the United States will, working with Iran, dig up and remove all of the deeply buried B-2 bombers' nuclear dust. It is now and has been, and under very exacting satellite surveillance, nothing has been touched from the date of attack. Now, that's a big problem here. I want to actually take a forgive the pun here, a bit of an excursion here and talk about that point there. President Trump, in his Truth Social this morning, just admitted that the nuclear dust that was underneath, it's deeply buried, and we've had it under satellite surveillance. It's never been touched. But that's what he claimed as the imminent threat, that they were 2 weeks away from a bomb and that we had to go and attack at that point. So he has literally just undercut his own position here on the most profound justification for the war at all. What do you make of that?
And he didn't even notice, Daniel. Considering that it's basically non-stop vociferation without any critical thinking or analytical capabilities, and shaping and twisting narrative, absolutely non-stop. If he took a back seat for 5 minutes to see what he's actually writing, he would see that he's undermining his opposition. But and obviously Trump is not reflective. He doesn't practice reflection, especially self-reflection. But now everybody can see for themselves, literally, that the whole thing about uranium enrichment was a lie. It was a pretext. The real objective from the beginning was regime change. They couldn't achieve it. Stop power projection of Iran across West Asia. They couldn't achieve it. Worse, they got the Strait of Hormuz, which until 4 weeks ago was theoretically free passage for ships from all over. Now there is a toll booth, and it's working, and it's payable in yuan. So this is the advent of the petro yuan, which is something that the BRICS summits discuss since forever in practice. And it's good for Iran, it's good for China, and everybody that is paying, they're not complaining. After all, if you have to cross the Suez Canal, you have to pay as well. And it's already formalized by the Majlis, the Iranian parliament. They are discussing already with Oman, and they're going to establish a system juridically based, very, very sound, where there's going to be a toll, and both Iran and Oman are going to collect. And obviously it's going to be in yuan. So can you imagine, the United States cannot allow any of that to happen. It undermines completely the petrodollar, the system that it's in place since forever. And that's another reason why the Gulf petromonarchies were not even part of these latest discussions. They are being treated by the US as expendable vassals once again. But there's an extra problem, which is the stratification of the GCC now. Now we have, for instance, Qatar and Oman, which are thinking already long-term in terms of organizing a security pact with Iran in the long run. We have Bahrain, which is collapsing from the inside and maybe in the near future could be absorbed by Iran. We have Kuwait, the same thing, could be absorbed by Iraq in a not too distant future. And we have the key, which is Emirates and Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, they were part of these diplomatic negotiations since the meeting of the four Muslims in Islamabad. For the past few days, they have been very discreet, but in thesis, they support a ceasefire. Although we still don't know, because MBS, he's hedging all the time. The Emirates is a much more complicated story. They attacked Iranian installations from yesterday to today. So for all practical purposes, the UAE allied with the US and they are at war with Iran. And the response from Iran already started, and it's going to be brutal. They already destroyed the Dubai business model. It will never go back to what it was. So they're going to start attacking the oil infrastructure of Abu Dhabi and around it. And this is a war inside the war already. And at the same time, the UAE and Israel are working side by side against Iran. So Iran is fighting UAE and Israel now. especially for the past 24 hours. And they have to make up their minds, and they will make up their minds in the next few hours until tomorrow. If the United States does not rein in Israel, which they won't, this deal is already DOA. This ceasefire is already DOA. Even tomorrow, Thursday, one day before the negotiations in Islamabad.
Yeah, let's talk about that aspect for a second, because everything does kind of hinge on that. It's self-evident that Lebanon was included in the ceasefire, that Iran had said that, the Pakistanis had mentioned it, as you talked about a second ago. Certainly the United States was aware, and they would have communicated that to Israel. It was self-evident that Israel wasn't going to like it. But the fact that then they now ignored it, and I think it was about 4 hours after the announcement of this that Netanyahu publicly said Lebanon is not part of it. And then they had launched this massive attack, this just obliterating so much of Lebanon and causing large-scale mass casualties.
Villages.
But then this morning, for Caroline Levitt to come out and say, as it turns out, Lebanon's not part of it. So actually, he's good to go on that. So what does that tell you about the power dynamics, even at this stage, between Washington and Tel Aviv?
Well, who's running the show? You have this death cult in West Asia, which was not even part of these negotiations leading to the possible ceasefire. And they blow up the ceasefire on day one already. And lying. The Pakistani messengers, not the architects, but the messengers. So they knew what everybody was telling everybody, because the messages were going through Islamabad all the time. Sharif tweeted, in fact, Lebanon is part of the ceasefire. So if he tweeted, that means that the Americans were agreeing that Lebanon was part of the ceasefire. So the next day we have Israel blowing it all up. So there's only one way out if this beginning of a ceasefire negotiation in Islamabad on Friday starts, or if it's already DOA. The Trump administration has to tell Israel, look, this is our ceasefire, and you have to respect it. Don't blow it up. There will be consequences. If they don't do that, the ceasefire is already dead. There's no question. And Iran today made it very, very clear. It's a ceasefire on all fronts.
But so what as best as you can, what would be going through the mind of the United States? Because if Trump wants this to be over, he wants to give the impression that this was actually a victory for us, and more on that in just a second. That already falls apart on the first morning if he allows Lebanon to be taken off the table and sends it out there. I mean, he's got to know, surely, that by agreeing with Netanyahu here, that he's just undercut and knocked the legs out from under even the ceasefire here, so everything else falls apart after that. Why would President Trump agree to that?
Excellent question, Daniel. None of us can answer. Only Trump can answer this question. So this is extremely serious. Don't forget that from the beginning, we should never forget that from the beginning, who called for a ceasefire? The Americans. Because they saw what was going on with their military equipment. They saw everything about interceptors absolutely gone, not only for the US, but for Israel as well. Netanyahu picked up the phone and called Trump and said, we need a ceasefire because we're being decimated in Israel. Even with all the censorship, everybody knows that Israel is being decimated every day, different parts of the country. And now, of course, when they have their pause, they wanted their pause. And they want their pause for what? Essentially to rearm. Although 2 weeks is not enough to rearm, because there are no weapons anywhere, no extra weapons anywhere. And now they blow up the ceasefire that they begged for on day one. It doesn't make any sense. But okay, what makes sense is that we are dealing with irrational actors. That's the case of Israel. And in the case of Trump, an extremely volatile, unpredictable actor, which is mostly irrational. Same thing.
And what do you expect? I mean, given how well you know Pakistan, and I haven't seen anything. I literally was looking just a second ago here to see what their reaction was to Netanyahu, and now Caroline Levitt saying that no, Lebanon was not part of it. When in their first ex post they said it was. Have you heard any reaction from? What are they saying now that we've taken it off the table?
Not for the past hour or so, Daniel. So I'm going to spend my night here in Asia scouring the Pakistani press to see what they are saying, because they must be livid. After all, they facilitated this whole thing. And it was, but that's the problem. This is not a written ceasefire. There's not a document. This was blah, blah, blah. This was phone calls, WhatsApp, tweet messages. You cannot organize a complex ceasefire like this one just by hearsay. There's nothing in writing. And that's what makes it so even more volatile than it already is. And obviously, because the Pakistanis, they don't want to upset the US because they are relishing their newfound geopolitical relevance. For them, is when you read, I was reading the Pakistani press today, they are ecstatic. We are back to being one of the great, peacemaker nations in the world. So obviously, but somebody, and it will have to be who? The guy who has Trump on speed dial, Field Marshal Munir. He should call Trump and say, look, you agreed that Lebanon is part. It's a ceasefire on all fronts. Why now you're saying it's not? So apart from him, nobody can tell Trump that. The only ones who could, and they won't, because this is how they work, is the Chinese. But the Chinese are too discreet, too sophisticated to have, for instance, somebody in the foreign ministry calling the Americans and say, you're lying. They don't do things this way. It's much more refined. But they are visibly uncomfortable, especially because the Iranians are going to start asking the Chinese, look, we thought that everything was part. When you asked us to be part of this ceasefire operation, you, Chinese, told us that you have our backs and all of that will be included. Are you going to do anything about it? So China is also in a very uncomfortable position.
You talk about irrational actors. I mean, we just sabotaged Trump on speed dial with General Munir, so he just undercut the legs of that. He's given Chinese yet another reason not to trust anything the United States says. And this morning, and this kind of all ties together. President Trump, to show how he's literally working against his own interests left and right, he went on this morning with Secretary Hegseth, sent him out there, trotting him alongside Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, to try and convince everybody that this was a spectacular military victory.
Military victory. Wow.
Yeah, Gary, you can play that one.
Talk about
the
the
world's
stretch.
leading state sponsor of terrorism proved utterly incapable of defending itself, its people, or its territory. We untied just a fraction of our strength, and Iran suffered a devastating military defeat. Together with our Israeli partners, America's military achieved every single objective on plan, on schedule, exactly as laid out from day one.
Now, I'm going to get to that in the second part in a minute when he says every objective that was laid out from day one has been accomplished. I'm going to get to that in just a second because I have a bit of a dispute, shall we say. But let's look at the Iranian part of that claim here. He says that they have been devastated. And further on in that conversation, General Kane, sitting next to him, said that we have virtually destroyed all of their drone-making capacity, 80% of their missile-making capacity, just ad infinitum, that we have devastated everything. On the surface is it the case, but we had known because we've been shown this graphic several times. There's at least 31, and some say significantly more than that, underground facilities that we can't even touch, where the majority of that takes place, the building and the storing, et cetera. You haven't touched any of that I've been able to see. What do you make of that portion of his claim?
Well, he's lying through his teeth. First of all, they don't even know where the invisible underground cities are, Daniel. Most of them are in the southeast. They are meaning Sistan Baluchistan province. Some of them are deep inside mountains in remote provinces. Some are near the Afghan border to the east. They have not even been touched by the Americans. They don't even know where they are to start with. And yesterday was very interesting. Yesterday, there was an indirect message in fact, it was direct. It was from the Iranians to the Pakistanis. They were telling the Pakistanis yesterday, we still have 15,000 missiles and 40,000 drones. And they were not lying. It's probably even more than that, in fact. And obviously, nobody in the US or in the West knows where they are. So they suffered horrendous damages. There's no question. And in infrastructure. And very, very vicious attacks on bridges all across Tehran. The petrochemical industry, it's probably the number one victim. Maybe between 70 to 80% of their petrochemical capacity is smashed to bits. This is going to cost a fortune and a long time to rebuild. They can do it with help from China and Russia, for instance. Their cities were attacked. The city of Isfahan, one of the pearls of humanity, practically even not very far from downtown Isfahan was hit. Tehran was hit. Civilian neighborhoods were hit. Universities, 30 universities were hit. It's crazy, including universities producing some of the best scientists in Iran. So the price that Iran is paying is horrendous. But in terms of their military capacity being eradicated, this is completely absurd. Okay, they lost their Air Force and they lost their Navy, which were not very consequential to begin with. But the part of their Navy that works is the mini subs equipped with torpedoes. They are all there. They were not.
None of those have been taken out.
None of it is absolutely. And of course, the drones, which are reconfigured Shaheeds, in fact, they are Geran 4 and Geran 5 Russians. they left Iran, they went to Russia, they were upgrading Russia, now they're back to Iran. And they have their Comet antennas, which they can jam anything they want, and they're impermeable to jamming themselves.
Now that's the first part of Hegseth. That's his opening gambit here, is that Iran was completely defeated, and that's why they were begging us. They begged us for this ceasefire, and because we're so gracious, we decided to go ahead and give it. That's one. Then the second part of that statement that he just made was that every objective we have set out from day one, and he specified that, has been accomplished. Now, I'm going to show you what President Trump actually said on day one, and you just give me your assessment following this video. Do you think that every one of the details he's about to lay out has been accomplished?
For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their Navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces, and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon.
So aside from the fact that they had never, at least not since 2003, even researched the possibility of a nuclear weapon, that one's not really hard. What do you say about the rest of them?
Well, the missiles are still flying, aren't they? And the new ones only start flying a few days ago. The Khorramshahr 4 and the Fatah 2, they were, and now they're going to start flying, in earnest. They were being spared for the next stage, which has already started. And obviously, if the ceasefire collapses, which is what most of us are expecting to happen, The next stage is going to be with an array of state-of-the-art Iranian missiles. When I was in Iran last year, I saw some of them, but they didn't show us the latest generation that they're starting to use now. And it was already very, very impressive. It was the RGC showed us the missiles, in fact. So, but that's the problem. It's this absolutely crazy fixation in twisting narratives, selling narratives as truth, selling fake narratives as truths. And then you change it all over again. And after a while, even people who are following in detail, they don't even know what this all means in the end. It's the empire of narratives, essentially. No? It's not an empire based on a reality. And now, once again, I would like always to come back to the key geoeconomic point, the Strait of Hormuz. From now on, even if they never thought in the beginning, which they didn't, and there are excellent US specialists or analysts who could have told the White House, don't do anything so the Iranians close the Strait of Hormuz, because this is the beginning of the end for the global economy. If they were paying attention to anybody, a Goldman Sachs analyst, there were projections from Goldman Sachs for years. What will happen if the Strait of Hormuz is closed one way or another? Obviously, nobody in the White House paid attention to it. And this is something that whatever they do, this is not going to change. The old paradigm is not going to come back. And Iran can pay for their own reparations just using the funds that they're going to collect in the toll booths in the Strait of Hormuz. This is a major game changer.
And so the question is going to be, if the United States is so disconnected, well, actually, let me phrase the question differently. Then we're going to get back to the Strait of Hormuz issue. If the United States is as disconnected from reality as they were, and they're trying to project mainly to the American public, but the Western audience in general, that we have accomplished every objective we set and Iran has been completely destroyed. That's what they're saying today. But yet, as you pointed out, they can see that that's what happened, that the missiles continue to fly today.
Yes.
That keep going on. And that the regime is still in control in Tehran with all these bombs that you're talking, all this massive destruction on the surface. And then they can see that they're still in control of the Strait of Hormuz and they're calling the shots. Is there a point, and I would have thought it would have already happened by now, but is there a point to where even Western audiences say, you guys are so disconnected from reality, I don't listen to a thing you say? So far, that hasn't happened. How do you see that dynamic?
Well, Daniel, the global South already knows. If you ask people in Latin America, in Africa, here in Southeast Asia, in China, in Russia, in Central Asia, everybody sees what's going on. Because this war is being followed 24/7, minute by minute, everywhere. And especially across the global South, instinctively, even people who don't follow geopolitics in detail, instinctively they see that Iran is a sovereign nation fighting practically by themselves after 47 years of absolutely horrible sanctions that destroy. I've seen that myself in many visits to Iran since the late 90s. You arrive at a place, you look around and you see, wow, this is what sanctions do to an economy. Everything is like frozen in time, like in the 70s or in the 80s. You arrive in ports in Iran, you think that you are in the mid 70s. So this is extremely serious, and they manage to fight the so-called most hardcore armada in the history of the galaxy to a standstill. In fact, to the point that they had to ask for a pause, a break now. That's where we are now. And this feeling of national cohesion, which is something that is very, very difficult to explain to Western audiences. There's a lot of divergence inside Iran, different social classes, about the Islamic Republic form of government, the mistakes that they made, especially economic, over this past 4 decades or so. But now, because the nation is being attacked by a foreign power with the intent of destroying it, which is clear in every Truth Social post, bombing you back to the Stone Ages, plural, where you began, a civilization is going to exterminate it, etc. So now you have a national cohesion in Iran that you didn't have a month ago. And everybody is defending the people who are defending the nation. But the traitors are not gone. For instance, somebody that I know well, I met him in Vienna during the negotiations in 2015, Zarif, former foreign minister. The piece that he wrote for Foreign Affairs is basically a capitulation piece. People in the Twitter in Iran, in Farsi, they are fuming. They are calling him to be incarcerated and accused of treason.
Wow.
This is extremely serious. This guy, 10 years ago, he was the foreign minister of Iran. But the thing is, very good friends of John Kerry, very good friends with the New York literati crowd. And what he wrote, and obviously, if you publish a piece like this in Foreign Affairs, you cannot basically print the point of view of Arakshi, the current foreign minister, not to mention Mojtaba Khamenei, the new supreme leader. And his piece, I read his piece, and it is basically a capitulation piece. It's disgusting, and they have grounds to try him for treason. So, and don't forget, he's very, very close to the president, Pezeshkian. And the more radical people in the IRGC is not monolithic, of course, but there are some really hardcore. Some of the commanders were assassinated by Israel, for instance, but there are some more moderate people, and they are aligned with let's say, the civilian politicians, Arakshi, Kalibaf, etc. They say, look, we cannot have an accommodation with the Americans after what they did to us back to back. They created 2 wars against us in the middle of diplomatic negotiations. And then they killed everybody in sight, including our supreme leader. How can we possibly trust them? So if they go to Islamabad on Friday, if let's say Arakshi probably is going, and probably Ghalibaf is going to be the head of the Iranian delegation. So theoretically, we could have a Vance Ghalibaf meeting in Islamabad, theoretically. On the same, I wonder if it's probably not on the same table, maybe in the corridors. But how can they possibly trust the U.S. after that? And knowing that the president of the United States openly is calling for the destruction of Iran, the state of Iran, state institutions of Iran, even civilization. He wrote it himself. This is very, and obviously there was not a peep from the civilized West, especially the Europeans, about it.
Right. Now, let me ask you something. Heading into that meeting, so it's one thing, the embarrassment of Secretary Hegseth saying these things that a lot of people around the world can see is not true. But I want to point out to something that Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Kane, said. Because in his numbers, this sounds like one of those things from the Vietnam War where we used to give body counts and all that kind of stuff. This is what he said today. The U.S. has destroyed 80% of Iran's air defense systems, specifically 450 ballistic missile facilities, 801 drone facilities, 2,000 command and control nodes, 90% of Iran's regular Navy, and half of its small boats. I don't know how he claims they got half their small boats when most of them are still underwater, but we'll argue that another day. But the point being, that's what he said. However, what that delegation is going to know is, Gary, if you can show that B-roll there, these are some of the scenes from inside those missile cities. He was showing you a minute ago some of the video just going down. These are the ballistic missiles that General Kane claims have all been destroyed, and there are scores of these things that are under the ground. There's those, and then hopefully we can get to that other one there where you can actually see some of the missiles that were projecting around. Well, and anyway, we're looking for something different, but that's what we have. But you see there, they know this. So those negotiators know this. They're going to have this discussion here And I'm guessing, what do you think, that they're going to be from a pretty bullish point of view, that they're not going to be coming hat in hand and just submitting to whatever the U.S. delegation says?
The Iranians won't be impressed. Whatever is going to be on the table in Islamabad, they are under no illusions, and they won't be impressed. And it's like a trial run. These negotiations in Islamabad. I think it would be very enlightening for Iranian negotiators to hear from a theoretically high-level American delegation, not Heckle and Jekyll, Witkoff and Kushner, probably from Vance, a cogent, coherent argument about, okay, let's try to sit down, let's try to iron out our differences, and an approximation of the 15-pointer with the 10-pointer in practice. Vance could do that. Vance is well-educated enough to try to do that. But if he arrives with a Rambo mentality, the Iranians will dismiss him right away. If he arrives with a Hegseth mentality, they won't even listen to him. In fact, they don't listen to Witkoff and Kushner anymore. And Hegseth is he's a Lego guy in Iran. Everybody makes Lego movies about Hegseth.
Ouch. Yeah, that's the downside here. So that, I guess, just in the last few minutes we got here, final question. What do you see, and let's just keep it through the weekend, not looking long term, but just who knows if there even is a ceasefire right now. There could be a lot of firing going on over here. But what do you think happens through that Islamabad meeting? What comes out on the backside of that?
The most important thing for the Iranians would be to explain, probably item by item, in English. They are all fluent in English, to the Americans, face to face. This is what we want and why. So, and they made it very clear from the beginning. They might compromise maybe in one or two of the 10 pointers. For instance, Strait of Hormuz and paying reparations. They could admit, okay, we're going to pay the reparations ourselves with the funds that we're going to collect in the toll booths in the Strait of Hormuz. So, because they know the Americans will never pay reparations to Iran. But for instance, sanctions. The Iranians know that these sanctions, many of them go through the US Congress, and the US Congress will never allow sanctions relief. Sanctions by the UN is different. It might be possible as long as the US does not vote a UN Security Council resolution abolishing these sanctions. But they are ready to negotiate, and Persians are first-class negotiators. This is something that you learn when you do the art of the deal of buying a Persian carpet in a Persian bazaar. Teach you everything you need to know about Persian negotiating skills. I would suggest that to President Trump. He will learn a thing or two about it. But is there going to be good faith from the American delegation? And if the Iranians compare with the past two opportunities where they were betrayed in the middle of negotiations with the Americans, the prospects are dire, aren't they? And of course, at the same time, the Iranians know that this is a much, much bigger war. They know that the war is against them as it is against Russia and China because they are sovereign, they resist. They are old civilization states. They control energy sources, in the case of Iran and Russia. The United States wants to control energy sources everywhere. In the case of Iran, they tried, but they couldn't succeed. So these are the larger motivations for the war. And the Iranians know this very well. If you had an empire 2,500 years ago, which at the time was the most sophisticated empire on earth, you don't forget these lessons. You don't forget what you learned from Cyrus the Great, Xerxes, Darius, you don't. And that explains, and of course, their literary tradition, their philosophical tradition. This is an extremely well-educated society, Daniel. It's very impressive. When you go to a debate in a university in Iran, wow, and the level of the questions is up there. It's extremely impressive. So it's a deeply based knowledge society. And that explains why in 47 years of sanctions, you can build hypersonic missiles. This is not for everybody.
Right. Well, listen, we'll see where this is going to end up going, but we sure appreciate you bringing some light and some reality into some stone cold reality into some of this nonsense that's been coming out of Washington so far this morning. We really appreciate you coming on. Thanks so much.
My pleasure, Daniel. See you again. Thanks very much for having me. Cheers.
And
time, editor of antiwar.com, Dave DeCamp, and Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, returning guest, friend of the show, former chief of staff and retired Army colonel. Gentlemen, thanks so much for joining me today.
Thanks for having me, Danny.
Yep. Yeah, of course. Well, let's get started with the news, the breaking news, which is that it appears that Donald Trump has backed down, has essentially surrendered in a huge way with this 2-week ceasefire that was announced, backing down off of the major strikes, the civilization-ending strikes that he said he was going to launch against Iran 8 p.m. April 7th. He ended up not doing that. Now we have this 2-week ceasefire. I'm just going to pull up what Trump has said and can get your thoughts on it, Colonel Wilkerson, about what exactly has happened here. Here is Trump's initial remarks. He said, "A big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough. Likewise, so has everyone else. The U.S. will be helping traffic build up in the Strait of Hormuz. There'll be lots of positive action, big money. We can go on and on and on." And then Iran said something completely different. The United States has been forced to accept Iran's 10-point proposal, which includes a fundamental commitment to non-aggression, continued Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz, acceptance of uranium enrichment, lifting of all primary and secondary sanctions, compensation to Iran, and many other things. Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, help us understand what exactly happened here. We're hearing violations already from the Israeli side in particular, in Lebanon, and strikes on Iran's oil. And Iran apparently has already closed the Strait of Hormuz again because of these violations. So what exactly happened? Why are we in this moment now?
I see two possible outcomes, reasons, causes, whatever you want to call them. One is the standard, and I go back to Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi when he said not once, but twice, the United States has, in the middle of diplomatic negotiations, in the middle of them, attacked us, along with Israel. That's one possibility, that we're setting all this up to, again, resume the war with an even greater ferocity, if that's possible. The other possibility is that Trump somehow realized that he'd walked himself into a cul-de-sac, and he is searching desperately. His TV program comes to mind, for someone to fire, perhaps, and for some way to get himself out. And so he's opted on this. Now, that one is reinforced, I think, as is the first one, though. Let's go back to the first one for just a second. Some of Israel's senior leaders have called this the, quote, political disaster of Israel's history, unquote. So that would be aimed at helping him with the subterfuge. But to the second possibility, also, the big impediment to this is going to be Israel, ultimately. And let's look at what the 10 points said. The 10 points say, we won. They say we won. Go back to the Pakistan-China statement, which Ambassador Freeman gave a great webinar on the other day, and they were not quite so favorable towards Iran in their 5 points. But nonetheless, these points are all, with respect to Iran, either neutral or in their favor, the latter being overwhelmingly so. And yet he said he wants to use them as a template for negotiations, for diplomacy. If that is a sincere move, we're talking about such things as all sanctions being removed, including secondary sanctions, reparations being paid, and other things that clearly mark Iran as not just the titular winner of this latest conflict, the overall winner. So I have no idea where we're going from this. My money and my crassness and my senility and my suspicion of Donald Trump would lead me to believe that it's another, as Foreign Minister Araghchi declared, another attempt to lull Iran into a moment of diplomacy only to bash them again. But I think we've come to the end of that rope. And I think there's no way for Trump to extricate himself from this cul-de-sac, which he almost single-handedly, if you've been paying attention to how he got to this decision, created for himself with the help of his biblical mate, Bibi Netanyahu. And he will be the spoilsport in either way, probably. But I don't know which one's going to happen or what version, modification of the two will happen. But I think we're at a moment of change here that I wasn't expecting this quickly. I was expecting it. I was expecting him to declare victory and leave and let Netanyahu swing in the wind, particularly in Lebanon, where he's swinging in a very violent wind.
Yeah.
But he hasn't quite done that. So I've got to stay tuned.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Dave, your own assessment, Iran has just announced that the Strait of Hormuz is closed until Israel stops its strikes on Lebanon. And of course, there have been strikes on Iran as well in this period. So what's your reaction to what has happened here and why we find ourselves in this situation?
Yeah, well, it was also unexpected for me to see Trump come out and announce a ceasefire deal based on Iran's 10 points. And we're already seeing, just before we got on, I saw there was another Truth Social post from Trump. He got angry last night that CNN published the statement from Iran's Supreme Security Council that was essentially declaring victory over the U.S. He was claiming it was a fake statement. Then this morning, he's saying, there's all these different points and letters that people are publishing, but this is not what we agreed to. And now U.S. officials are putting that out into the media. So if Trump is serious about ending this and is actually willing to base it on those points, then I think that there is a chance of a deal. But unfortunately, I find it very hard to believe, as some of those points say, like lifting of all the sanctions. I mean, as I understand it, during the negotiations before the war, which I believe was just a ruse to buy time for the buildup, but apparently even in those negotiations, the U.S. wasn't even offering sanctions relief. So, that's one point. And obviously there's a few other points. And we're not really seeing an effort to rein in Israel, which is going to be required if they really want peace. I mean, according to Pakistan's prime minister, this ceasefire was supposed to include Lebanon. He said that in his announcement. And then what did Israel do? They launched a new operation in Lebanon that they're calling Operation Eternal Darkness. And they've launched over 100 airstrikes in like a matter of 10 minutes, killed hundreds of people. I mean, and Trump is telling the media now today that, it doesn't include a ceasefire in Lebanon. That's a separate conflict. But as you mentioned with the Strait of Hormuz, every signal from Iran is that they're going to insist on this point with Lebanon. And I just don't see Trump really doing what it would take to get Israel to agree to really threaten the military aid and things like that. So I agree with Colonel Wilkerson, his point that I also really have no idea where this is going to go, how this is going to go. But these are certainly bad signs right off the bat. And now there's reporting that there's going to be some kind of talks in Pakistan either tomorrow or Friday. So we'll see, if that happens.
Yeah, well, Iran has said that those talks are conditional. Throughout this whole thing, Colonel Wilkerson, it appears that Iran is setting terms, and it's really the United States and, of course, Israel that are the ones who have to either follow the terms or face consequences. Israel has already rejected this ceasefire, and they have, as Dave said, gone absolutely genocidal on Lebanon. But it appears that Iran is not in that position that many are fearing, which is this ceasefire being kind of a naive move to essentially get a pause to try to strike a deal. It appears that Iran is very much wanting and ready to retaliate against violations of it. But what do you think of this in terms of in terms of where this really is?
I think Iran has won for all intents and purposes. And Iran could face this being totally obviated, even face the diplomacy being interrupted again by strike, and still win. I go back to that headline in the Haaretz, which I think was very, very accurate. All Iran has to do to win is not lose. All America has to do to win, and Israel too now, is spectacular victory. And this operation in Lebanon is another demonstration of Netanyahu. And I'm not going to say the IDFs, because they are performing it basically because he told them to. I don't think there's much heart in doing this in the IDF, other than the bloodthirsty nature that they always display these days. What they're being given in Lebanon is their butt on a silver platter by a Hezbollah that was supposed to be roundly defeated. This is worse than July and surrounding time in 2006, when they got their rear end handed to them too. It's even worse than 1982, when we ordered them out when Sharon was leading the Minister of Defense, and they really ransacked a couple of camps and killed a whole bunch of people that they didn't need to kill. This is worse. So I don't think Netanyahu's hold on power is sacrosanct at all now. And I don't think it's much longer to be endured. It's in question as to how he's going to be outed, turned out, or whatever. But I think he's walking on very perilous ground right now. And perhaps even the U.S. intelligence community, what's left of them that tell the truth and are honest and seeking some policy guidance that might work, might have let the president know that Bibi is in trouble with his own people. And it's double-pronged trouble. You got Naftali Bennett and others who are excoriating him for not finishing the job in Gaza. You still have all these Hamas fighters underground, armed, ready to go, and he has not eliminated them because his IDF has told him, we're not going into those tunnels. We are not going into those tunnels. If you will lead, Mr. Prime Minister, we'll go in and we'll be 100 meters behind you. So he's got real problems. Maybe that's a product of, or a part of, this new willingness of Trump to look at things. Plus, he's been exposed completely. Even in the New York Times and other sycophantic press in this country, he's been exposed, I think, accurately or fundamentally accurately as to how he made the decision to go into Iran and who gave him the principal advice, who gave him the deal-breaking advice over his own counselors, Bibi Netanyahu. How many times has Bibi done that in the past, whether it's Iraq, Syria, Libya, or now Iran? So I think that's getting to be really a dicey business in Israel right now. I stick to my prediction that there will not be a Jewish state in the Levant past about 2030 if it makes it that far. There may be a state there, but it'll have to be democratic, really democratic, and it'll have to entertain all comers. So that's a changing ingredient in this that I think even Miriam Adelson's and others' billions of dollars is not going to change. And then looking at the other side of the thing, let's look at the technicalities of some of this too. I had to deal with OFAC, and I had to deal with their sanctions team, and I had to deal with the offices that essentially monitor sanctions compliance, apply sanctions however they're applied through the banking system or through other means. Once I had an individual whom I had great faith in because he had been a part of working groups that I'd been a part of, and I saw how competent he was. He said, do you know how long it would take us to unwind sanctions on just one country? Pick Iran. weeks, months, and years because the entanglement you get into, the intricacies and so forth. So even if we said we were going to lift sanctions, even if the Europeans said they were going to lift sanctions, even if we said secondary sanctions, it'd probably be a year or two before we'd ever be able to affect it really for the Iranians, which was what worried me in many respects about the JCPOA. The one or two aspects of it that worried me, because when you say you're going to lift sanctions, you're saying it, and a year later, maybe you haven't done it yet. So this is all full of technicalities that are problems too. But I come back to the same thing that we were talking about earlier. I just don't trust this president, and I don't trust this sort of 10 points, 9 of which lead to Iran's success, spectacular success, as being a sheet of paper over which anything is going to come out of that will, in fact, stop this war and discontinue our relationship with Israel, which is poisonous to hell right now, and ruining everything we stand for in the world, if not already ruined. And so I can't see how we get out of it with these points as the orchestration, if you will, of getting out of it, and having anything to say that looks like Donald Trump would accept. So where are we headed? And how are we headed there?
Are you sure your tax expert is right for you? Switch to TurboTax Full Service. You'll be matched with...
Yeah, well, Dave, we're already getting reports of immediate, very direct violations, even from Iranian media, saying that the United States has begun violating the ceasefire, attacking Tehran. We're hearing that air defenses are already active in Iran for Israeli attacks. Then that leads to the question then, Dave, that I'd like your opinion on, why then go through these kind of motions for the United States and Iran? Because you mentioned all the confusion about what Donald Trump was posting in the Trump administration in the White House. Well, they did post this, the official statement of Iran, accordingly, from Abbas Araghchi. And in this statement, Dave, what really struck me was that it sounded like they weren't even negotiating with the United States at all, that actually they were doing a favor, almost, Iran was, to Pakistan and the mediators and those who are urging for a little bit of relief and breathing room. But why do you think this is going on? Is it all just smoke and mirrors, or is there something really significant that's happening here?
Well, I think there's a few factors here. And one thing that we've seen over the past few weeks is the Trump administration, and particularly the president himself, really scrambling to deal with the economic fallout of this and putting out just fake information to try to, juke the markets and bring the price of oil down. So I think that could be part of this. And as you mentioned there, that statement from the Iranian foreign minister, it does look like, the U.S. kind of concocted these negotiations, that they got Pakistan kind of to play the mediator, and then they declared that they accepted this 10-point proposal as a basis. And of course, they're walking all sorts of things back. So I think why there was this kind of display, it was so Trump could try to wind this thing down and also save face, and not just kind of make it clear that he was capitulating in a way here. Though, as you mentioned there, it doesn't look like there's a real ceasefire. I mean, even overnight, there's reports of attacks across the Gulf states. And I saw the IRGC release a statement about launching attacks overnight against U.S. and Israeli interests in those countries. So is it all, from Iran's perspective, if they see Trump saying that he wants to negotiate off that 10-point proposal, if they think there's a possibility of that, then I would assume that they're going to try it. But they're also making clear that they're not, despite what Hegseth said this morning at his press briefing, he's saying that they're begging for a ceasefire. He's claiming that they can't make drones and missiles anymore, even though they're still firing them across the region. So I'm not surprised really that Iran, is trying this or trying to see what happens here. But when it comes to the U.S., I mean, it's hard to know. This is kind of just what I suspect, that this was all kind of created to try to calm the markets, and so Trump didn't have to look like he was essentially surrendering. I mean, I think the one positive thing here so far is that Trump, I mean, he was threatening to destroy the entire country of Iran, end a civilization in a night. So at least we didn't see those major airstrikes on power plants that he was threatening, to try to sink the country into darkness. But I'm worried that if this just completely falls apart and the attacks continue, that we might see that, because the U.S. and Israel are showing the only thing that they can do is try to just bomb the crap out of them. We're seeing that in Lebanon. One thing, I was thinking, I know Israel has a pattern of before a ceasefire, they really ramp up the bombing. And so I thought maybe that's what we were seeing in Lebanon. But again, all signs point to them, the U.S. not actually putting any pressure on Israel for the ceasefire there. But yeah, I mean, I just see this as, again, that press briefing from Hegseth, and Colonel Wilkerson mentioned that article from the New York Times that revealed this briefing that Netanyahu gave, where in it he made all these, he guaranteed that, the regime change would happen. They wouldn't be able to close the Strait of Hormuz, that their missiles and drones would be destroyed in a few weeks. And none of that happened. And what's interesting about that report is you see it's probably a controlled leak from people within the administration, because it puts just about all of Trump's senior advisors, including Marco Rubio and John Ratcliffe, on the record and saying, I don't know about what Netanyahu's telling you. Not sure that it's really going to work, except for one guy. There was one guy who the report said was all in, and that was Pete Hegseth. So I think there is a chance that if this turns into that Trump recognizes this for the disaster that it is, and they might be getting ready to have a fall guy, and that could be Pete Hegseth.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And Colonel Wilkerson, I just want to play exactly the scenario that Dave was just laying out there, that Iran is still firing. I mean, Israel is essentially not part of this ceasefire at all, because not only because it's violating the ceasefire terms with Lebanon on that front, but essentially Israel has given no reason for Iran to include it in the ceasefire. So here's Fox News after this.
Danny, let me just say one thing, a military viewpoint here.
Yeah, sure.
Having witnessed many a ceasefire, having been a part of forces in a ceasefire, having seen it throughout history, having seen Bibi Netanyahu, who I don't think understands what the word ceasefire means. Look anywhere, Lebanon, Gaza, West Bank, whatever. Ceasefires are really hard to implement. When you have a country the size of Western Europe, like Iran is, and you have the IRGC spread everywhere, and every Iranian, and I have this on really good authority, every Iranian was out in the street shooting, or out in the desert shooting at those C-130Js and those Black Hawks and everything else with everything they could muster. So you got the entire Iranian people aroused now with the AK they have in their closet, with the shotgun they have in their front room. You are going to have a hell of a time starting a ceasefire. It's going to take at least 96 hours or longer for the word to get out, especially since we've blown up all Iran's communications and other things. So it's going to take a while before it could impact in a way that a ceasefire should. And then again, as was just talked about, who the hell is going to honor the ceasefire? Is everyone going to honor it? And is it really going to be honored at the top, except in the exception, if you will? So ceasefires are difficult, especially with people like Bibi Netanyahu and others who don't know what the word means.
Yeah, and it appears Iran exactly is very aware of this. Here are a few reports. So Iran, even as we speak, is still striking Israel and also the Gulf region, because there are reports that there was a U.S. Israeli attack coming out of the UAE on an oil refinery in Iran. But here's a couple of reports, just a minute or so for each of them.
Well, Jesse, as anticipated, the sirens are now wailing over Tel Aviv, indicating that another missile is inbound. And it looks like those bright lights in the sky are the missiles. And it looks like you can see an interceptor that is in hot pursuit of the missiles. And it's always quite dramatic when you see those interceptors going after it. And these ones might disappear behind our building here, and we're going to lose sight of them. But they're still quite lethal and coming into Tel Aviv. And I didn't see an interception in this case.
So there was that in scenario. And then it's really Fox News has been the only one reporting on these things in many cases because they're the ones who are panicking the most about this war.
Dana, the president's announcement.
But here is the report on the Gulf.
Well, Dana, the president's announcements have been addressing the ceasefire between Iran and the United States, and in general, peace here in the Middle East. But we can report today there is not peace here. In fact, the country we're in, the UAE, says it's been taking incoming fire from Iran, writing the UAE's air defenses are currently engaging with missile and drone attacks originating from Iran. The Ministry of Defense confirms that the sounds heard in various parts of the country are the result of the UAE air defense systems intercepting ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones. Also, Kuwait reporting the Kuwaiti air defenses have been dealing since 8 a.m. today and up to now with an intense wave of hostile Iranian criminal attacks where 28 drones were intercepted that targeted the state of Kuwait.
So, there's the report, and we have, Dave, I definitely, and then Colonel Wilkerson, you can react to this. We have now footage of direct impact, especially on the UAE, because as I said, there was an oil refinery hit in Iran, the Lavon Island oil refinery, and here's the UAE today, just after this, targeting an oil refinery there. So, Dave, how about you step in? Just ceasefires are hard to implement, as Colonel Wilkerson said. In many cases, it seems like we're just in another phase of this war.
Yeah. And, I saw something. This was just like something I saw on X. I don't know if this is confirmed at all, but there was the U.S. and Israel denied that they bombed that oil facility in Iran. And there was some report that it could have been the UAE, a UAE fighter jet or something that bombed it, which, again, I don't know if that's confirmed, but there have been indications that the UAE, the Emiratis and the Saudis have wanted this, at this point, want this war to continue. And I could also see Trump being like, well, why don't you guys do it? You guys start, getting some hits in. And then, with this administration, I mean, it's so clownish and they just brazenly lie so much that I can see them say like, oh no, the ceasefire is fine. Even though like both sides are firing missiles and bombing each other. I wouldn't put it past them to try to portray this as being a great success. That's something we saw with Trump with the ceasefire in Gaza. The media pretty much ignored the so-called ceasefire in Lebanon, so he was never really asked about that. But for more than a year, Israel was bombing, was attacking Lebanon without facing a single attack from Hezbollah. And this is another reason why it makes all this so difficult, because how is Iran supposed to really believe anything they say, especially after being bombed during the negotiations and then the way that these ceasefires have gone down? And an important detail is that both the ceasefire in Lebanon and the one in Gaza, I mean, I shouldn't even call them ceasefires, the de-escalation deals. The U.S. is supposedly like monitoring them, is like the oversight of these. And of course, because the U.S. is totally on one side, that it doesn't do anything when Israel constantly violates them. So there's just no trust. They have really just the way that they've carried themselves diplomatically. It's just, there's going to need to be goodwill and trust for like a real deal to happen here. And it seems like that it's just hard to imagine of the U.S. and Iran coming to terms like that.
Yeah. Colonel Wilkerson, step in here. I mean, Iran has said they don't trust the U.S. one bit in this scenario. So then why do it then?
Yeah, if I were they, I wouldn't trust us either. And Dave is absolutely right. We tracked from EMN, we tracked the days of the ceasefire in both Lebanon and Gaza. There was not a single day that Israel didn't kill somebody. And then they always came up with some kind of excuse. They crossed the yellow line. Oh, they got close, whatever. But there was not a single day. I got to asking the question, what in Hebrew is ceasefire? Does Netanyahu not understand what it means? No, he doesn't understand what it means. He doesn't want to understand what it means. So you have that too, and it's an issue. It's a big issue in my view. And in Lebanon, it's a particularly big issue because they've killed people every single day of the, quote, ceasefire, unquote. It's just an additional ingredient in what may be to come and how Israel has the capacity to screw up whatever has to come. I don't put it past Trump, though, to be complicit with that.
I was just going to say, I think, one big difference here with Iran, and I think one of Israel's big goals, both during the last war and this war, was to get Iran to the point where they could bomb them, at their will without having to worry about getting hit by their missiles and turn them, where they didn't have to worry about air defenses like Lebanon. They could just fly over them and bomb them, but they haven't gotten anything close to that. So, we maybe could see different behavior out of them when it comes to this one.
Yeah. And we a group of us got the chart the other day. I think it's reliable too, on the missiles. Everything from David's sling to Goliath's, whatever, the Iron Dome components, to things we were supplying like THAAD, Patriot 1, 2, and 3, and all up the different types of air defense missiles. And we saw 2 days, 4 days, 7 days, 9 days, 12 days. That's remaining stocks. So one reason you're not seeing as many Israeli missiles go up is because they don't have them. And the ones they do have, they're husbanding because they want to shoot them at the Karam Shahs and others that are coming in that really do extensive damage. So that's another element in this too, is that Iran is actually, I think, if you want to say winning, whatever the hell that means in a war like this, winning the battle with Israel, even though it's using primarily, if not exclusively, drones and ballistic missiles and other missiles in between, with the Karam Shahs and the really fast missiles doing the most damage, because there's really no defense against them, which is a really powerful statement for Americans to be listening to in particular, because that's what the Golden Dome is going to do for you. Think about the huge territory of the United States, $1 trillion to build this thing, and it'll be about as effective as Israel's Iron Dome is now under relentless strikes. It will not work, in other words. I hope we're taking that lesson from this. I doubt it, but I hope we are.
Yeah, I mean, the news now, Dave, is at 154 at least, or I think it was 254. Let me get those numbers straight. 254 now people in Lebanon have been killed out of this. Yeah, killed now. That's the latest. I mean, it keeps updating every minute, it seems like. Given, and this feels like we heard all the panic from Mark Levin and, Israeli officials saying they were informed late about this ceasefire. Obviously, it wasn't their idea to even go this direction rhetorically or anything of the sort. So now it seems like they're lashing out. Iran has just said, Dave, that they're going to deliver an even heavier blow to Israel if they don't stop, and Trump must choose between a ceasefire or war with Iran via Israel. Your reactions?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like this issue is going to be forced. Like I said before, I could see them trying to claim that everything's going great. But with this, I mean, hundreds of people. I mean, Lebanon's such a small country. What's the population? Like 5 million? Killing that many people in a single day. I mean, it's just horrific.
And they're mostly civilians too. They're not Hezbollah fighters.
Yeah. That's
they have a hard time killing Hezbollah fighters. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the only way they know how to do things now, is just kill a lot of civilians from the sky. So yeah, I mean, I think, and so far, I haven't seen any indication from Trump that he's going to put pressure on Israel for them to stop in Lebanon. So if that doesn't happen, then there was just ceasefires off, and there never really was a ceasefire. But so we'll see. I mean, I'm sure Trump might be deliberating things. He might be authoring a new Truth Social post about this. Maybe he'll wait for the markets to close, though.
Yeah, Colonel Wilkerson, jump in. I mean, I think the one thing I hope people note is that while Iran is engaging in this ceasefire arrangement, whatever we want to call this right now, they seem very determined to continue the war if they have to, if these terms are not in good faith moved on. So your thoughts on this?
Now at Whataburger, you can get the new Big Ranch Wrap for $3, 5 premium wadded chicken bites for $4, or
me or?
Yeah, you, to you, Colonel. Yeah, you, to you, Colonel.
Got confused. I was just looking over these 10 points again. The whole idea of the 5-point plan from China and Pakistan, which Ambassador Freeman elaborated on quite extensively, no one was listening much. And now this one, if you read them down and you look at them, they all make sense. They all make sense from not just an Iranian perspective, which of course was Iran's intent, but they make sense from a law of land warfare, a law of warfare in general, international law, Nuremberg Tribunal, Geneva Convention. They make sense from the perspective of things that the United States of America, however imperfectly, used to be the upholder of and the main enforcer of, always backsliding a bit here and a bit there, but nonetheless, on a momentous post-World War II move, essentially to stop World War II, World War I, both the same war, different theaters, different time span, from ever happening again. In other words, to stop what we did to kill 100 million people in the Second War, and maybe all told, including influenza and other things introduced by the war, half of that in the First World War, to never have it happen again. That was the purpose of the United Nations. That was the purpose, Dwight Eisenhower, through his full military weight and then his presidential weight behind the United Nations. And that's the reason Dwight Eisenhower gave a speech, not at the end of his 8 years, but at the very beginning, essentially saying, and this is a direct quote almost, if I can get my mind to work, this is no way of life at all, not in any true sense. It is humanity hanging from a cross of iron. And he was talking about what he foresaw happening if we didn't maintain the institutions, the policies, the relationships that were created out of this incredible angst over what had happened to the world in 2 world wars. Let's stop it, they said. And they had nuclear weapons to help stop it, if you think that's a helpmate. But they nonetheless put in place all manner of checks and balances and no go here, no go there. Came close in Cuba, even closer in Berlin in that hot summer of 1961, far more serious crisis than Cuba was, because Berlin was strategic for the Russians. The GDR was disappearing. It was strategic for them, very serious. Cuba was just a gambit, and they were willing to back up from that. That's not the way history has recorded it, because Cuba was 13 days of drama. Berlin was long, hot summer of terror, especially for the people living in Germany. Ask any of them that are still alive. So we did all of that. And look at what we've done since 9/11. We have destroyed all of that. We are the leading power in the world. For a president to stand up and say that he is going to commit war crime after war crime after war crime to decimate another country of 92, 93 million people, a country with a history that just befuddled Donald Trump, bomb him back to the Stone Age, and back comes the Speaker of the Majlis, I think it was. Okay, here's a map of us in the Stone Age. We encompass the Mediterranean basin. You know, bomb us back to the Stone Age. Thank you very much. I mean, this is absurdity, Danny. And yet we're witnessing it. And we're witnessing it from Thomas Jefferson and George Washington and James Madison's Republic.
Yeah, well, Dave, even in the talks about this ceasefire, it gets more and more ridiculous and almost insulting from Donald Trump. I mean, he takes the Truth Social and he says all of these things, and here just completely contradicting. Generally when a deal is made, both sides are doing their best not to contradict each other. But every time Donald Trump engages and the United States engages in a so-called deal or so-called agreement, it always contradicts the other side. Here, he's talking about how there's been a productive regime change in Iran. There will be no uranium enrichment. They're going to send B-2 bombers to remove all the nuclear dust, quote unquote. And there will be special surveillance. Basically, the United States is in control here, and that's the messaging, of course, and it's a lot of words and bluster, but it completely contradicts everything that Iran has said, and this is where we stand in this 2 weeks. Even the number 2 weeks is kind of a fixation, it seems like, of Donald Trump and the administration.
Yeah, that was his initial deadline, I think. But I mean, it's just more signs that this thing is going to likely fall apart if it hasn't already. And I would expect, one thing I wouldn't be surprised if we see later today is like, oh, if Iran doesn't get its act together, then power plant and bridge day is back on. I'm going to obliterate the country, or unless he got enough, because there was a lot of pushback from that, especially his threat yesterday when he said an entire civilization will die tonight.
Right.
I mean, it is. I don't know if it gets more barbaric.
Couldn't have a better declaration of genocide, could you?
Yeah. Maybe the thing he said the day earlier, that the entire country, I forget exactly what he said, but it could take out the entire country in a night. But yeah, I mean, how are you not supposed to take that as a nuclear threat, as a genocidal threat?
Yeah.
And to your point about the post World War II, international law, the Geneva Convention, one of the favorite lines of the Zionists, of the super pro-Israel people defending the destruction of Gaza is, oh, you guys did it during World War II. You dropped a nuclear bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Look at Dresden. Like, you really want to, they're pointing to these things to justify what they've done. And it was really interesting that Joe Biden, when he was still president, I don't know if he really meant to say this publicly, but he said, Benjamin Netanyahu said the same thing to him, that in one of their talks during, when it was full scale genocide in Gaza, and when they were just taking out these huge apartment buildings full of women and children, that apparently Netanyahu told Biden, well, you guys did it in World War II. And apparently that was a real conversation that happened between the prime minister of Israel and the president of the U.S. And we've seen a lot of these people, like Mark Levin. I know Tucker Carlson had a show about this, how Mark Levin was essentially hinting at, oh, see what happened in Japan after we dropped the nuclear bombs, kind of hinting that maybe we should do that in Iran. And of course, Israel has nuclear weapons, something that's never talked about. So like, these threats are real. When he's saying we could destroy the country or take out all the power plants or whatever, I mean, if this goes sideways, which it appears to have already gone sideways, and I think we might see more of those threats and those potential escalations.
Yeah, and Colonel Wilkerson, Abbas Araghchi has just laid it out very clearly that these ceasefire terms are not ambiguous, that the world sees the massacre in Lebanon, the ball is in the U.S. court. And he directly cites this tweet, which this tweet had some controversy around it because it appeared that there was a draft which seemed to have been handed to him, the prime minister of Pakistan. But in it, this is what Abbas Araghchi is sharing. It says that the United States and Iran have agreed and announced a ceasefire along with allies to include everywhere a ceasefire, such as Lebanon. So this directly includes Lebanon, effective immediately. So it's right there. I mean, those were the announced terms, at least what we know of what has been announced. And it seems like Donald Trump might have been lying again. Colonel Wilkerson, your thoughts?
Well, I've always said that the real sore point in all of this, the lever point, if you will, is Bibi Netanyahu. And I think the ultimate leverage he holds is his own nuclear stockpile. And frankly, I have no doubt in my mind that he would use that stockpile if he felt he were personally, and the state of Israel were state-wise, in existential danger. I have no doubt he would initiate a nuclear exchange. And I say exchange because, as you know now, and I think Ted Postol is right about this, the Iranians may well have something to send him back in the same regard. I have no doubt that based on my work with the AQ Khan network in the early 2000s and the breakup of that network, and other things we learned about people participating in that network, and in this case, particularly North Korea and the Iranians, And what North Koreans taught them, not so much nuclear lessons, but underground lessons, how to work underground, how to even test a weapon underground without anyone detecting it, which we proved was the possibility that came true. We did not detect their first test. And the only reason we detected the second was because Geneva, the seismic center there, let us know that there was a seismic event in a certain place, and we more or less surrounded that certain place, air and other atmospheric testing mechanisms, and we detected the second test. So all to say that Iran could be a nuclear power right now, or very close to it, all done underground in a very exquisite laboratory that they crafted down there, and that is still very much in action and very much working full time. Will they take that enriched uranium and match it to a warhead and put it on a Crumb Shah or whatever and send it if they have to? I am quite confident they will if Bibi shoots one or two. And I've said as a military professional, he would be insane to shoot just one or two. In a country the size of Iran, with the target array that it presents in terms of underground facilities, you probably have to send 35 or 40 of the low kilotonnage weapons that the Israelis have in order to do the kind of damage you would militarily be seeking to do. So we're still confronted with that. And we're still confronted with this insane man, I think. I think that's a fair characterization now, in charge of Israel and in charge of these people who do not know what a ceasefire is, who kill civilians ruthlessly, and by the way, kill them 70, 80, 90 years after we said this won't happen again, and we will not allow it to happen again, and we're going to build institutions and international laws to keep it from happening again, and we're going to be the main enforcer, and ditto, 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 and now we've destroyed all that, and we have in our possession, and so do the Russians and the Chinese, and 6 other nuclear weapon states, the means to destroy ourselves. And we've taken all the treaties down. Americans, wake up.
Well, I don't know if you guys have heard, but there's a new international body that's going to bring peace to the world called the Board of Peace.
That's been completely forgotten, actually.
With the arch criminal Tony Blair in charge.
Yeah.
Right. That was like less than 2 weeks before he started this war. Trump held his first Board of Peace summit, and he actually threatened to attack Iran during his speech.
Right.
That was one of the most bizarre things I ever watched, because he had all these leaders there, like, oh, there's diplomats from India and Pakistan. Stand up! You guys had a war. Now it's all I solved it. It's like what? Yeah. It's like making people clap for them. It was so strange, and yeah, it's like it's just like we're living through such insanity. Yeah, and Trump, and that's one thing I thought after the attack on Venezuela and the abduction of Maduro. That was kind of a turning point. After that, and kind of Trump's base kind of pretty much lining up to support that. There were a few outliers, but a lot of people said, hey, I guess that went well. And then Trump did this interview with the New York Times. I mean, you talk about these constraints on warfare that were set and kind of just basic morality. And they asked him, like, do you care about international law? What's stopping you? What's constraining you? And Trump said, my own morality is the only thing I have to worry about. I mean,
we're in trouble.
Yeah. I remember reading that, and like it was right after the Venezuela thing. I was like, man, this is not going to end well, this whole thing.
Yeah, well, your comments on this, there's also a report that as this is all going on, Iran is still asserting its control over the Strait of Hormuz to such a degree that it's even reporting, this is from the Financial Times, that they're going to charge $1 per barrel of oil that's on these tankers. So I guess the average tanker is 2 million. So empty vessels can go through, but if you're loaded up with oil, then you have to pay that $1 toll, and to be paid through cryptocurrency now. That's the report. Before it was Chinese yuan. Colonel Wilkerson, I mean, how this was the sticking point for the United States, really, was what impact Iran's control of the Strait of Hormuz had on the markets, as well as, of course, U.S. dominance. This doesn't seem like it's changing. And so that begs the question as to what that will mean.
Well, it's not anything new, really, if you look at it. The Panama Canal charges, the Suez Canal charges, the Strait of Hormuz would charge. I would love to go back and dig into the details of the Law of the Sea Treaty, which about 2/3, if not more, of the world is signed up to. We adhere to it, but our freedom of navigation exercises are based on it. But we've never put it before the Senate. We tried to. Secretary Powell tried to and got rebuffed by the Senate, saying there's no way they get a 2/3 vote. And this is all because of big companies, big corporations, which want to mine the seafloor and want to go down and get oil out of the seafloor at enormous depths. Think Deep Horizon, for example. And so their lobbying power has kept us from even bringing it up in the Senate. But they deal very exquisitely with internal seas, with fjords, with straits in particular, like the Straits of Malacca, like the Strait of Hormuz, like the Bab el-Mandeb. So I'm wondering, why have we grown so old that we don't remember what we did? No one has brought the Law of the Sea Treaty up and said, what does it say about the Strait of Hormuz? What does it say about the Bab el-Mandeb? What does it say about other places? Does it allow territorial waters to overlap in the sense that you can charge for progress through those waters? Or does it say that it doesn't matter how narrow the strait is? It doesn't matter if the 12-mile limit in the Law of the Sea Treaty overlaps and doesn't accommodate the strait. In other words, depicts it as a territorial water of the country on either side. It says international water, where ships ply that strait, whether it's a mile or 2 miles or whatever, international water. Now, can you charge for that? All of this to say that we have the guidance we need to deal with all the straits in the world, with all the internal seas and such, territorial waters, economic zones, all these things we have carefully laid out, and that we spend billions of dollars enforcing around the world with our freedom of navigation exercises and other things like that, and that we throw in the face of the Chinese in the South China Sea. Where is it? And who's talking about it? I'll tell you where it is. It's where all international law is. It's where the ICJ is, the ICC. It's dead. And who killed it? Washington killed it.
Yeah, Dave, please jump in.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that point to me seems like a good compromise. I believe Iran's initial demand was reparations from the U.S. so they can rebuild, for money for reconstruction, and that the new point says that they'll charge this fee, split it with Oman, so it wouldn't all go to Iran, but then that money goes toward the reconstruction of the country that was attacked, in an illegal war. So it seems to me like it makes sense. And now, would this be an indefinite arrangement? I mean, that's when they'll probably get into the details if there was a real deal about how long this fee would be implemented or not. But to me, I mean, it seems like, if there's a real deal to be made, I think this is something like that is going to be included.
Well, just Carolyn Levitt, spokesperson of the Trump administration, just came up and said this, so we can definitely I think conclude on this, because it just there seems to be nothing about the Trump administration, but really the entirety of the empire at this point that can be taken seriously, other than its brutality. Here is what Carolyn Levitt had to say about the 10-point plan. Essentially, Iran's 10-point plan was thrown in the trash. Here she goes.
Already. So let me be clear and correct the record. The Iranians originally put forward a 10-point plan that was fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded. It was literally thrown in the garbage by President Trump and his negotiating team. Many outlets in this room have falsely reported on that plan as being acceptable to the United States, and that is false. With the president's deadline fast approaching and the United States military completely decimating Iran with each passing hour, the regime acknowledged reality to the negotiating team. They put forward a more reasonable and entirely different and condensed plan to the president and his team. President Trump and the team determined the new modified plan was a workable basis on which to negotiate and to align it with our own 15-point proposal. The president's red lines, namely the end of Iranian enrichment in Iran, have not changed. And the idea that President Trump would ever accept an Iranian wish list as a deal is completely absurd.
So let's begin with you, Colonel.
Not what Trump said.
I just like, do you believe any of this? Because ultimately, what we have, it seems like, is a ceasefire football. They're just they're just passing it around, and each one of them is saying something different, even within the Trump administration. So, do you believe any of this? I mean, of course, the United States, being the so-called exceptional hegemon, can't ever admit defeat, can't ever admit that things aren't going well. Would talk like this, but is there any fact here, Colonel Wilkerson? And then to you,
I think you have to go back. If what we have, those of us who've been sort of privy to some information from the inside with respect to the latest U.S. military operations in Iran, you have to go back and see what a resounding defeat that was in terms of the C-130Js, in terms of the Little Birds, in terms of the Blackhawks, in terms of what we're told is every Iranian in the vicinity came out with a shotgun, a rifle, or whatever, and those are fairly prolific in Iran, and took pot shots at them. And the disaster that occurred, not just because of that, think Eagle Claw, Jimmy Carter, and the attempt to rescue the hostages back in, what was it, 77 or 78 or so. And the disaster that was a disaster brought on by other factors. This was a disaster brought on by hubris, by particular hubris in Secretary Hegseth, and by particular hubris in Donald Trump, which I think he has had dented a little bit now because of the casualties taken. And we don't even know what the human casualties were yet. We know there were some, but we know that was a disaster. And that sort of portrays what would happen if we tried even a special operation, even if we tried a large special operation, even if we tried Marines and others, more typical ground forces in Iran. They would be ultimately destroyed. They'd be consumed by that vast country and that vast population. So that was a reality check, I think, for the Pentagon, and a reinforcement of what I understand was even an Air Force chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff objections to what they were planning on doing. So take that for a moment as a kick in the butt, if you will, and then say, what are we going to do from here? What's going to happen going forward, even if Carolyn Leavitt is right, and she just contradicted her president almost every point, and we are going into some kind of negotiations that will be ultimately fouled immediately because we aren't anywhere near each other in terms of the points. What do we do? Where do we go? And then I haven't even brought up Lebanon, which Iran has said, we're going to keep pounding you, Israel, until you stop in Lebanon, and maybe we'll keep pounding you even then if we like to. So I don't think we've solved much here. I really don't.
Yeah, Dave, your thoughts about this?
Yeah, I mean, so where is it? Where is the proposal, the real proposal? If there is this other 10 points that Iran submitted, I mean, then what is it? And why would Iran?
Just like we don't know where the pilot is, right? Who are the colonel, right? Who is he? We don't have a face to a name, certainly.
So yeah, I mean, it's just them scrambling to deal with the fallout from this whole announcement that Trump made. Because I mean, if Iran did do that, change the proposal and give it to the U.S., why would they be publishing the original one? Why? What like if it just doesn't make any sense. And it is just, I mean, as I think we said earlier, like the lying about this war from this administration is just like another level. When I see her come out, Caroline Leavitt come out, I just know I'm not going to hear anything close to the truth. Just going to be whatever is fed to her. And same thing with Pete Hegseth. He's going to make a whole bunch of false declarations and say a prayer in between. And even JD Vance, I mean, he's supposedly the skeptic in the administration. He said a couple weeks ago, oh, good thing we started this war. Or maybe, there could have been a suicide bomber with a nuclear suicide vest or something like that. Like, it's just, and so, and to the point that Colonel Wilkerson was making, like, what are they going to do? Where are they going to go from here? If they choose to escalate the war, are they going to go for ground operations? That would probably be a disaster. And I think it's just going to be kind of their own hubris and inability to accept the reality of what's happened here that could just lead to more war crimes and stuff like that we've seen there, these horrific bombings on civilians.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like a big part of this. I think Colonel Wilson, both of you bring up great points, and that what happened in the days before this with that so-called rescue operation that really was initiated by the downing of the F-15, that perhaps that had a big impact on how the United States wanted to behave from here. But still, in your final comments, guys. Still, they're talking out of both sides of their mouth. The United States is, there's a ceasefire, but they don't agree with any of the terms. They're, ready to hit Iran hard. All of these things are still very much on the table. And of course, the U.S. has shown no interest in the first 24 hours in enforcing this thing. So your final comments, Colonel Wilkerson, and then Dave.
Quoting Haaretz, all Iran has to do is not lose to win. All the United States and Israel need is a spectacular victory. Who's going to win?
Yeah. Yeah, the spectacular victory seems very fantastical at this point. Dave, to you.
Yeah, I mean, let's just hope that Trump does see this for the disaster that it is and decides it is worth it to put the screws on Netanyahu to actually end this thing. But unfortunately, not seeing any signs of that, but let's hope that somehow there is some sort of miraculous peace out of all of this.
Yeah, and I've said it since the beginning of covering this thing that the only way the United States and Israel stop is when they're forced to stop. And what that threshold is still to be determined. So everyone, make sure you hit the like button before you go. We'll head out of here together. I want to thank everyone who gave a super chat. I'll put those up as a plug. First, Dave DeCamp, he's the editor.
Tomorrow. Now, with a tenuous ceasefire taking hold, Professor Pape joins us to walk through, how trapped they still are and what the way out of this is. Professor Pape, thank you so much for joining us here again.
Thank you very much for having me. And I really think we need to understand that, yes, this is all fragile, but big things are here in front of us.
Yes.
There's really three issues to discuss. Number one, the trap, why the trap is not over, and in fact, maybe even tightening. Number two, the change in the world balance of power right in front of us, as evidenced by the nature of the ceasefire agreement itself. And then number three, the statement by Donald Trump, the president of the United States.
Telling people Iran is the new Middle East superpower, no matter what lies the U.S. tell. It's a balance of power now. It's a new power.
States to end the civilization in Iran. That will endure. That's not going to be forgotten. So the trap, maybe I could just
let's start with the trap. Yeah, let's start with the trap. So are they out of the trap, or is the trap not over yet?
No, the trap is not over. In fact, we may be coming to an extremely dangerous phase of the trap. And the reason is this. Number one, U.S. military forces are poised on a razor's edge in the region to strike. So if the trap will start to unwind when President Trump literally removes all the carrier battle groups, removes all the fighters, removes the Marines, just literally pulls it back geographically. Number two, Pete Hegseth, Secretary Hegseth, just before we came on, vocally and publicly said, we're going to get that enriched uranium. We're going to get it. Well, we know that that has been a big part of this whole issue. Iran has enough enriched uranium for between 10 and 16 nuclear weapons. They are now maximally incentivized to have those nuclear weapons. They know if they just did go into those caves where the drones are and the missiles are, we can't stop them from building those nuclear weapons. And so you can expect over the next 6 months or the next year, nuclear tests, not just simply now weapons and secret, but this is going to be incredibly dangerous for this trap because, of course, Iran is going to show, I think, very little sign. They're going to just give up the nuclear weapons now that Donald Trump has threatened to kill 92 million Iranians, and probably all 92 million will help build those nuclear weapons, all of them, including the pro-democracy movement.
And you've obviously studied this for a long time. How viable is it that Iran would be able to reconstitute its missile supply, launchers, and even potentially nuclear weapons just in the next, we had Midnight Hammer last June and found ourselves back in the same place February 28th. So what does the immediate future look like of Iran's ability to rebuild its military?
Yes, they are building not just dozens, but something like 50 to 100 missiles every single month. That is what happened after Midnight Hammer. They went back to rebuilding, reconstituting, or you could say reloading their guns. And that has been happening on a steady basis, and also producing the drones on a steady basis. In fact, they were still shipping drones to Russia for Ukraine last fall. So they're producing them, they're shipping them, they're developing them. And so this is, we will have weakened this some, but without the bombs continuing to fall, even that weakness will disappear. And Iran is making $75 to $100 billion a year in RMB in Chinese banks that they will be able to use for all of these purposes. So they will have the money, they will have the space, they will have the materials, and this is why all this destruction of these launchers, this was just not meaningful. It was always at most a temporary stopgap, and we will see within a year this will be back fast and furious, because now keep in mind, before the bombing started on Feb 28, you had something like 16 or 20% of the population supporting the regime. Now, I'm not saying they like the regime's ideology, but you now have 92 million people. Where is their best security coming from? Not from Donald Trump. He just threatened to murder each and every one of them. So what are they going to do? They're going to, the vast majority of them are going to help in these programs because they don't want to die. So this is really quite an extraordinary set of events that have been triggered, and the effects of this are going forward, and we will see it. Secretary Hegseth, he sees right away that there's been no disincentive here, and he's saying we're going to take the material. Well, Iran, I think, is not just going to hand it over. This is, how are they going to stop the next nuclear threat by Donald Trump? There's only one way now, which is nuclear weapons with a nuclear test, and probably several nuclear tests, to just rub it into America's face. You nuke us, we're coming back.
And so you mentioned that Trump saying that, tonight a great civilization is going to die, that is going to leave a permanent, or at least a very long-term mark on our geopolitics. Can you explain how you mean that?
Yeah, so we need to understand that no president in the history of the United States has made a statement threatening to erase, destroy, kill an entire civilization. Point number one, that is the evidence of genocidal intent that's required in the Geneva Accords to convict for genocide. We need to understand that the genocide accords that we have, they're about the intent to commit genocide. Usually that's the hardest thing to find. It's not the killing of people, it's the intent. Well, President Trump, I don't think there could be a clearer evidence of genocidal intent than you just saw. Number two, President Trump is one of only a handful of people on the planet with enough nuclear weapons that he would be able to actually execute that threat. So we have 500 Minutemen missiles, and they have warheads with 300,000 kilotons on them. Hiroshima and Nagasaki was only 12 to 22 kilotons. So these are much, much more powerful than Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And we have 500 of them. And within 45 minutes, their gyroscopes can be reoriented to Iran. 20 minutes after that, all of those 500 can land on Iran. So I'm sorry to be so blunt, but we need to really understand that what Donald Trump has done here is it's immoral. It is very likely, I'm not a lawyer, very likely contradict the Geneva Accords, but it's also dangerous because now every American is marked here. And this will be wherever we travel in the world. About to maybe get on a plane to go to London here. This is not trivial. And so what you're seeing is now 92 million Iranians, not just these tiny number of, supreme leaders, they're pretty maximally incentivized to show that there's some payback that can come. So this is really an enormously consequential move by President Trump, and it will do no good that he will somehow maybe take it back, or his supporters will say it's just Trump being Trump. No, I'm sorry. Not everybody who's a drunk at a bar has their finger on thousands of nuclear weapons that can be delivered within a matter of an hour or less, as I'm explaining in detail. This is way too consequential, and this will have tremendous ripple effects across the world. Our allies, the idea our allies will in Europe will let us even run NATO. NATO, we need to understand, it is a military organization where when the American general runs the operation of a NATO military operation, it's the American general who controls the nuclear weapons of Britain. Do you think Britain is going to go for that at this point? I mean, you can see right away. So the consequences here are way beyond what's and then in the Strait of Hormuz, the consequences are there's a new hierarchy of power. Donald Trump just kowtowed to Iran, essentially. There's a new hierarchy, and everybody in the Middle East will see that. MBS will know there's no Donald Trump cavalry coming to save him. So that's Saudi Arabia. So you're seeing these gigantic consequences of what's happened are consequences for all Americans. They're consequences for the world balance of power. Iran is becoming the fourth center of world power.
And I want to steelman this analysis a bit by bringing in the perspective of people who think this is a massive loss for Iran. This is Noah Rothman writing in National Review this morning saying, Iran's central nervous system has been severed, as indicated by the Islamic Republic's field commanders' attacks on Gulf targets long after the ceasefire was announced. Its command and control, intelligence, and domestic security apparatuses have been severely degraded. Its Navy and Air Force are gone. Its air defense network and nuclear weapons programs are in ruins. Its petrochemical and steel industries have been badly damaged, truncating two major sources of foreign revenue that sustain the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Keep going here. The Gulf states are now ensconced in Washington's orbit. America's adversaries in Beijing and Moscow did not much alter the balance in Iran's favor. Tehran's defense industrial base is a smoldering wreck. And it goes on to say its stores of long and short range missiles, drones, and the launchers to use them are dramatically depleted. What's your response to that, Professor?
My response is this is just not on planet Earth. So this is not even just victory rhetoric and so forth. But we need to understand that what has just happened is Donald Trump has just agreed that yes, ships can pass through the Strait of Hormuz, but only if the Iranian military gives that permission. And that is enormously consequential here. And if it was the case that all of this was going in the other direction, you would not need any ceasefire from Iran. You would not need any deal from Pakistan. The United States would just simply be the power in the region. What's happening is the complete opposite of that. And it's people can just say whatever they want, of course, but nobody's going to pay that any meaningful attention, meaning they won't actually act on that assumption. They're going to act on the realities that have just been demonstrated by war. War is often clarifying for the realities of power. Before war, we have a lot of talk, we have a lot of bolster, we have basically talking smack, okay? But once you get into war, the realities start to actually take shape. And what you're seeing here is that the reality is that before the war, President Trump in the United States was guaranteeing safe passage through the Straits of Hormuz effectively. It had military bases in the region to protect the Gulf states from being attacked and smashed. During the war itself, none of that was protecting the Gulf states. None of it was moving their oil. And the only thing that is actually now protecting the Gulf states is Iran deciding not to attack. So if you want your country protected, who are you going to go to? The United States, or are you going to go to Iran? Right now, it's pretty clear. You've got to go to Iran. And yes, maybe you got to hope Iran will not attack you, because if Iran decides to attack you, there's nothing the United States is going to do to protect you. This is power politics of the first order. The balance of power in the world and in the region is changing. In the region, it is now Iran at the top of the hierarchy, not the United States. In the world, Iran is becoming the fourth center of world power. It's not yet as powerful as the United States. I'm not trying to say, and it's emerging as the fourth center as well. Once they actually acquire the nuclear weapons and do the test, which I'm saying is likely in 6 months or a year, how would you stop it at this point without ground conquering all of Iran? It will become unmistakably the fourth power center in the world. So I'm not quite saying they're there yet, but they are emerging in all of the ways that we will credit this here going forward. This debate on what's happening will become clarified because the war is clarifying power.
And to be clear, your point is that the only way to stop them from within 6 months to a year acquiring the nuclear weapons, reconstituting, is boots on the ground.
Yes, but it's not just a few boots on the ground. This isn't going to stop with 10 or 20,000 Americans. And even if we devoted all 1.2 million troops here, this would not be enough. So this is why this was a dilemma. This is why it was an escalation trap. We don't have these hidden secret options if only we would use them. And then you saw, what was the hidden secret option? Nuclear destruction of every living person in Iran. That's where Donald Trump had to go, because he doesn't have all these other weapons at all these other success strategies here. And you see what that has brought. So what we're facing here is a true escalation trap, and the ramp to stage 3, which is the ground war, is Iran's world power. That's what I've been explaining on my Substack. Is there is a branch here, and either it's Iran as a new emerging world power, or it's the ground war. And you can see these are the real tensions. Literally, the ceasefire has clarified what I've been saying on my Substack just literally in the last week, in the briefings, etc.
And so how does Israel's strategic calculus factor in here? As they went into the war, the strait was open, Iran was isolated and sanctioned. If you listen to Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu privately, he was saying they're many years away from a nuclear weapon. Now they're not isolated, as you said. They're regional and growing power. Sanctions are currently off, basically, and are likely to come off as a result of these negotiations permanently. And I think it's debatable whether or not they can secretly race for a bomb. But let's let's I think stipulate that they're more likely, they're in a better position, and people inside Iran are now, and this is the thing people don't understand. Before the war, the people in power in the Iranian government were opposed to seeking a nuclear weapon for both ideological and political reasons. Those people were killed, and people who support seeking a nuclear weapon are empowered. Not that they are in power completely, but they have been empowered. Their faction has been empowered. So how does Israel respond to this? Because the U.S. is its own power center, but Israel has its own interests that sometimes are aligned with the United States and sometimes are distinct. So how do you see them moving forward in this new arrangement?
So we need to understand that before the war, 40 days ago, there was a balance of power in the region. And if anything, Israel was the emerging hegemon with the hierarchy, with the Abraham Accords, counterbalancing against Iran. Iran, as you said, the supreme leader, but the one we killed, didn't really want the nuclear weapons. He had fought, was against it. But now you're seeing this shift where even Israel, so Israel was the only country in the region with nuclear weapons. Well, now what you're going to get is you're getting this shift. And as I'm saying, you've maximally incentivized not just the regime, but all 92 million Iranians for nuclear weapons here. And so it's extremely likely, maybe over 90% likely, maybe not 100, that they will have that nuclear capability. And what that's going to do is it's going to put Israel down on the hierarchy. Now, Israel remains 7 million Jews. It is surrounded by 500 million Muslims. As that hierarchy shifts, this is going to be a dramatic shift against Israel in the region. And so you are going to end up with Israel, has often said, well, they all hate us anyway. Well, yes, but only a few 100,000 at most were ever mobilized to attack Israel. You could now have a much larger pool mobilized. And it's because, again, go back to President Trump's nuclear threat. These threats are clearly explaining that for the West and possibly Israel, they're glad to kill them all. This is not going to work to Israel's security. It's going to go in the opposite direction. And their nuclear weapons here will not provide that much security, because what it's going to do is, even if they use the nuclear weapon, it will only further incentivize not just Iran, but every state in the region to want a nuclear weapon here. We're moving to a world that is going to be dramatically worse for Israel's security. This is one of the things I've been trying to explain to the Israelis. This strategy is not just about, well, we just have to do this for our security. No, it's their own. This is self-defeating for their security. And I think this will also start to become manifest within just a year or two. I don't think you'll have to wait 5 or 10 years. This will come pretty quickly because of the change in the balance of power. And there are only 7 million Jews. Unless there's going to be a rush of another 10 million Jews to go live in Israel now, imagine that. You're probably going to lose 7 of the Jews in Israel. You're going to lose more than you're going to gain in the next year. And it's precisely because of the growing insecurity of Israel.
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked, thanks to Mood Can.
Mood is third-party test.
And can you respond to the claim that the response from Moscow and Beijing proves that Tehran is increasingly isolated and didn't have its allies rallying around it? Donald Trump posted this morning that anybody who supplies weapons to Iran is going to be sanctioned. So potentially, I suppose that could include China. Can he sanction China to the extent where Iran can't rebuild? What do you make of the international response from potential allies?
Well, first of all, Iran is building its own weapons. So Iran was an exporter of drones to Russia, not the other way around. So we need to really understand here, Iran is not Grenada. Iran is not a small state. It's not even Venezuela. I mean, Iran is already a major country here. This is already, it was over 1% of world GDP. It may be growing that Russia is only 2% of world GDP. We need to put this in some perspective here. So Iran doesn't really need the weapons. It will make the weapons themselves. What it will benefit from is probably the trade in the oil and all the money there. And also there may be growing technology transfers here, say between China, which has a lot of AI, and Iran. And this will be one of the things that I would imagine could easily happen in the future. So as I explained in the New York Times piece, there are, if with Iran as the fourth center of world power, you have the United States, but Russia and China and Iran are not at each other's odds. They're against the United States. You don't need a formal NATO among Russia, China, and Iran. They've just structurally incentivized to cooperate in a myriad number of ways, all of which lowering America's power in the world. And this Trump is just trying to, do a magician's trick. Sleight of hand, nothing to see here. We're all good. Well, no, the realities here are coming for all to see. And this will just simply be powerful over time. And it will also work to President Trump's domestic political detriment here, and probably in the very near future. I mean, this is, you're now asking all those Congress people who are running for office to hook their wagon in the midterms to somebody who's threatened the genocidal destruction of an entire civilization, led to the rise of Iran as a fourth center of world power. So yes, there may be, 20% here that will, or 25 that will stick and ride and die with Trump. But the bottom line is there's not going to be very many. Every politician will know this is a really, really bad horse to be hooked to. And I think you're going to see the GOP itself is going to have some real question. It's not the Democrats. The Democrats are going to want to keep Trump around for political reasons, maybe not for security reasons. So that's where I would draw the line. But politically, Trump is like the perfect thing to keep around for the Democrats. It's the GOP who's going to have the biggest problems here.
I wanted to get your reaction to this new quote from Donald Trump, which I think you're going to appreciate. It's Jonathan Carl. He says, I asked President Trump if he's okay with the Iranians charging a toll for all ships that go through the Strait of Hormuz. He told me there may be a joint U.S.-Iran venture to charge tolls. Quote, we're thinking of doing it as a joint venture. It's a way of securing it, also securing it from lots of other people. It's a beautiful thing. What do you make of that?
Well, again, another statement not on planet Earth. And by the way, there is some jointness to the tolls that's just emerged. Iran has agreed to share some of it with Oman. Why would they do that? Iran is becoming the dominant power in the region. They can dole out some goodies here to get everybody in line with the new hierarchy. I don't see everybody cottoning up to Donald Trump to do it that way. So again, this is just more evidence that it's just not on planet Earth. So you will get statements, and they can say what they want, but the countries are going to go for their security. The idea that they are going to give up their security and their wealth to somehow, give Donald Trump a photo op, I think this is not happening. I think this is just way too consequential, what has occurred and will occur. It's not over, and will occur.
Also, I was just curious. So if people haven't read it yet, they got to go read your piece that you had in the New York Times. It was about Iran emerging as a new power. That was a point that you made here last week on the show. I was curious, did the Times reach out to you and say, hey, saw you on Breaking Points? Or like,
I'm just telling you, guys have been the best in terms of allowing me to come on, and also space to really explain. And, we're doing it regularly. You got it first. I actually started that piece several weeks ago. People kept asking me what was the longer term future, and I didn't want to tell them yet, because we're still going through the middle parts of the stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. But then when I came on with you, I had the piece ready to go, and before I sent it to the New York Times, I decided I'm going to do, no, so I didn't announce all that on your show and say, there's no, I'm still just Professor Pape, right?
Frankly, with our audience,
I wanted to give you the first exclusive scoop Okay. And I didn't, and it was really quite a pleasure. It was like an inside pleasure for me because I really appreciate the relationship here and how much this has really, I think, I get so many emails, by the way. The breaking point, the things for breaking point, they're just the dominant thing in my inbox. And so it's really just been a pleasure. And so, no, I'm the one who's pushed it forward here, but they could see right away that was, and it's got like an enormous number of reactions and comments here and so forth and so on theirs. And this is, and now you're seeing that just in a few days after I published the piece, clear evidence that Iran is in the catbird seat, as I was saying. And we need to understand, they don't just have money and they're not just talking about ships. This is power, politics of the first order that is changing. And you're seeing evidence of it right now, which is Donald Trump is essentially having to give, sort of fantasy posts here that nobody, I'm not even sure does he even believe it? Who knows? But this is that far removed from reality on his side.
And I think with our audience, for most people, it actually undermines their credibility if they appear in the New York Times. But I think in your case, we're going to allow an exception. So,
well, look, I am just pleased and honored to be able to do this, and I definitely take your point. I'll be careful in the future that I don't get sucked into the legacy back.
Speaking of those shifting balance of power,
the escalation trap of the legacy media.
Well, Robert Pave is a professor at the University of Chicago.
We got so much content, I don't even know what to bring to y'all.
The world literally was about 2 minutes away from one of the most devastating bombardments I could consider it in the 21st century. And that's because Mr. Trump has promised a whole civilization will die that night. You know, that's a little exaggeration. You know how Trump is. Then something extraordinary happened. And now nobody is talking about what it really means moving forward. Now, whether some Iranians are celebrating today or not in the streets, which why not? You know, oil prices also crashed. I just saw it this morning, the barrel of oil at $93. But here is the key. Israel is going rogue because Israel was not included in these talks. And the man who said this whole civilization will die tonight is now calling Iran peace plan workable. Just let that sink in. And that's exactly what I want to detail with you in this live stream. I'm going to keep it brief and short because tomorrow I am working already on the counter arguments to what all this happening. Is this a sideshow? Is this a theater? Because I'm going to show you exactly how we got here to begin with and why the next 14 days, which is 2 weeks, could change everything moving forward. So make sure you stay with me till the end here, because I'm going to be playing 3 other clips short for you, and I'll do translation for just 2 of them. But here's the thing. We're going to have to at least provide a baseline as to what happened. Well, the U.S. and Iran reached a ceasefire deal yesterday. And by the way, already Secretary of Defense is lying by saying, oh, we won, and Iran has been submissive. Stop lying, Mr. Secretary, or even the president for himself saying we've achieved victory. What victory? Because, and I'm going to share with you the 10 points Iran proposed. This is where they, meaning the media here in the U.S., are manipulating the people. It is not the plan proposed by the U.S. It is the plan proposed by Iran. Yeah, there were 15 talking points or 15 points to the plan. And Iran agreed on 10, but 10 based on its own decision, not what the U.S. is saying. And this is where they're going to be manipulating the masses here, especially by saying, oh, Iran agreed to our term. No, it's the other way around. And this is why this ceasefire both. And here is again where they are lying, because I've been reading this morning that's saying the deadline Trump has imposed for Iran, it's what led them to this. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Well, because and I'm going to share a clip of his profanity and regarding making mockery of Iranians and their religion and so forth, which is not right. The guy is not all right in the head. And here is the thing. Under the agreements, so far, the U.S. and Israel will suspend bombing Iran for 2 weeks. But here's the thing, what I need you to understand. The deal was between U.S. and Iran, which means Israel will still be subject to Iran should Israel embark on some strike or something. As a matter of fact, Israel said that next in line to assassinate is Mujtaba Khamenei. But all this, Trump is saying, is subject to Iran reopening the Strait of Hormuz for safe passage. Of course, as you may know, the negotiations were facilitated by the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Nawaz Sharif, involvements with also Field Marshal Asim Munir. But here is one thing behind the scenes that have not been disclosed openly, is that the Chinese have played a role behind the scenes. As a matter of fact, 2 days prior to the deadline yesterday, Chinese issued a stern warning to the Americans. And I'm going to play the clip and translate it for you because, again, the media here don't want to touch on that. Oh, the Chinese come into play a role into this? Yes, they did. Behind the scenes with the Pakistanis. Pakistanis at the forefront, but the Chinese also are part of that. And this is, again, where, first of all, why is this significant? Because we ought to ask that question. A major de-escalation from the brink of a major catastrophe. And this, prior to the ceasefire, Trump, because it has threatened to destroy all the bridges, power plants, water treatment facilities, and move that legal experts told the NPR will be considered a war crime under international law. But beside this, what do you think Iran is going to do? Iran didn't play all its cards. That's one of the videos tomorrow I'm going to share with you. The types of weapons Iran still have and did not use yet. And that is where you see Donald Trump stepping back from this usually consequential threats or action, whatever it was. I am leaning more towards, did he surrender? Is this a strategic defeat? Those are the questions I had to ask. And here is what Iran proposed as a framework, which Trump is saying, oh, it's workable. But Trump and the Secretary of Defense trying to manipulate that narrative by saying, no, it was the U.S. Here is what it says. And I'm going to share the 10 point with you. According to Iran, the U.S. must fundamentally commit to guaranteeing non-aggression. Number 2, continuation of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. Number 3, acceptance that Iran can enrich uranium for its nuclear program. Number 4, removal of all primary sanctions on Iran. 5, removal of all secondary sanctions against foreign entities that do business with Iranian institutions. 6, end of the United Nations Security Council resolution targeting Iran. 7, end of all International Atomic Energy Agency resolutions on Iran's nuclear program. 8, compensation payment to Iran for war damage. 9, withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from the region. And 10, ceasefire on all fronts, including Israel's conflict with Hezbollah in Lebanon. Now tell me, these 10 points that I shared with you, do you believe the U.S. will propose that? And this is again where this manipulation is coming on part of the White House, on part of the Department of Defense, and some media here. And that's what urged me to do this particular live stream for you, because I want you to be aware of the truth, what's going on. So in light of these recent developments, what it appears to me, looking from outside in, is that Iran is trying now to establish its own definition of the end of war. It's not according to the US, it's going to be according to Iran. Not just a ceasefire, because like I did a short clip yesterday and asked that question at the end. Should Iran trust America again? You got to be out of your mind to even trust Trump or any US administration for that matter after what happened. But at the same time, the arrangements that Iran proposing that guarantee that the strikes will not be repeated. At the same time, Iran is also preserving its deterrent capabilities. And any link to any settlement issues of sovereignty, sanctions, and security of the Strait of Hormuz. And that's, again, it became clear to me who is putting the plan forth. It's not the US, it's Iran. So I'm going to play the first clip for you. I'll let it play, but I'll translate just the key parts of it. Then we'll move on to what the other aspects that I need to share with you. And this one here, it's right here. And once again, I give credit to Arabic news, a complete different coverage than what we had here in the US. And this is exactly the moment when Donald Trump announced a ceasefire with Iran, or agreed to Iran proposal, and revealed the details regarding the proposed agreement by Iran, not by the US. So let me just play it here, and we'll. And again, I'm going to translate the key aspects of it. Trump backs down from his, there will be bilateral ceasefire lasting for 2 weeks. Trump adds that an agreement for ceasefire, specifically mutual cessation of hostilities for 2 weeks period, is already in place. This development signals how the situation is likely to unfold in the coming hours, suggesting that the US president has stepped back from his earlier threats to launch strikes against Iran's infrastructure and power stations by 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. As a result, Donald Trump states that bilateral ceasefire lasting 2 weeks will be implemented following reports of Pakistani mediation efforts aimed at securing a cessation of hostilities. As we have been tracking, and as reported in a series of breaking news alerts, viewers, Vice President J.D. Vance is reportedly assuming the role of the U.S. mediator in these negotiations. Furthermore, these are indeed active Pakistani efforts underway to mediate a ceasefire between the U.S. and Iranian side within the next few hours. Trump explicitly confirmed that a bilateral ceasefire lasting 2 weeks is indeed a fact. Here stated, and I quote here, we have received a 10-point proposal from Iran, and we believe it constitutes a viable basis for negotiations, end of quote. Trump also added, and I quote, we have received a 10-point proposal. It's the same. Trump repeats himself more and more and more. He further notes that agreement has been reached on almost all previous points of contentions between the US and Iran. In quote, I doubt it. Agreement had been reached. I doubt that. Anyway, let me just continue on the translation, just portions of it. Once again, neither this tweet nor his statements contains any reference to the Israeli side. The focus remains solely on the discussions between the US and Iran. This development offers a significant sense of psychological relief to many Americans. Indeed, a demonstration, albeit a limited one, was scheduled to take place approximately 20 minutes from now, meaning last night, in front of the White House, intended to appeal to Donald Trump not to launch strikes against infrastructure targets. Regarding Iranian infrastructure, this represents a significant shift, a scaling back in the US position. However, this de-escalation is once again contingent upon and conditional on Iran's agreements to a full and immediate reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. I'm going to stop right there. It's because, as I said, I just want to highlight to you few key aspects of what is going on. And that's why Trump is, in my opinion, the way I look at it, it's a strategic defeat for Trump, no matter how he tries to spin it. The media is going to spin it in the US. The Pentagon is going to spin it that way. But what just happened last night? Did Trump cave in? Yes, but not the way you and I understand that term. But this, to me, is a strategic surrender. We are realizing there is no way of defeating Iran because Iran was prepared for the long haul, 2 months worth of war. And that is why you have Secretary of Defense now lying to the American people by saying, oh, we achieved victory. No, we did not. We did not. And that's the exact way I look at it, is that Trump blinked. I mean, please correct me, guys, if I am wrong. How do you see it? And just leave your comment in the chat box for the community to read. Now, as far as the Strait of Hormuz being open completely, Iran already put a restriction. And one of the restrictions regarding Strait of Hormuz, you know what it is $2 million per oil tanker passing through. Remember, 20% of the global oil passed through that. And why that is? Do you think because Iran wants to have money? Whatever? No. Iran is thinking in terms of reconstruction. And if they come to an agreement with the US that the US will repay for reconstruction, it will never happen because we don't honor agreements. So Iran was thinking in terms, here is what we're going to do. For every oil tanker passing through the Strait of Hormuz, they need to pay up $2 million upfront. Then they have a safe passage. And that money, it's going to go towards reconstruction of the destroyed infrastructure and so forth. Smart move, if I am to think about it that way. Now, if we are to ask ourselves one question, there are key uncertainties that remain within this ceasefire for 2 weeks. Because remember, before, Iran wasn't interested in ceasefire at all. I don't know what happened. They agreed, but they proposed their own. Why not? If it's working to your favor, why not? It's just because just after the pause was announced, literally, there has already been disagreement over its scope. Why? Because Israeli Prime Minister said Israel support the suspension of strikes on Iran, but that the ceasefire does not include Lebanon, contradicting Pakistan's Prime Minister, who said it includes Lebanon and elsewhere, in quote. It also remains unclear where negotiations stand on the Iran's uranium enrichment program. Iran made it clear, and here is again where that manipulation is coming up. Iran made no mention of its nuclear program and no mention of its missile technology. The two conditions that the US was imposing first for any negotiations with Iran. That's Iran's deterrent. Second is the fear now Israel has. This means that Israel is going to be now left alone. And if it is left alone, what's going to happen? if it strikes Iran, and Iran will respond. And remember, tomorrow I will be talking about certain types of weapons Iran is intended to use should this go to the next level. And at the same time, by Trump almost, this is to me like a slap on Netanyahu's face that the US went ahead and reached an agreement with Iran without Israel. But don't get fooled by that, because if you know who really controls the American administration, you will think twice. It's not over for Israel. This still can influence Donald Trump to reverse. They have something on Trump that is damning, if not even threatening his life, maybe. Don't be surprised and don't be shocked. That's usually how it works in the circles. So what I need you to understand so far, the ceasefire did happen. That is a fragile one. And again, am I going to trust what the Americans saying? No, it's my country, whatever, but there are certain aspects I won't trust the government. And I will even go as far as, what if Israel launched something and said, I don't know who did it, then Iran will be forced to respond. Because Iran now has demonstrated to both the US and Israel, it's not afraid of any. And it reserves the right to retaliate in self-defense, no matter what the cost is. And that's, again, where these 2 weeks, it's going to be a critical window from a geopolitical and a military aspect moving forward. And this is only if diplomacy holds. But again, if you are Iran, would you be willing to sit down again with the Americans for the third time, and they'll stab you in the back like we did before? I'm not ruling out the possibility that this could lead to a broader deal. But I am also concerned, what if it breaks down? The situation could deteriorate very quickly, given how extreme Donald Trump's rhetoric has become. So that is, again, what I see. I'm going to play a next clip for you. This one is about the language Donald Trump's is short. I just want you to know exactly what's being said. Once again, because here in the US, these kind of clips do not get any coverage whatsoever. And once again, I give credit to Arabic news platform. That's the one, what it says right there, نشر تغريدة غاضبة بألفاظ نابية. That's the publication of tweet by Donald Trump that has some profanity in it.
بأنه يعني كان منفعل كما ذكرت واستخدم.
Now, here's what it says. This raises a question regarding this specific point, particularly given that, as you mentioned, he appeared agitated and used profanity during his remark this time. Some observers were quick to draw conclusions, especially since Iran characterized the operation to rescue the pilot as a failure, perceiving what seemed like a subtle allusion to something more. It is actually conceivable, particularly in light of the shifting narrative, initially stating the pilot has sustained injuries only to later describe them as serious, that there is, in fact, some undisclosed details regarding the pilot's situation that provoked Trump's anger in this manner. That is plausible scenario, Rula, especially given what we know from leaks within the White House that 2 C-130 transport aircraft were positioned in the vicinity of the rescue operations. This plane were supposed to transport the soldiers in question along the Special Forces team and fly them all out of Iran. However, what actually happened was that both aircraft suffered mechanical failure, which is not true. That's what they're saying. It was attacked. The precise cause of these malfunctions remain unclear. While U.S. media outlets citing Iranian sources report that the Iranian targeted the 2 planes while they were still on the ground prior to takeoff. U.S. forces subsequently grew concerned that the aircraft, which housed advanced technology, might fall in the hands of Iran. Consequently, the U.S. forces opted to destroy them. Now, and this addresses your question, Rula. Were there American soldiers on board this aircraft at the moment they were destroyed? Furthermore, was the US military decision driven not merely by a desire to prevent the technology from being compromised, but rather by determination to avoid having additional prisoners of war fall into Iranian hands? And that is exactly particularly in light of the deadline established by Donald Trump. The capture of further prisoners by the Iranian will be profoundly embarrassing for the administration, the White House, and the Department of Defense. Moreover, it will hand the Iranian additional leverage during a highly sensitive period, a time where when the United States is seeking to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, may potentially be contemplating ground operations. This remains a plausible scenario, though it is, for the moment, nothing more than hypotheses. The question remains open. Were there any American soldiers on board those two aircraft, the very planes that, despite effort, failed to take off? The aircraft, this is the last part here, these aircraft are specifically designed for this type of ground operations and for rescuing soldiers in conflict zones, yet they were unable to take off. Furthermore, did they sustain damage from Iranian fire? These remain entirely open questions. In all likelihood, the coming days will reveal the true accuracy of the American narrative. Naturally, the US administration did not immediately disclose the downing of the aircraft, or rather the A-10 Thunderbolt that crashed. Interesting dynamics. I just want you to know, again, the reason why the US blew up that plane. And the question is, were there US soldiers inside that planes, and the US decided to go ahead and just blow them up altogether? I don't know. I'll let you decide, and I'm just reporting the facts to you as I see them. Now, remember earlier I mentioned, and this is the last clip I play on this part here because I played the last two. The part that I said the Chinese were behind the scenes. Chinese tends to do things quietly. You may ask yourself, how so, Dr. O? Well, a Chinese issued a stern warning, and I'm going to translate it for you because it was published in the Arabic media, not here. Here is the link. Sorry, let me upload it to the screen right there, so you can see it. And it says right there, السبب الجذري لأزمة مضيق هرمز هو العملية العسكرية غير القانونية. The key to this issue of the conflict of the Strait of Hormuz is the illegal military operations in Iran by the US. And this is according to, right there at the bottom, it says Al-Kharijiyya Siniya, which means the Foreign Ministry of China. So let me just start. All right, let me translate this for you quickly here. Once again, I give credit to Arabic news. And this is the tone of the Chinese anger towards the US is escalating. The Trump statements regarding Iran's are provoking Beijing. That's why they issued the statement. Here's what it says. Beijing has affirmed that military means do not resolve any problems. In an official statement responding to the recent address by the US president, the Chinese Foreign Ministry added that the root cause of the Strait of Hormuz crisis is the illegal military operations in Iran. According to the statement, this necessitates that all parties work together to prevent escalation in order to safeguard the safety of navigation within the strait. We follow up on this stance with Al Arabiya TV's correspondent in Beijing, Nasser Abdul Haq. Nasser brings us up to date on the latest Chinese position regarding the Strait of Hormuz crisis and the broader crisis in the Middle East. Yes, Rima, in truth, the Chinese position regarding the crisis in the Middle East remains steadfast. It opposes this war, which it has deemed illegal from the very outset, and notes that it has begun to impact global energy supplies and exert a significant direct influence on the global economy. However, in a commentary issued today, the spokesperson of the Chinese Foreign Ministry delivered a strong statement directed at the United States. The spokesperson was responding to a previous remark by Donald Trump in which he suggests that anyone desiring oil should go to the Strait of Hormuz themselves to procure it. The Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson rebuttal, the essence of which was that this is not the solution, asserted instead that the true solution lies in halting this war against Iran, which she characterized as illegal. She emphasized that all parties must shoulder their responsibilities and cooperate to de-escalate the situation, ensuring that matters do not spiral out of control to an unmanageable level, a scenario that will inevitably result in severe repercussions for the global economy. Over the past few days, China has witnessed a flurry of diplomatic activity and contacts, including discussions held by the Chinese foreign minister with various countries in the region, such as Pakistan. Through all these diplomatic efforts, China is striving to reach a solution and bring an end to the raging conflict in the Middle East. Nasser Abdulhaq, Al Arabiya TV correspondent in Beijing. Very interesting aspects. And by the way, it was also China and Russia that used the veto yesterday, the veto in the UN Security Council regarding the Strait of Hormuz against the US. So that's, to me, it sends a strong message. And what that message is that both Russia and China using diplomatic cover for Iran on the UN Security Council. Very, very interesting dynamics. Now, since I'm done with these clips here, I have two for later on towards when I get closer to concluding here. I got to go back now to this deal between Iran and the US. Is this means that Israel now will fight Iran alone? And if it is, can it survive? Because the damage that is already in Tel Aviv, and it's not being disclosed, because Israel formally, even though it says to support the ceasefire, Netanyahu's office, even though it says, because they have to say this publicly, but behind the scenes, you can't trust them. They will undermine Donald Trump one way or another. So Israel, however, is trying to carve out Lebanon as a separate fight. But what Israel doesn't realize, and I will discuss it tomorrow based on an interview with a retired general in the Middle East who has a very intimate understanding of these dynamics. Hezbollah is coming even far more stronger than what it was before. And that's why Netanyahu is rushing up quick to say, oh, the ceasefire will not extend to its fighting with Hezbollah or Israeli invasion of southern Lebanon. Something to contradict Pakistan's Prime Minister Sharif, who said the ceasefire included a halt to attacks on Lebanon. And that is, as of this morning in Tel Aviv, Israel army continued its strikes on Lebanon. And now it's issuing new forced evacuation threats near the southern city of Tyre. And this is actually a significant split because the 10 points Iran, the peace proposal, include cessation of hostilities on all fronts. And that's going to now put Trump in a very delicate balance because Trump has no control over Israel or Netanyahu. He can't. I am here to tell you based on facts. The U.S. administration, it doesn't matter, by the way, Trump or not, the U.S. administration has no control over Tel Aviv. It's a fact. I'm telling you this. And this also because what Israel is also concerned about is concerned about Ansarullah entering the fight. I prepared the brief analysis for you for this. I will release it on the weekend for you because there is now much bigger concern inside Tel Aviv, inside Israel at large. And that is why you see a massive exodus from Israel. A lot of people leaving Israel because they know what's coming, especially now the Houthis or Ansarullah have entered the fight. And with this, Israel finding itself now alone. Is this way for the U.S.? U.S. will always support Israel. Let me just make that clear. Rest assured, the U.S. administration will be forced to support Israel. US soldiers will be forced. Do you know that now all the soldiers deployed, none of them is Israeli? All of them are American. And this is again why, because Israel now is concerned. I saw a clip of a missile from Iran targeted one of the radars in Haifa. I think I saved it somewhere. I'll dig it up for you later on. Israel now is getting low on interceptors, and the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, faces now a chaos going on inside the military establishment in Israel. And that is, again, this is happening on one end, and on the other hand, Donald Trump couldn't solicit active support from US allies, all of them in Europe, UK, Italy, France, Germany. I don't know about Canada, I didn't hear anything. They're just saying, forget about it, we're not joining your war. That's your war with Israel. You guys deal with it. It's now, it begs the question, the bigger risk. And the bigger risk that I am concerned about is, could Israel spoil the peace process that's just been reached between the US and Iran? I want to rule that out. The greatest threat to any ceasefire, remember a few months ago when they had the ceasefire in Gaza, and I did a live stream, it's on a record, and I said, mark my word, there will be no ceasefire on part of Israel. And that's exactly what happened. And what did the US do? Nothing. They can't. We can't. I want you to know this. The US administration, doesn't matter who, Republicans or Democrats, cannot control Israel. Simple as that. But the US is not going to abandon Israel against Iran for the next 2 weeks either. Remember that. And this is why Israel is pressing ahead regarding the Lebanese front. But what they don't realize is that what the Houthis could do, because the Houthis could even change the equation completely by shutting down Bab el-Mandeb. Israel will not be able to get any access to energy, and Ansarullah will still fire missiles at Israel because they realized they tried it before and it worked. And Israel Iron Dome is now working. All this defense stuff, it's not working for Israel. And this is why, just to conclude this part here before I move to the last clips I'm going to share with you, is that what geopolitical analysts are saying right now, how they categorized this deal with Iran. Is it a surrender? Is it a strategic defeat? I mean, everybody's going to have its own opinion. Of course, the U.S. administration is rushing into manipulating the American by saying we get victorious from this war, and now we're going to ceasefire. We're going to reach a ceasefire, which is not true, because this is a strategic retreat by Donald Trump. Why? Because the conflict has become an absolute disaster. We're not even disclosing when I told you about the casualties in the US and the death, whatever. That's just what I shared with you based on what is openly disclosed. As one who's been through inside the government, the numbers are completely different. And that's been the norm. This is nothing new. We've done it since the Vietnam War. And that is why, because what Trump needed, he needed an exit one way or another. And when the Pakistanis and the Chinese provided him with this, he took it. That is the fact. And the fact is that because he's looking at the rating here in the US, people are, as a matter of fact, there are 24 members in Congress now wants to remove Donald Trump from the White House, which usually we can, according to the Constitution, by invoking the 25th Amendment. But you have the members of the cabinet that were picked by Donald Trump. They don't have the gut to go and do what's right. They just can't. They just can't. But suffice it to state that this U.S. statements and Israel statements, as far as decapitating Iran's missile technology and this and that, no. all this is nothing but hypes. I'm here to tell you, and I'll prove it to you tomorrow. The IRGC maintained a sustained retaliatory capability as of today. Iran simply didn't break, as Donald Trump is saying. Because if there is one thing about this ceasefire, is that it's, whatever the term of it, it's on Iran's term, not the US terms. And that in itself, it will be written in history books. 50 years from today, Iran, it will be written, if historians are true to their word and detail and record accordingly, is that Iran submitted the US into accepting its plan. Because here is the thing, Iran's 10 points, as I mentioned, includes the acceptance of the US that Iran has right to enrich uranium for its nuclear program. And that in itself, it's a major concession from the US. Arguably, in my opinion, the central of the entire conflict. Remember, we want to take off of all this uranium, enriched uranium. As a matter of fact, that F-15 that was in Iran, the mission was about finding out where, because it was in Isfahan. What's in Isfahan? A major nuclear power plant there. And that is what was the mission for that F-15 to begin with. And remember Trump also saying, oh, I'm going to obliterate Iranian civilization. No. And this really shows you now the enormous credibility gap. But again, are you going to trust what Trump is saying? Are you going even to believe what Trump utters out of his mouth? The guy flip-flops. Within the hour, you hear different stories. And that's, again, because the US was not able to use military force, shatters now its credibility. That's the way I see it. So I'm going to play two clips for you. And those are, they're very short. It's just, I always do this now, since at least still, and this, it's by Tucker Carlson. Very interesting. I admire the guy. I really admire him for taking a stand. Usually, not a lot of people do this here in the US, but I admire him for that. Let's take a listen. It's in English here.
Who do you think you are?
And he's addressing Donald Trump, by the way.
Tweeting out the F word on Easter morning? You'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. So obviously you're mocking the religion of Iran. Okay. If you seek a religious war, that's a good idea. But by the way, no decent person mocks other people's religions. You may have a problem with the theology. Presumably you do if it's not your religion, and you can explain what that is. But to mock other people's faith is to mock the idea of faith itself. And we should never mock that, because at its core is the acknowledgement that we are not in charge of the universe. We did not build it. We won't be here at the end of it. We can destroy life. We cannot create it because we are not God. The message of all faith at the biggest picture level is the message in our Bible, which is you are not God. And only if you think you are do you talk this way. But it's not just mockery of Islam. And no president should mock Islam. That's not your job. This is not a theocracy. We don't go to war with other theocracies to find out which theocracy is more effective. We are not a theocracy. And God willing, we never will be, because theocracies corrupt the religion.
He's spot on.
Who do you think you are? You're tweeting out the F word on
Let me remove
in hell.
Hold on.
Just watch.
Sorry.
Praise be to Allah. So obviously you're mocking the religion of.
There we go. Sorry. It's just disturbing. And that's, again, Trump. That's just the way it is. The next one I'm going to play for you, it's very, very short. I'll show you. I think it's in English anyway, and that's by a member of. That's the one about Israel is threatening now to assassinate Mujtaba Khamenei. Okay, let's take a listen here, please.
من محاولة اغتيال المرشد الجديد السيد مجتبى خامنئي، خصوصا أن لربما ألمح إلى ذلك بشكل غير مباشر.
Basically, he's asking him, are you afraid that the Israelis is going to now assassinate Mujtaba Khamenei? And this is, by the way, the answer of the Iranian ambassador.
اليوم أحد المسؤولين الإسرائيليين
لم يقدروا هذا الموضوع، لو فعلوه هنالك سوف يكون كارثة على.
They won't be able to do it, because if they will do it, there will be a catastrophe befalling upon them.
مستوى العالم وليس
not just them, but on the global level.
ماذا تقصد بقولك سيادة السفير أنه
What do you mean by this, Mr. Ambassador?
في حال محاولة اغتيال السيد مجتبى خامنئي
In case there is an attempt assassination on Mujtaba Khamenei.
من المرشد الجديد، سيكون هناك كارثة على مستوى العالم وليس على مستوى الإقليم.
أتصور حاليا الأسواق الدولية للطاقة تتبين هذا الموضوع.
And now, when you look at the international markets, you will be able to see what is going on. I just wanted to briefly mention this to you, as I told you at the beginning. I will. And this leads me to, I'm going to do my conclusion and leave you with one question I would like you to answer. If the truth matters to you, hit like, subscribe, and tap that bell.
President Trump is doing all in his power to bring this war against Iran to an end. Now, we can say, and we have, that that's it was a Taco Tuesday, that he said again yesterday that, okay, well, I've reached this ceasefire because we won, and all this kind of nonsense. And that's certainly true. But as I also said before this happened, and since it has, I don't care what method he wants to use, as long as he gets the war over, as long as no more American soldiers have to die, no more Iranians have to die, no more Israeli civilians have to die. But there are some big headwinds to try and get this war over with. One of the biggest ones is Benjamin Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu, according to all evidence that's out there, New York Times has just put out a new piece that talked about how Trump actually got into this war. We've talked about it. Benjamin Netanyahu put all kinds of pressure on, and President Trump ended up giving in to him. I think he was fooled into thinking this would be something quick and easy, and that he would get some big victory out of it. Now he realizes it's not, and he realizes there is no military path out. So he's going to have to find some kind of a diplomatic way out that gives him some sort of a chance to save face. At this point, let him save all the face he wants, as long as the war gets over. But there are some real problems. There are problems both with Benjamin Netanyahu, who got him into this war, and there are problems in his own camp, his alleged allies in the United States. A lot of headwinds against this. Let me just show you a couple here. We're going to start off first with Benjamin Netanyahu, who got him into this. And he's going to be bragging here about how this war is not over. So he's talking specifically in this clip here, this is from today, talking specifically about how the United States has gotten into this ceasefire, and that even though it included, according to the Pakistani negotiators and the United States initially, and definitely Iran initially, that it included everything, to include Lebanon. Netanyahu wouldn't have any of that because that didn't suit his needs, so he just blew through that. And then by whatever means, we'll probably find this out later, he coerced President Trump into saying, oh yeah, it doesn't include that. Well, that's a non-negotiable for Iran, so that almost undercuts President Trump from the beginning. So that's number one for Netanyahu. But now then here he's talking to his own population, and this is in Hebrew, so it was primarily intended for an Israeli audience, but we have this translation, and he says some really problematic things here to me.
We're not surprised in the last moment, and I want to emphasize, this is not the end of the war. This is a step in order to achieve all the objectives of the war. Iran is entering the negotiations when it is beaten and weaker than ever. It committed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz after it gave up all the preconditions that it gave, the removal of sanctions, and also a ceasefire in Lebanon. And now, with Iran weaker than ever, Israel is stronger than it has ever been. 6 weeks ago, for the first time in history, we embarked on a war shoulder to shoulder with my close friend, President Trump, and our great ally, the United States. We embarked on a historic operation, the biggest operation that the Middle East has ever known. This has never happened in the history of Israel. Such a unity, a cooperation with the United States against its biggest adversary has never happened in the history of Israel. And to those who worry over the relationship between me and President Trump, the guy is great. We speak daily and we smile every time we hear these assessments.
Yeah, so see, that's not good. He's trying to tell everybody in Israel, hey, you know what? This is great. This is the first time in history we have gotten the United States. This really validates one of the things that has made me so angry that I've been talking about for so long. He got President Trump to effectively hand over the United States armed forces to be used by Israel for the war he wanted. And he was able to successfully talk Trump into it. I don't know by what means. Through some of his AIPAC coordination, through some pressure that, hey, you know, Miriam Adelson has given you a lot of money, a bunch of other people. I don't know what it was he said. We'll have to wait and figure that out in history books too. But what we know is that he successfully did that. And now here he's bragging to his population of saying, hey, we smile all the time we hear reports about whatever. We talk every day. Okay, why do you talk every day? You're one of whatever it is, 192 countries in the world. Why are you talking to him every single day? This is supposed to be about something that we're doing here. We're supposed to make our own choices. And we're ostensibly in this war together, so that should connote some kind of conversation, but that's something that your general should do. Maybe your general should be talking every day to coordinate military action, not the heads of state, because that implies that any kind of waffling or wobbling going on by the American head of state is going to be sabotaged and undercut by the Israeli head of state. And that's exactly what we're seeing play out. President Trump says we have this ceasefire. Netanyahu says, yeah, it doesn't include Lebanon. No, it does include Lebanon. Yeah, it's not going to include Lebanon. So I'm going to have the biggest airstrike that we've ever had against Lebanon, as to put a big exclamation point on my point is going to be carrying the day. He also says some other, this is historic unity between us. Why is there unity between the United States and Israel? This is Israel's fight. There has never been, nor is there now, an existential threat for the United States. Our national security was never at risk, is not now at risk. And in fact, the only reason we're losing troops now is because that we chose to fight this war. And listen, this nonsense about, oh, well, they supported killing of, for all this, this is a lie. Let's just be clear. You're being deceived by the messaging that's coming out of the White House to validate and justify the unjustifiable, that they have been our enemy and we've been fighting them at war for 47 years. To the extent that we have, it's been because we have chosen so. For example, at the number one, remember, and I talked about this earlier today, I won't rehash it all, go back and watch my earlier show from the day. We supported a coup in 1953 to unseat the legally elected government of Iran, who was trying to nationalize their oil and wasn't going to give it to Britain because they wanted to use it for themselves. How silly is that? The CIA conducted a coup and got rid of him and installed somebody. We wanted the Shah of Iran, who then subsequently pilfered the people of Iran and did all kinds of horrible things to many of them, killing many, jailing others, took away a lot of the freedoms, at least for many of the people, and they revolted against it. After they revolted against it, had hostages of a bunch of our people for like over a year. It was a big, painful issue. We finally got them back. Well, then you had, right after that, we supported an 8-year war against Iran. Hundreds of thousands of Iranians were killed as a product of our support for this war. And then when they had a chance to return the favor on a much smaller scale during our war into Iraq in 2003, when the Shia militia that were allied with Iran were being attacked by the United States during that war, they got help from their bigger ally, Iran. Of course, that's the same thing that we do to Russia on a daily basis, but don't worry about that. Those aren't double standards. It's just separate. We can do whatever we want. No one can say anything about it, but how dare they do something to us after we've already done things to support hundreds of thousands of their people from dying? How dare they cause 600 of ours to die? Now, I'm against all of that. I think it was a foolish thing to do. We shouldn't have gone in the war deal. The fact that President Bush chose that war is what led to the deaths of all the 40,400, whatever it was, troops, and all the PTSD and all the traumatic brain injuries that we lost, the billions and billions of dollars that we spent. All that kind of stuff was a disaster too. But you can't be surprised when the Iranian side will do to us what we did to them. And it was always that way. We did something to them, they reacted. We did something to them, 1980, 88, they did something back to us in 2003. And that period has continued on. It's like you punch somebody in the face, and when they hit you back, you want to point and say, how dare they? Did you see that? He's so violent. Well, normal people would look at that and you say, well, what do you think's going to happen? You can't hit somebody like that and think they're not going to hit you back. You deserved it for hitting them. Of course. What do you think they're going to do? If you don't want them to hit you back, don't hit them. Not hard. And so now here we are. We're in this war here. And we have Benjamin Netanyahu wanting to continue on and saying, yes, forget about that. Basically, I want to keep using the U.S. military. So if I need to undercut President Trump here because I want to take Lebanon, I want to clear out a whole path, I want to turn it into something like Gaza and just make it, I don't care how many people are there. I don't care how many tens of thousands of Lebanese we have to get out of the way. Not my concern. Just get them out of the way. Kill them, have them moved off. It doesn't matter to me. We're going to do whatever we're going to do. And I've got this great relationship with President Trump where we talk every day and we smile every time people talk. That's for his benefit. It's not for ours. Ours was never to do this war. And it's going to be a stand on President Trump going forward that he ever gave into it. But again, let's deal with that later. Let's first get this war off the table so that we stop the dying and unnecessary deaths of America and the unnecessary expenses for our country. Now, that means that President Trump in some places is going to have to stand up to Benjamin Netanyahu. The jury's out on that. We'll see if he ever will or not. I don't know. I don't have very high confidence of it. I hope it happens. But how could I be very optimistic based on what we continue to see even today? Well, that's kind of an external opponent to President Trump, who's just using him like a rag, and it's humiliating to President Trump. And he's allowing somebody to use him and the U.S. Armed Forces almost in a sense to hold him hostage to their desires. And because Netanyahu is a stronger character, he's able to coerce President Trump into doing whatever he wants. It's embarrassing. President Trump likes to talk how strong he is, and yet he's allowing himself to be played like a sock puppet. It's shameful to watch and painful to watch as well. But it's not only from Israel that's the problem. There's also, again, very significant Israeli supporters inside the United States that are inside President Trump's inner circle, one of whom is Jack Keane. We keep showing you some of the stuff from him. Well, this is from earlier today. And here he's going to outright say on Fox News that he is not supportive of what President Trump is doing.
Well, I wouldn't have done what we're doing. I wouldn't have gone to the ceasefire because I think we should take control of the Straits of Hormuz ourselves. But here's where we're at. We're there, and we got to deal with where we're there. And listen, the president has said time and time again, we have very strong conditions. The president is not going to take a bad deal from these guys. You know, that's just a fact. There's no way he's going to let these people enrich, and there's no way he's going to let them keep the enrichment that they already have. The plan on the table, Bill, is you let us come in there and take it out of there, just as we did in Libya many years ago during the Bush administration. We moved the Central Intelligence Agency in there, and they extracted the nuclear program. And that is what's on the table for us. Also, restrictions on ballistic missile programs. Listen, let's not fool anybody here. These people still have launchers and they still have missiles left here. We had 2 more weeks of this operation to continue. on the Israeli side as well as the U.S. side, and we're accelerating every night. So there's still some capability there, and we've got to clamp down on these restrictions on ballistic missiles and drones. And the other,
well, that's far enough right there. Listen, I'm gonna jump on one of the part there. He actually said out loud, he's looking for a Libya model. Now, for those who may not know, the Libya model came during the George W. Bush administration, where Libya had a nuclear weapons program. It was a nascent one. It wasn't very far developed, but they had one. And so we said, hey, how's about this? How's about you negotiate that away? We'll take all the stuff out, and in exchange, we'll give you not just take off sanctions, but we'll give you economic incentives. Be a big win. It'll be cool. You get rid of that, we'll reward you for doing the right thing, and you'll be able to benefit from it. Well, he did that. Gaddafi did that, their leader, got rid of all that stuff. And then I don't remember how many years it was ago, after they finished that, all of a sudden now that when they have no nuclear weapons program, now all of a sudden President Obama comes in and says, hey, you know what would be cool? Let's use our Air Force along with some of our allies and then support some people who were against the regime, bomb the regime targets, their security apparatus, and then we'll weaken it enough so that these opposition figures can rise up and take control, which is exactly what happened. And because the government didn't have a nuclear weapons program of any capacity, they had no way to defend themselves against the United States and the allied powers. And so he ended up dying. And you want to use that as your example? That you want in negotiations for the Iranian side to say, yeah, what a great idea. Let's negotiate all those things away so the same thing can happen to us, because that's exactly what would happen. I mean, it's insulting because of how naive it is, or not even naive. That's the wrong word. It's condescending to suggest that this is what everybody knows happened, and Gaddafi himself, who made the deal, ended up being brutally murdered in the streets in just the most horrific way. And you want the current leaders to follow that example? I mean, no one would do that. So almost all you're guaranteeing, and maybe that's the point. Maybe it's not condescending. Maybe it's actually intentional by using that example to make sure they never do it. Because you hear Jack Keane at the beginning, I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have done a ceasefire. In fact, and then he goes on to try, and he's also trying to exploit President Trump. He's also trying to play him like a sock puppet by saying, well, I know he's not going to take a bad deal. And see, listen, the things he's talking about, like, you know, they still have missile launchers. They still have the ballistic missiles. They still have the reprocessed material. They still have the ability to reprocess additional stuff. President Trump's not going to take a deal on that. So you have to get rid of all of those things. And the only way you get rid of all those things, because Iran will never willingly negotiate those away. The only thing left then.
Hello, my name is William. A few years ago, I got hit by a car which left.
Is to continue the war. And that's what he wanted to do. That's what Netanyahu wanted to do. So you can imagine, inside and outside of the administration, that President Trump's so-called allies are going to do everything they can to sabotage this. So one is going to put conditions up that it's like a poison pill that will make the Iranians run if the thought of agreeing to anything like that. And then the other is Netanyahu is going to physically attack Lebanon and do things that are directly against what the Iranians said is part of their requirements for a ceasefire, is that it also extend into Lebanon. So they're doing everything they can to undermine any possibility, to make it impossible for the Iranian side to do it. Now, you may have caught Netanyahu. They're talking about how, you know, the Iranians are so weak that they said that at first they wouldn't do a ceasefire with Lebanon and they wouldn't do a ceasefire with the Strait of Hormuz open, and yet they did both of them. So he said. Well, the Strait of Hormuz, at least according to reports I got just before making this video here, is that it has been closed again. Now, the White House says, no, it really hasn't. We'll see. I doubt that you're going to see a big flow of tankers going through there in any case. But I doubt very seriously that the White House is telling the truth. Hardly ever do they actually tell the truth, at least not all of it. And when the Iranians said it's closed down, they have incentive to do that. And, you know, there's been already shots going back and forth between all three sides, even since this ceasefire went into effect. So everything is mitigating against even a ceasefire going into place. And there's supposed to be on Saturday a meeting between Vice President Vance, along with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, along with whoever's on the Iranian side. Probably Arakchi again, I would imagine. And of course, sending those two guys, Witkoff and Kushner, who sabotaged the previous deal. I can't imagine why Iran would even allow them in the room. We'll see if they do. But who would believe a word they say? And I don't know. Maybe President Trump is trying to sabotage his own deal by sending somebody that he knows not going to agree to anything or that they wouldn't trust. I don't know. This is just really off the charts weird, because maybe it's just Trump saying, I can't figure out what to do. Let me buy myself some time. But you see all the pressures that are against him, even his own selection of his own negotiating team seems intent on making sure that Iran doesn't agree to anything. This doesn't turn into a peace deal. So right now, there are no elements on the table which make me think that this has even a prayer right now. I suspect rather that maybe we get to Istanbul on Saturday. I don't know. 50-50 chance. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. But if these fundamental things don't change, and by the way, Caroline Leavitt also was emphatic today about saying this alleged 10-point plan, which we put on here earlier, which was released by the Iranian side earlier, they said that's not the plan that President Trump meant when he said there was a basis for an agreement. She's claiming that it was an abridged version of the 15-point plan that President Trump authorized and put out there. No one's seen that, though, so we don't know. But it's hard to imagine that the Iranians are going to put out something that isn't what they've agreed to, that is in alignment with that 15-point plan, which is against everything they stood for. Who knows? Maybe something's happening behind the scenes that we're not aware of. We'll wait and see. But the bottom line is there are great headwinds against any hope that this turns into a near-term peace. And those are coming from Trump's alleged allies inside and outside the government. And we're just going to have to wait and see how this stuff works out. And I hope that somehow what looks on the surface isn't the way it really is. And behind the scenes, there's going to be some people that are going to be willing to be reasonable, and that hardened positions are going to soften, and that they can find some kind of common ground for the sake of mankind, for the sake of the American troops, for the sake of the Iranian people, for the sake of the Israeli people. As much as the problems I have with Benjamin Netanyahu, I have great respect for the people of Israel, for the Palestinian people, for the Lebanese people. All of these folks deserve peace. And I pray that one way or another, we can find it. Thanks very much, folks. And we'll see you tomorrow on the Daniel Davis Deep Dive.
Well, we just got a comment here, a super chat from Ayman Rommel from Lebanon, who's watching us live right now in Beirut, Lebanon, says today was very tough.
It's awful.
Yeah, of course it was, because devastation has rained down on southern Lebanon. The problem, well, if you've seen it's continuing right now as we speak. So we're like in real time continuing to bomb. Israel's continuing to bomb southern Lebanon. And new reports from the IRGC on the Iranian side, they have called this an Israeli savage massacre, killing hundreds of people in one of the biggest series of attacks yet on its capital, killing hundreds, according to the civilian defense. The IRGC Aerospace Force has pledged revenge for this attack. According to Tehran, is a breach of the ceasefire agreement with the United States. And they said this represents a historic and crushing defeat for the United States. And so they are going to respond to Israel.
Now, the IDF is saying as long as Hezbollah continues to threaten our civilians, we will continue to operate against them. So they have no remorse. They have no explanation for targeting civilian infrastructures. You've seen the videos. We're going to show you a few here as I speak. These are apartment buildings. Of course, every time they never have to prove, nope, Hezbollah was there. We were targeting Hezbollah. But you can see these are attacks across a populous city center. This is a capital city. You're not just, can we call that a precision strike? Is that what we'd call? They're just going for Hezbollah there? No, you know what the casualties are. Before we went to air, the number was about 256, I'm sure.
Dead.
It's far higher than that. Now, we've had condemnations from Qatar, from various foreign leaders. But again, Israel's saying it's our prerogative. We're going to do it because Hezbollah is attacking us. And again, I remind you that Hezbollah was created in 1982 when Israel first invaded Lebanon. That was the impetus for this group saying we shall never have this happen to us again. Are they religious extremists? Yes. But did it have to be like this? Obviously not. And so now it's an entire civilization that's being attacked that I guess they're thinking, we let Gaza slide. We watched dozens and dozens of children die every day on our screens before our very eyes. So we're going to say some bad words. We're not going to like it, but we'll abide it because we did already.
I mean,
right?
The people will go along with this, but Iran is having enough of this. So, yeah, the international community has gone along with this for far enough.
Why the heck not?
Yeah.
I mean, kill some Muslims. We'll just keep going. That's what they've done. They can just keep going, I suppose. We're going to talk to Ben Swan now about this. He's been following the situation in Lebanon and the international response. Thank you so much for joining us. Good to see you again.
Independent journalist. Great to see you, Ben. So where do things stand right now as we come to air on what the response is and what you've been tracking inside of Lebanon?
Yeah, we actually just finished interviewing a crew that's on the ground in Lebanon right now in Beirut. So the numbers right now, anywhere from about 280 to 350 who are dead. Again, as you said, it's very dynamic because right now you have over 100 different locations that were bombed this morning. And so the death toll is always changing. Injuries close to 1,500 now. So it's a very serious situation in that respect. Something that's very interesting, though. Normally there's kind of a SOP, a standard operating procedure that Israel will use when they bomb any kind of area. And one of the things they'll do is they with their pager technology, with leaflets, with advertisements that start running across people's cell phones, they let people know this is the area we're going to strike. This is when we're going to strike. If you're a civilian in this area, you need to get out. Israel does this all the time. They do it in Gaza. They do it in Lebanon. They do it everywhere. Today, they did not. There was, from everyone we've spoken to on the ground who was in Beirut, there was no warning ahead of time. There was no indication this was going to happen. There was no description of where these areas that were going to be hit. Normally, they'll say, we're going to hit, this building because Hezbollah is there. In Gaza, we're going to hit this building because Hamas is there. So if you're a civilian, get out. They did not do that today. And so you had people, women and children who were killed as a result of these strikes. People had no idea they were coming. And you made the comment as we started, just kill some more Muslims. But actually, these aren't just Muslims who are dying. Lebanon has the largest Christian population that remains in the Middle East. The areas in southern Lebanon that are being hit aren't just Christian areas. They are so historically Christian. The wedding in Cana, where Jesus performs his very first miracle, where he turns water into wine, is in southern Lebanon. Where Simon Peter is laid to rest is in southern Lebanon. The Christian communities there are as old as Christianity itself. And these are the people who are being hit. These are the people that are being targeted. Israel says, just like they said about Gaza, we're going in there because we're going to take out the Hezbollah fighters because they're attacking us. That's not what they're doing. They are taking southern Lebanon all the way up to, I got to get the name of the river right, but it's the Litani River.
Mm-hmm.
Up to the Litani River, the goal is to take all of southern Lebanon and to basically make it part of greater Israel. That is what they are doing. Today, Netanyahu's office put out a statement essentially telling the members of the Lebanese army to to get away from the final bridge that they have not yet blown that connects northern and southern Lebanon. There's one left that crosses the Litani River. And today, they I don't know if they've hit it yet or not, but that was the warning that went out this morning. So the one place they warned about was they were going to hit this bridge. When they hit that bridge, they have now severed, geographically, physically severed northern and southern Lebanon. Southern Lebanon is what Israel intends to essentially conquer and keep.
And that's what Ambassador Mike Huckabee told Tucker in that interview when he pressed him on it. The Greater Israel Project. Should Israel take this land as part of this what they believe they have a right to? And he said, yeah, take it all. Take it all. He tried to walk it back later, but it was really an admission of course, exactly what this Greater Israel Project is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it absolutely is. And again, I guess I struggle with the Lebanon situation as a Christian myself. Over Easter weekend, we just had our Easter. The idea is you should be praying for and thinking of Christians around the world. We have a president who says he cares deeply about Christians in Nigeria. And again, as I mentioned, one thing that the war on terror has done over the last 25 years, and virtually no Americans really recognize this or acknowledge it, is we have decimated, Americans have decimated the Christian communities in the Middle East. We decimated the Iraqi Christian population, which was about 5 million people. Many of them died. Those who didn't die fled into Syria, into Lebanon. They fled into other areas. Syria became really the main country for that. They, with the war in Syria and us trying to overthrow Assad and hand it over to ISIS and to Al-Qaeda, we decimated the population there. There has been a systematic decimation of these groups. The Christians in Syria, right, are again, go back 2,000 years. The very first churches ever planted by the apostles were in Syria. And those are the places that we've watched this happen. And now Lebanon almost feels to me like it's one of the last steps in this process to eradicate Christianity from this region of the world. And so just from a religious perspective, I think not only is it sad and is it a horrific thing to watch happening, but also to know that it's American evangelicals who are largely responsible for giving Israel the pass to do this.
Well, don't you hate when people say, I told you so? Yeah, that's me, actually, because I did tell you, sorry, but I told you that gold and silver were going to reap the benefits of excessive money printing, the Fed just printing money like crazy, overvalued markets, global unrest. It's here. It's happened. Gold and silver have both soared to all-time highs. So I hope you called our friends at Lear Capital and you bought some. If you didn't, trust me, it's not too late. Experts are predicting even higher prices ahead. And they get it. They know what's coming. Isn't it time, folks? Get your
into as Americans, because is Trump really willing to restart the war so that Israel can take Lebanon? At the other end of the spectrum, does Trump have any influence whatsoever to make them stop? Because here's how it's gone. As Israel has utterly destroyed Gaza, here's the American response. No, stop.
Stop.
Don't do that.
Please don't.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So what power do we have to stop them if they're going to keep going? And yes, we can stop selling them weapons, but that's not going to stop them at this point in time. They have enough to keep going. So this is, can you see the corner that I painted? What do you think of it?
Well, I think it's, first, I don't think it's a real corner. Do we have the ability to say you will stop? Yes. The president has that ability. The United States still has the leverage and the power over Israel, especially when you're watching so much of the world turn against Israel right now. You mentioned the French have condemned these actions. The Italians have condemned these actions. Meloni in Italy, the prime minister there, is talking about wanting to bring up Netanyahu on war crime charges. So I think the world has turned against Israel in a lot of ways. They need the United States, and they need that support. But there's the reality of it versus what's actually happening, because I would have told you 6 weeks ago, there's no way Netanyahu can walk into the Situation Room and make Trump go to war. Now, I don't think he made him go to war, but whatever influence he had was enough to be able to convince Trump, and the people within Trump's circle were able to convince him that this was a good idea. Having said that, Trump will not restart the war, I don't think, over this. I think he'll demand it ends because this war is a humiliation. The U.S. has been so badly damaged in terms of our reputation as a global military power. It's so bad that the president of the United States wants a $1.5 trillion military budget going into next year and basically says we'll cut every domestic program we can find in order to fund that. And it's not because he just loves war. It's because I think we've been exposed that we are so far behind the rest of the world. Iran, for all you can say about them, listen, they've surprised the world in the way they were able to stand up, I think, to these attacks and to this war. But having said that, they're still just a regional power. They are not a global superpower, as they're now flexing as if they are. But global superpowers like Russia and China, we're nowhere near. If Iran can do to us what they've done and do to our military equipment what they've done and withstand us the way they have, we're in a very, very scary position when it comes to facing actual world powers like Russia and China.
So you're reporting from Lebanon, because I don't want to discount what you were saying at the beginning, talking to the crews there on the ground as they're digging through the rubble, looking for survivors. What do they expect to happen next? Are they expecting Iran to come to their assistance? Are they expecting another savage massacre, as Iran has called it, another round of massive attacks? Will we see ground forces? What are the people there expecting to happen next?
Well, from the people we're talking to, they don't know. They don't know if anyone's coming to help. They believe that Iran will continue to fire on Tel Aviv, but that hasn't slowed anything down. You know, if you look at what's happened over the last, 6 weeks or so, the Iranians have bombarded Tel Aviv. They've bombarded all kinds of locations in Israel with missile strikes. It has not slowed down Israel at all. It's so interesting is while Americans are focused on the U.S. and us trying to bomb different locations, we have not really been paying attention at all to what's going in Lebanon. It's gotten very little coverage. Really, I would say the last 2 days is the only time it's gotten any really serious coverage at all. And it's because Israel has made so much progress. It's almost as if, conspiracy theory here, almost as if Israel walked the U.S. into this war because they believed they would decapitate the Iranian leadership. They would take care of that. But that wasn't the primary goal. The primary goal was to put up a huge curtain so that everyone's looking over here at what's happening with Iran that the U.S. can deal with. And Israel will fire missiles and fly over and bomb locations. But their real focus, their methodical focus, was on Lebanon and on taking, as I mentioned, everything in southern Lebanon to add to that greater Israel project.
I don't at all think that is a stretch.
That's not a stretch
I
at all.
don't think you're out on a limb at all. Like you are on the base of the tree. That's not a limb. You're basically in the treehouse. Okay. Yeah.
Because the other piece of this, right, is to Natalie's point, to drag the United States into this, because as many astute observers have pointed out, one of the goals of Israel right now is to really hurt the United States, because we are the ones with the yoke in some ways around their neck. We have prevented them in large part from tackling the West Bank, from fully going into Lebanon, right? For fully realizing this greater Israel project. It's really been the United States. So to eliminate the United States, have us bogged down in Iran, have our empire crumble, like that's at the heart of this story. And I don't think most Americans even know that. They're using us in such a nefarious way. I hope people wake the F up. Sorry.
Well, and it's also that Israel is incredibly good at propaganda, right? And controlling media and controlling messaging. Maybe the best in the world at controlling messaging. And one of the things they were able to do by controlling the messaging is if every single day, all we've talked about, I know for our shows, all we've talked about for the last 6 weeks is Iran. Like it completely dominates every headline. It dominates the X feeds. It dominates cable news. That's what everyone's talking about, right? And when you have something so dramatic happening, it's very easy to say, everyone pay attention over there. Look at what's going on. Look at those huge explosions. Look at what the Iranians are saying now. And then you just move as fast as you can. And I do believe one of the reasons we saw the kind of hits that Beirut took today. Now, keep in mind, in the entire time that Israel's been engaged in this 6-week war and they've been attacking Lebanon, during that time, the most they have done in terms of bombings and hitting targets, the most they have done was today. This was the most aggressive day so far. I believe that's because Netanyahu and the Israeli government were left out of these negotiations. There's a lot of reporting that he was very angry about the fact that Trump went in there and had this negotiation with Pakistan, and that's a whole thing too. Really, I think the U.S. handed the Pakistanis, here's what we want to say, and let's get this done, because they needed a quick exit. But while that's all happening, Netanyahu was left out of that. The Israelis were left out of that. They were not a part of that. Why? Because the administration knew they'd blow it up. They're not going to be able to be a part of that. So because of that, I think it changed and dramatically affected the Israeli timeline for being able to take southern Lebanon, and that's why they've accelerated the way they have today.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
you're
does
right.
make sense. Yeah.
Well, just a short time ago, we heard from Pakistan at the United Nations saying that this U.S. ceasefire did, in fact, include Lebanon specifically, and that Israel and the United States are lying, that it was actually part of this agreement. Any final thoughts?
Yeah. No,
Lying's a good word. Lying's
Yeah.
a good word.
Yeah.
Right.
This entire war's been a lie from day one, but go ahead.
Well, right. I mean, I guess originally my thought was, oh, they were mad that they were embarrassed by the ceasefire. So it's kind of a demonic thing. I'm going to go take it out on these people who I can, because I can't hit Iran that I've been wanting so badly. But what you're saying, if I may just summarize, is actually it's tactical, because if we're not going to focus on Iran so much, we're going to see what they've done in Lebanon. Now, something I've seen recently, and I haven't been able to see this for myself, is that Israel's taken more territory in Lebanon than Russia has in Ukraine in the course of this 4 years of war. And I need to see that for myself, but that's wild to think that that has only happened since February 28th, in 5 weeks. And so, yeah, if we are going to turn our attention to this now, they're not going to have the opportunity. Maybe. I say that, but they do what they want. So I don't know. What do you think?
Well, they do what they want, but I will say there is public ire that comes when you see the video, when you see, I don't know if you guys have seen these. We ran them yesterday in our show, but the drone shots flying over southern Lebanon, what's left behind, it looks like Gaza. You could put it up to an image of Gaza and say, which one is which? You couldn't tell the difference. I mean, they have flattened entire towns, cities, villages. They're doing the exact same thing. We use the term here in the U.S. carpet bombing, right? When we go in and we just bomb everything. It's not carpet bombing. It's almost like a construction project where they flatten everything and they flatten the land, and there's not going to be anything left behind because you're not coming back here. And one of the reasons that Russia has been so slow in their war with Ukraine, is that Putin has said repeatedly, there are homes and villages that are 300 years old that they're going through. He's like, we're not going to destroy that. So they're moving very methodically. They're trying not to kill civilians. It's the entire opposite of what Israel is trying to do, which is Israel wants to make sure when this is over, you're not coming back here. We're taking this. It's ours. We're building here. And that's why, again, you sever the bridges, because you're saying this land is ours and we're taking it no matter what.
Right. In fact, what you mentioned is corroborated by a group called Breaking the Silence. It's a group of IDF soldiers, former IDF soldiers, and they have detailed their destruction of Gaza and how it was basically a construction project, a deconstruction project, where they took these massive bulldozers called the Teddy Bear, and they just destroyed factory, food, farmland on purpose so that nobody can go back there and actually live there. And it's a systematic destruction of civilian necessities, basically. And so that happened. Go to breakingthesilence.org.il and look up the report called, not you, but our audience, I assume you might have seen it. It's called The Perimeter, and it's horrific. So if this is what's happening right now, we got to scream louder.
We got to scream louder, and the rest of the world needs to step in. And at this point, I think that, the Chinese are condemning it. Other countries are condemning it. I think there is less tolerance at this moment for Israel continuing to do this, because the world sat silent while Gaza was destroyed. And so many people were just obliterated. It was a genocide. It is a genocide, what happened in Gaza. And the world did nothing to stop it. I think many people globally did not realize what was happening because Israel moves very fast when they do this, right? They really are when you do a deconstruction project the way they have, the world hasn't really seen that before. It's a totally new concept. And so I think it caught people by surprise. I think now that they know what it is, there will be less tolerance for it this time. And I would say what's happening in Lebanon is more likely to actually spark a global war, a World War III, than the war between the United States and Iran in actuality.
Right, because if you're hitting Chinese infrastructure as part of the Belt and Road Initiative, China's brought in, the world will not sit by and allow this to happen. I hope, fingers crossed. And we should be clear, yes, Iran violated the ceasefire in response to Israel violating the ceasefire. And there's confusion as to, did Iran fire first on Bahrain and UAE and Kuwait? Well, Israel was hitting Lebanon simultaneously while this ceasefire that President Trump was promoting was suddenly taking effect. So, yeah, the fog of war right now. And of course, there's lots of propaganda from both sides, but we'll be continuing to watch it. Great work, Ben, on what's going on in Lebanon. We'll be following you. Thank you so much for joining us, Ben Swan, great investigative journalist. As always, great to see you.
Thank you.
Brief interlude, may possibly, regarding the Iran conflict. So Andre Martiano loves to say, well, hello, it's me again. One of my favorite podcasts. Of all the podcasts I watch, I have to say, there are a lot of them that I really like. And Andre, I'm a big fan of Duran. I enjoy that one and lots of them. But for some reason, it has to do with the dry Russian humor. Andre just cracks me up. Anyway, let's get going. All right. So now that we have this interlude here, we have a lot of discussions about it. Will it last? And here are the discussions. Will it last? Will Israel abide by it? What should Iran do? You can't trust the U.S., things of that nature. All very, very valid questions. Very valid questions. I'll start here. This is my first thought on it. So I'll give you my thoughts. Look, I'm not Iran, and you're not Iran. And they're facing two nuclear powers, right? And of course, I had so many people and so many friends say, this is it. There's no way the U.S. is going to use nuclear weapons. Israel's definitely going to use nuclear weapons, right? Definitely, there's no possibility that it doesn't happen. My argument always, well, anything's possible, right? No, there's no possibility. Absolutely guaranteed they'll use nuclear weapons. So Iran has fought and boxed the living daylights out of both the U.S. and Israel, two nuclear powers. And at this point, they have faced no nuclear weapons. Okay? So they fought two nuclear powers. They smacked the crap out of both of them. Did they take some hits? Fair enough. But tell me, I'll put it like this. If you think you can get in a fight and you ain't gonna take no punches, you don't know how to fight. You know what I'm saying? You don't know how to fight. You've never been trained, that's for sure, or you've never been in a fight. If you think you're going to get in a fight and you ain't going to take punches, you think you're the winner, that the winner doesn't take punches, right? Oh, you're going to take some punches. You might get beaten. You might get hurt. You might get, as anybody that knows about a fight, fighting conflict knows this: you might die. The concept has to be, if somebody attacks you, it has to be, I'm going to fight with everything I have. And if I go out, I'm going out like a soldier. If I go out, I'm going to do my best to take you with me. If I go out, I'm going down, giving you hell. It can't be, I'm going to get in a fight and I don't think I'm going to take any hits. Oh no, I took some hits. No, you're going to take hits. But at the end, who's standing, right? So right now, Iran's standing. And they have done a couple of things. What have they accomplished? Number one, I think the victories of Iran are two, right? Two massive victories. And I'll just say this. A lot of times I go back to an old country fellow, which was my dad. So people, longshoreman, an old country guy, didn't have much education, hardworking man. You guys, a lot of people probably had dads similar to that. You know the type, right? Old guys that didn't have a lot of education, but they could work hard and make a good living, right? And he used to always say this: Garland, you got to know how to take a win, right? If you're in a game of poker and you're up $10, ain't nothing wrong with folding and saying, guys, I'm going home. Why? Because you're ahead $10. Know how to take a win. Never be afraid to say, I'm ahead. I'm walking away now because I didn't lose. I won. If you walk away ahead, you've won, right? Right now, Iran's taking a win. Why? They did not get suffer any hits of nuclear hits, right? They have delivered massive blows to their enemy, just from the change in punches perspective, right? Just from that, right? You're going to take some hits. Bam, man, they smacked you in the snoot. You got a bloody nose. The guy they're fighting got bloody eyes, bloody nose, cauliflower, black eyes, cauliflower ears. He's got broken wrist. He's got all kind of pain. Yeah, do I have some pain too? Yeah, but you got a whole lot of pain and everybody can see it. And when you walk away, everybody's going to look at you and say, oh man, what happened to you? You lost the fight? You ever seen anybody in your life? They walk by and they got a shiner. They say a big blue-green eye. And you look at him, you're like, that guy looks like he lost the fight. He may have tripped and fell. He may have been in a car accident. But when you look at him, you say, that dude looks like he lost the fight, right? That's what the U.S. and Israel right now. They look like they lost the fight. So that's a win. You look at Iran and you say, you fought a guy twice your size, 3, 4, 5 times your size, and he's got as many black eyes as you, probably more. What we have is humiliation. We are bigger and stronger, supposedly. And they fought us to a standstill and sent us home crying. Now, number one. So to me, that's a win. Number two, what was the plan, brother? The plan was to put them out of business once and for all, right? In a war, there are tactics and there's strategy. Well, apparently the U.S. is not good at tactics and ain't all that great at strategy. Right? I don't even know if half the time we fight, it seems like I don't even know if we have a strategy. But our tactics ain't all that great, right? So you're looking at tactics and strategy, right? Okay. What was the strategy? Regime change. We were aiming to take out the mullahs, the evil mullahs. Now, of course, there was the lies. Oh, we're here to save the protesters. How are you going to do it? We're going to destroy all, kill them all. That's how we're saving the protesters. We look like idiots, right? So there was the protesters crap. There was the Iran nuclear stuff. There was all of that. And ultimately, we achieved 0 bupkis. Did we force Iran to do anything regarding protesters? I don't even know what that was about. Nothing, 0. So that's what, there are two things. There are ultimate goals and there are stated goals. Our stated goals were, shall we say, a bit fuzzy, right? A bit amorphous, shall we say, right? In other words, bullshit, bullcrap. So basically, we went in there with fuzzy goals, right? Fuzzy as a tribble. The old Star Trek fans will remember tribble. Fuzzier than a tribble, right? Fuzzier than my beard right now. My Don King looking beard, you know, as I've said, people are like, Garland, what's up with your beard? Looking kind of fuzzy there. Bruh, you look like a sheep. And I'm like, well, you know, I've been traveling for 3 weeks and then I came back and I got sick. You can hear me coughing and what have you. So I'm struggling a little bit, but I will be at 10:30 today and in my barber shop, and hopefully I'll be back in the land of looking like a professional man instead of looking like a goat. But you get it. You get the picture. But our goals were a bit fuzzy because they were all lies. Our goals were, we've got to stop them from getting a nuke, even though, of course, we already know that our intelligence assessment for the last, 8 years, 10 years have said they're not getting a nuke. No, excuse me. 18 years have said that they have not reconstituted their nuclear program. So there's not a lot of substance to that one. Additionally, we said we've got to stop them from killing 3,000 protesters. They killed 3,000 protesters. Then they killed 6,000 protesters. And then it went to 20,000, 30,000, and 40,000 protesters. Now, how they actually killed more protesters after the protesters died, right? Like the protests were over. We killed 6,000 protests. The protests are over. Okay. Come to think of it, it was 20. Well, wait a minute. The protests are over. I think freaking killed another, 14,000 protesters after it was over. 40,000 protesters. Holy crap. They're really good. They killed 34,000 protesters months after the protests ended. Now, let me tell you something. That, my friend, is evil. They literally had a time machine in which they went back to the protest with a time machine and killed another 34,000 protesters. But whatever the case may be, our plan to avenge the protesters. We must avenge the protesters. And how are we going to avenge the protesters? We're going to destroy their entire society. We're going to bomb them into the Stone Ages. We're going to kill them all. We're going to destroy everything. And by doing that, we will avenge the protesters. We will avenge the killing of 6,000 / 20,000 / 30,000 / 40,000 protesters. We're going to do that by killing 90 million people and throwing them into the Stone Ages or destroying their lives. As I said, our plan seemed a bit amorphous. But apparently the reality was, and everybody knew it, this was regime change. And Trump even said it a couple of points. Well, we're not after regime change, but it looks like we had regime change. We got a new regime. And you know what? That's interesting because we got, in theory, regime change, right? So it's like this. If I've got a 1948 Studebaker and I say, I need to get another car. All right. Well, I've been successful. I've gotten another car. What is it? A 1947 Studebaker. Well, what was the point of getting a car if you got an older car that is even worse piece of crap that you can never even get parts from unless you want to stick it in a museum? Parts for. So basically, in a nutshell, in theory, we could argue that we got regime change. But you have to go to something else. What was the point of getting regime change? We wanted a more compliant regime. We wanted a puppet regime. Did we achieve that goal? No, we did not. So if it was just a different government that we wanted, leadership or whatever, in theory, we achieved that. But if in fact the reality was we wanted another government that would be compliant so that we could control the country, steal their resources, and make it a Zionist puppet state, complete failure. So here's what I'm saying. The big one, the truth, the reality of what we wanted was to turn Iran into Iran pre-1979, where we had some version of the Shah. And when I say some version of the Shah, we literally had his son sitting around in California saying, hey, Shah Jr. here, count me in, send me there. Hey, I'll get this. I'll get the band back together. I'll put together the secret police, torture people, disappear them. It's going to be great, and you can have all the oil money. Well, I don't think that's happening. So here's my point. Number one, they got out of it without any nuclear weapons being used, and they beat the living crap out of 2 nuclear powers. They maintained the integrity of their political system, right? They maintained the integrity of their political system. They decided who the new boss was. Meet the new boss, same as the old boss. And of course, Let's talk about economically. Part of it was we have to economically weaken them so that they're no longer an economic threat. Got to drink a little bit of coffee here this time of morning. And that didn't work out so well, because what they were able to do is they were able to take control of the Straits of Hormuz. They were able to seize their position, and I don't mean take their position in that they assumed their position. I mean take their position as in literally take as a verb. They seized their position as a world power. What Iran did was, and I'll use the word seized again, Iran seized the Straits of Hormuz, the world's critical choke point. You know, you got the one could argue about the Taiwan Straits and stuff like that, but even the Taiwan Straits, this is energy, and this has major ramifications immediately, and everybody's got to go through. And it's so skinny, it's so small, and it's so well defended by them, and it's geographically set up perfectly for them to be able to easily control it. No one can dispute it. There's no way to stop them from controlling it. So they seized one of the, if not the most powerful, significant economic choke points on earth. But what has to be taken into context here, and this is critical, and people keep forgetting about this. One of the things that makes Iran so powerful is their alliances, particularly Yemen, the Houthis. Having Yemen, Hezbollah is a powerful alliance, and Hezbollah gives Israel holy hell right now. They're knocking their tanks out like there's no tomorrow. They're giving them hell on the ground. But my point is this: Yemen allows Iran to control two of the most critical critical choke points on earth: the Straits of Hormuz, but also the Bab el-Mandab Strait, the Red Sea, the Suez Canal, right? Which of course is critical for Europe. They can shut Europe down. And of course, the Saudis are in the sights of the Houthis at all times. The Houthis don't like the Saudis, and they got their crosshairs on them at any time. And the Houthis are always looking at the Saudis like, yes, you sons of bitches. You, MBS. That's the Saudis. They're looking at MBS. MBS, yeah. Ooh, just let me. You know, they're always talking to the Iranians. Just let me at them. Please let me get my hands on them sons of bitches. Oh, just let me have them. Right. And the Iranians are like, man, chill, please, dude. Your day's coming. If things work out, you can get them. But right now, let's just chill on that. And the Saudis are like, oh, please. I mean, the Yemen's like, oh, please. Just let me loose. They're like, you ever see those police dogs? Those big, gigantic German shepherds that looks like a wolf, and you see a cop get out of the car. I remember law enforcement. I love to give my old stories. So it was the Jessup Cut, they called it. It was that was the nickname for the penitentiary. And so, I mean, a bunch of people there, all that. So over at the Cut, there was the prisoners were mad about something, whatever it was, probably valid if you want the truth, because they mistreated them, but whatever. But the prisoners were angry about something, so they did this sit-down strike, and they were out in the yard, right? And they're all sitting out there, and he refused. And so at the end of their rec time, right? At the end of their recreation time, the guards all came out, said, all right, everybody stand up, single file, head back in. Time for lockdown. Nope. We want whatever our demands are, which is good in a way, because it was a nonviolent protest. And, in a violent protest, I had friends, a couple of good friends that were prison guards. People could get stabbed, guards get injured, cut. So if the prisoners are going to do a protest, we certainly would prefer a nonviolent, like a sit-down strike. Anyway, so they sat down. No, we're not going in. Okay. So the guards were like, all right, well, they're not going to go fight the prisoners, because they could get, again, there's too many prisoners. They could get stabbed, cut, hurt, whatever. So they called over to the state police barracks around the corner. So the state police came around, and they sent a whole bunch, and the county police too. They sent a whole bunch of police officers. They sent K9 units. All the K9 units get out, maybe 30, 40 guys. You know, there's a couple hundreds of prisoners out there, but 30, 40 guys. And they walk out, and they got these big freaking German shepherds. I mean, those things. So they get out, and they all line up in front of the prisoners. And they got the dogs. And the dogs, you know how these big police dogs, you ever seen them? These things are barking. They're pawing at the air. They're slobbering. It's running out of their mouths. I mean, they just look like werewolves. Right? And the dog is a big, great big canine, and they're holding the dog's back, right? And they just like they want to tear somebody apart. And then the guy gets on the mic. So, all right, attention, everybody, attention, all prisoners, whatever. Everybody stand up now, get in single file line, and head back in, or we're gonna let the dogs loose. You know what the guys did? They stood up, they got in line, and they walked back in. And I asked a buddy of mine, I said, were you gonna let the dogs loose? He goes, nah, we couldn't do that. Dogs bite people. We couldn't let the dogs loose. He said, but the prisoners didn't know that, right? So, I mean, you think about that. You're there and you're looking, and these friggin' dogs, the police dogs are pawing, they're screaming, they're biting, they're barking, and they're going nuts, they're biting at the air. And you know, those slobbers running out of their mouth. That's a pretty horrifying sight. And you're looking at it, you're gonna be like, yeah, I think I'll go back into lockdown. And they went. That's Yemen. That's Yemen. Saudi Arabia. Look. The Saudis, in case you don't know people who've been to Saudi Arabia, been there, people will tell you, Saudis are afraid of the people. The Saudis are kind of, shall we say, a bit soft. Okay? They're there. Half of them ain't even working. They're getting, checks from the government every month. They're living this easy life, fat and happy, literally. And, a lot of times in Yemen, the Yemenis in Saudi will be like working as cab drivers or whatever. They carry the big knives and they're tough hombres, as Trump would say. And the Saudis they're like, man, them sons of bitches. They're like the, what do you call it? They're like the Chechens, right? Like, ooh, you don't mess with these people, right? So what? Oh, I say all that to say this. The Iranians, have those angry werewolf-looking police dogs pawing at the air, slobbering and biting, saying, just please let me loose on them damn Saudis. Oh God, just let me at them. Let me throw some missiles into the Red Sea, close the Bab al-Mandab Strait. They're ready to fight. They want to go. They're like the Chechens. They're always looking for a scrap, right? That's who they are. That's what they do, right? I mean, literally, like part of their religion is every man should have an AK. You got to have a gun to protect your family. That's a part of their culture, their religion, right? Imagine literal religion that says carry around and walk around with AK-47. Somebody goes wrong, right? So anyway, so my point being, one of the things that it was, we're going to overthrow the government. And we're going to break up your alliances, particularly with Yemen. So now, because think about this, it's one thing to control the Straits of Hormuz. Very, very, very powerful. They put the U.S. and the entire coalition, NATO, Israel, all of these nuclear powers, they put them down. They smacked them down. And they still had a card to play, and a big one. They hadn't even closed the Bab al-Mandab Strait. In fact, people were saying, well, it's bad enough. We got big problems that they closed the Straits of Hormuz. But, man, if they close the Bab al-Mandab Strait, it is it. The Saudis still are able to get some oil through there, like 30, 40, 50% of their oil. We've heard anywhere from 30 to 70%. We don't know the real number, right? But the truth is, however you look at it, the Iranians were put in a good situation. They're in a better situation than they were before. They still have their government in power, right? They still have their leverage, but they have much more leverage because they've demonstrated they'll use the leverage. It's like this. What if I threaten you with a gun and you say, how do I know that gun's real? And I shoot it. Pow. Like you got a guy with you and you're like, we're going to kill you. I go, I got a gun. How do we know that gun is real? That's your buddy, isn't it? Yeah, boom, I shoot him. What do you think now? You think it's real now? I have demonstrated that I have the capacity. I have demonstrated that I have the wherewithal and the will to act. And I haven't even played another very strong hand. You see, here's one of the things about resuming fire, shall we say, which it may or may not happen. Who knows? But what the Iranians have the ability to do, because everybody's like, they're going to start right back up. Well, I don't think Trump wants to, but who knows what's going to happen with Israel and other people, neocons and stuff like that. Trump don't want none of that smoke, brother. Trump don't want no more of that. That's for sure. I guarantee he doesn't. But whether it happens or not, we'll see. But if let's say they say, okay, we're going to attack again, then Iran can say, okay, then here's what we're going to do. Now we're going to close the Straits of Hormuz and nobody gets through no matter what, number one. Number two, Bab al-Mandab Strait. They can say, if this fires back up, the Red Sea's closed this time. See, the thing about it is they still have arrows in their quiver, shall we say, right? They still have, games they can play. You know what I'm saying? So Iran's in a good situation because they still have games they can play. They still have cards they can play. They still have options they can use. They have cards they can play, all that stuff. They still have options that they haven't even used yet. So they can say, if you start back up, right? If you fire back up again, if you get going with this thing again, we're going to make it worse on you, right? If you attack us again, this time we're going to close the Bab al-Mandab Strait, and we'll just close the Straits of Hormuz back up again. So they have the ability themselves to act. As of right now, I call it a win. In Europe, there's a maximalist. You can say they didn't get everything they want, and they're not getting everything they want. And Israel's not going, but look, do they have to get? You're fighting two nuclear superpowers, and you expect to get every single thing you want for good? I don't. You're against the U.S. and you push the U.S. into a corner to the point where the U.S. has to kiss your ass and give people 3 hours, give you 3 hours to draw a crowd. And the maximalist says, but we got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, but we didn't get 6. Or, okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, but they're not going to keep, they're not, right now, here's the other part of it. If you're Iran, well, they've got 2 weeks to rearm. Yeah, but so do I. I got 2 weeks. I got 2 weeks to crush, to get more satellite data. I got 2 weeks to, what's the word I'm going to look for? To re-up, right? Russia and China right now. Well, Russia's just right across the Caspian Sea, brother. You think there ain't no ships coming over? You think there's no ships coming over from Russia? Right? You don't think that Iran is taking this 2 weeks to say, okay, great. We need more missiles or whatever that we can get from China, more missile parts. We need more rocket fuel. We need more different things, more drones, more drone parts, more chips, more things like that. And furthermore, because my understanding is they make somewhere around 600 drones a day, right? 10 days is 6,000 drones. Plus another 4 days is another 2,400 drones. So 2 weeks is what, 8,400 drones that I made, and however many missiles that I made. You see what I'm saying? So my point is, any way you look at it, Iran comes out with 2 weeks to get more drones, to bring in more parts, more rocket fuel, more missile fuel, more fake things. They probably have maybe some, guess what else? They can bring in more air defense systems, more the shoulder fired little tripod air defense systems that are working so well. Lots of things. So Iran is in a position. They've already, they get to study data with the Russian and the Chinese scientists so that they can better figure out how to attack their enemies. So while you can argue that the U.S. gets, let me add this, well, the U.S. gets 2 weeks to rearm. Last time I checked, we make like 70 missiles a year or some crap like that. And we ain't doing a whole lot of rearming. We don't have the industry to make the stuff that we need. So rearming in 2 weeks, I don't think we're going to be able to rearm. But bottom line, we are out of air defense interceptors. And from what I've seen, it's going to take like a decade. Oh, by the way, as China, no doubt, and Russia are sending boatloads, literally shiploads of stuff into Iran, re-upping Iran. China won't sell us the tungsten steel that we need for a lot of these weapons. They won't sell us the titanium that we need. Russia won't sell us the titanium. They won't sell us the rare earth minerals. So as Iran is restocking their military, a lot of the stuff we can't restock because we don't have the stuff to rebuild it. So can we send more stuff that we already have into theater? Yeah, but we sent most everything we can, and that's getting blown up, right? So my point is, from a military perspective, Iran comes out okay with a 2 week break because they get to re-up and they get to become more powerful, and they've already demonstrated that they can defend themselves. So my opinion is, if you put together Iran's being able to maintain stability, and that was the key. What was it? They want to take out the government, and they want to break up their alliances so they won't have Yemen and Hezbollah, and they can't project power. And now, additionally, guess what else Iran can do? They can restock the weapons of Hezbollah. They can sneak in lots of weapons to Hezbollah. They can send more weapons to Yemen, right? So they can continue to arm up Yemen. So they're going to get stronger. Hezbollah is probably going to get stuff coming into Syria. You've got the Iraqi militias. You think they ain't rearming them, giving them drones, giving them all kind of stuff? So what they're doing is they can beef up their defense. They can beef up their offense for 2 weeks. They can prep and say, okay, 2 weeks is up. If you act up, we go. And by the way, we're just going to close this. You come back this time, and they can make it clear during negotiations. Look, the Bab el-Mandab Strait is open. If this thing fires back up, it ain't going to be open. And we're shutting out the Straits of Hormuz. See, that's the thing. They can impose their will by shutting off the Straits of Hormuz and shutting off the Red Sea. That's a strong incentive for the United States to say, we ain't going back in it. Will they? I don't know. Now people are like, well, Israel is not maintaining the ceasefire. I didn't expect that. Did anybody expect Israel to maintain the ceasefire? I don't. Right? I don't expect them to maintain the ceasefire. I don't think Iran or anybody expects them to maintain the ceasefire. I think what Iran can do is make them pay by helping Hezbollah and continue to make their lives a living hell. And Yemen likely will throw some missiles at Israel. So Israel's still at war. Israel is in a collapsing state. Israel is in a slow, not all that slow collapse. So Israel's continuing to burn themselves out. And internally, I mean, anybody who can in Israel can is getting the hell out of there. Right. So I think that right now Iran's got to win. They can roll with it. They can see what happens. Will the U.S. come back at them again? It's possible. I mean, you can't guarantee anything. It's quite possible, maybe even likely. Here's what I would say if I were Iran. Now, Iran is going to be a very rich country because they're going to be able to sell oil on the open seas without restriction. They're going to be able to get paid off the Straits of Hormuz. If I'm Iran, I build up a pretty massive, somewhat of an air force. I still don't focus on my air force, but so much. But I build up a massive defense. I work with Russia and China in building that layered air defense. I continue to, do that layered air defense. But there is one thing that I would look to do if I were Russia/China/Iran. You can't trust them. You can trust yourself, right? And that is, I think China and Russia should sign a mutual defense pact. I think the way to stop this would be, the way to deal with this once and for all is for Russia and China to sign a mutual defense pact. I think maybe Russia could station Oreshniks. I think this is a couple of things that Russia and China, we don't have to do the nuke thing. But what Russia and China could say is we're going to do a base of some type, like maybe a combination or a military base and or an Air Force and or a Navy base. That was either Russia, China. Maybe Russia has a Navy base. China has an army, has a army and or air base. Vice versa. Maybe both of them have it. Maybe they have it near the Straits of Hormuz. Maybe they have one also in the Caspian Sea. You know what I mean? So now Russia and China can integrate their military capabilities into the Iranian military infrastructure, so that either they have a mutual defense pact or they have bases there that makes it very difficult for someone to attack the Iranians without attacking the Russians or Chinese. So I think that somebody said joint base on Kargil, and there you go. So there are things that Russia and China can do. I think that would benefit. I also think I'd like to see Russia and or China have a base in Yemen. So a base on the Bab al-Mandab Strait, and see Russia and or China could say, look, we're going to put it there to protect shipping and to keep shipping going, but they're really there to protect the integrity of Iran and its military alliance. So if I'm Iran, I look at doing something like that. Number one, I don't coordinate that at all. I don't. That's not even part of my discussion about how we're going to end the conflict. I simply do that on my own. I come up with my plans. All right, America, we'll do this. All right, blah blah blah. Because I already figure I don't trust you, right? I don't trust you, you lying son of a bitch. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, we'll do this, 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 and this. Okay, yes, all right, that's a deal. Sign here, boom, 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 and the U.S. walks with us. Ha ha ha! Me, the evil laugh. We got them. We got what we want. We got a deal, and then we can get ready to come back and we'll take them out later. And right after the deal, the next day, Ayatollah Khomeini says, "Oh, by the way, got an announcement to make, a joint announcement with my friend Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin here. The Russians and or Chinese will be building a base on the Bab al-Mandab Strait to help Yemen, coordinate with Yemen, and just to keep these straits open, to keep it safe. By the way, they're going to be building one on Harg Island. I can't ever pronounce that. Is it Karg Island? Is it Harg Island? Is it Harg Island? I don't know. Whatever the name of that damn island is, guess what? The Russians and or Chinese will be building something there and on here and on the Caspian Sea. And I cement this alliance, not necessarily with a military alliance in writing, but a de facto, as they like to say, maybe not de jure, but de facto, maybe not in law, but in practice, right? And I have it there. So there are things that can be done. Bottom line is the U.S. has lost. The U.S. has been defeated. In a war, you have goals. Did you achieve your goal? Did you break up their alliances? Proxies? No, you didn't. Did you get regime change? No, you didn't. Did you fight? Did you lose all kinds of planes? Did you get humiliated, degraded, and pumped? I mean, just look at look, all you have to do if you want to know who lost, just look at the Lego videos, for God's sake. They released hip-hop Lego videos. Hip-hop Lego videos. You lost. Some guys got hip-hop Lego videos, right? You're done. You're screwed. So my point is, yeah, the best they can do now, Israel and the U.S., is like put trolls online or something to say, we won. You know, you go on Twitter and there's like trolls there. Yeah, America, F yeah, we won. If you got, let me ask you this. Do you see Iran having paid trolls? You see like a bunch of Iranians, paid Iranian trolls online saying, Iran, F yeah, we won. No, they don't have to do that because they won. You have to do that because you lost. And you have to create the image of victory because you don't actually have a victory. You have to create a narrative of victory, a rhetoric of victory, because you don't have a victory. If you have a victory, the guy that won just sits there like this. Hey, pass me some tea. The guy that lost has like 1,000 trolls online. Ha ha ha, the Iranians are crap and they're never going to win. Israel's great. America's great again. Ha 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 ha. That's what he's getting like $7,000 a post, which to be quite frank, hey, why don't you call me? I'll be a troll online for $7,000 a post. Hey, what do you think? Israel won and blah, blah, blah. Hey, Garland, that looks like you. Why are you saying Israel won? Hey, man, I know they didn't win. You know they didn't win. But these idiots are giving me $7,000 a post. A brother's got to eat, man. A brother's got to eat, right? So, I mean, come on. But bottom line is this. And somebody said Iran has no money to waste or need for paid trolls. No, they don't. They're putting their money in drones. They're putting their money in drones. You put your money in posts, they're going to put their money in, they're putting their money in drones. I'll put it like this. If I got a war, this guy has trolls online, right? Remember the NAFO trolls? They got NAFO trolls, right? Okay, all right. Here's the weapons. You're in a fight. You ready? I'm giving you your weapons. You can choose. Weapon A, you get a freaking drone that blows somebody to smithereens. A whatever Fatah 2 missile that's 1,000 kilograms of weapon. Okay, you got your choice. You can get 1,000 kilogram missile. Weapon 2, some schlep online who's on a keyboard warrior saying that your side win. What just out of curiosity, which weapon would you choose? I'm going with the 1,000 kilogram missile because I'm thinking that's probably going to be the one that's going to be the most effective in an actual war. So I'm just saying that's the best the U.S. has now. I guess maybe they'll double down on their trolls. Now that they've lost the actual war, they'll double down on their trolls. What do you think we should do, sir? We've lost the war. Our ships are going down. Our planes are blown out. Oh, yeah, just hell. How are we fixed on trolls? We're a little short. Double down on the trolls, sir. Double down on the trolls. Perhaps we should do some Lego videos. I don't know. The war's lost. And Iran has time to cement its military alliances, to expand its military capabilities, to make a hell of a lot of money, and to, outside of the United States, because we've been weakened, right? Because we've been weakened, to expand its international alliances. I'll put it like this. You think people are going to be trying to buy stuff from them? You think their phone's not ringing off the hook from other countries? Hey, guys, yeah, just wondering if you're selling some of those missiles and drones. I mean, I know you got a lot of them. And my country over here, Cambodia, whatever the hell, we're over here and we need missiles and drones. And yours seem to be quite effective in smashing the Americans and the Israelis to pieces. Perhaps we could buy a few from you. I think there will be a market. I'm thinking. There may be a market for Iranian military. Bottom line is they won it's a full spectrum victory. That's what it is. It's a full spectrum victory. They won militarily, at least by fighting the most right? Remember this? The America has the most powerful military that ever lived. What about Israel? The fourth most powerful military that ever lived. Okay, so you've fought the most powerful military that ever lived to a standstill and smushed the fourth most powerful military that ever lived, according to their rhetoric. Smushed them to pieces, flattened them like a cockroach, right? I'm calling that a win. I'm calling that a win. So I'll put it like this. If the U.S. is the most powerful military that ever lived, what does that make Iran? Right? I'm the most powerful military that ever lived. What about that guy? Yeah, he kicked my ass. What does that make him? And by the way, something else before I leave. Let me ask you this. Do you think our military is going to get stronger? Do you think there's people standing in line all over America saying, I can't wait to join? Do you think there's a lot of people in the U.S. military who are saying, I've been floating around on a poop-smelling ship for the last freaking year. When my 4 years is up, 5, 6 years is up, I'm getting the hell out of this shit show. You think there's not a lot of people in the military, the U.S. saying, get me out of here as soon as I can? And there ain't a whole lot of people waiting to join. The American military is falling apart. The people are unhappy. They want out. The leadership, they're looking at it saying, my God, we're working for crazy people. Get me out of here. It's coming unglued. And by the way, we're going to be out of missiles for the next decade, and we can't build more. I'm thinking the Iranians have decimated the U.S. from one end to the next. And I mean, maybe they didn't. Maybe we did a pretty good job of doing it on our own. But any way you look at it, that's the way I see it. Thanks a lot, everybody. Let me just say this. Thank you.
So Iran has rightly reimposed the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz after Israeli terrorists launched their most barbaric campaign against the Lebanese people today. Yes, they dropped 100 bombs. Let that sink in. 100 bombs in just 10 minutes to cause widespread carnage. The videos of Israeli barbarism is so graphic that I can't even share them here. You can watch it on our Telegram channel. Details on the screen and also in the description of this video. But how did the rogue Israeli Broadcasting Corporation, also known as the BBC, reported this latest act of Israeli evil? Watch it for yourself.
Well, more now on Lebanon, where Israel says it's hit more than 100 command centers and military sites in 10 minutes.
This is the filth and garbage that British taxpayers fund through their license fee. Anyway, coming back to the Israeli barbarity in Lebanon, Iran was quick to term it a violation of the ceasefire, and it quickly reimposed its chokehold on the Strait of Hormuz. Oil tankers that had begun to move had to turn back as the Iranians issued fresh warnings.
Harris, good morning. We start with breaking news. State media reports that Iran has halted the passage of oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz after Israeli attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon. Earlier today, we know 2 vessels were able to go through this passageway. But again, state media is reporting that the Iranians are choking off the strait.
White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt told reporters that Lebanon was not a part of the ceasefire deal.
You know, there have been increased Israeli strikes on Lebanon today with dozens of casualties there.
Sure.
Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That has been relayed to all parties involved.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Marcus the Great for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Thank you for helping me keep the lights on here in the House of Revolution. I appreciate that love, family. Real talk, salute. See, we got to keep streaming now.
Involved in the ceasefire.
To point out the American dishonesty. He shared the tweet of Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, who, as a mediator, had made it abundantly clear that the ceasefire included Lebanon as well. Arakchi wrote, and I quote, "The Iran-US ceasefire terms are clear and explicit. The US must choose ceasefire or continued war via Israel. It cannot have both. The world sees the massacres in Lebanon. The ball is in the US court, and the world is watching whether it will act on its commitments." End quote. Not just the Iranian foreign minister, even Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez took to Twitter to lash out at war criminal Benjamin Netanyahu for not resisting his natural urge to commit genocide, this time against the innocent people of Lebanon. Sanchez wrote, and I quote, "Just today, Netanyahu launches his harshest attack against Lebanon since the offensive began. His contempt for life," this is very important, pay attention to his choice of word, "his contempt for life and international law is intolerable. It's time to speak clearly. Lebanon must be included in the ceasefire. The international community must condemn this new violation of international law. The European Union must suspend its association agreement with Israel. And there must be no impunity for these criminal acts." End quote. You don't expect anything better from terrorist Netanyahu. Killing people for fun is part of who he is. He is a human devil for a reason. Don't forget, he bombed a synagogue in Iran yesterday. This filthy human is a depraved genocidal maniac who can't live in peace even for a second without killing innocent people for fun. It doesn't matter whether his victims are Muslims, Arabs, Christians, or even Jews. Today, he presided over the murder of another journalist in Gaza. This is prompting many Americans to ask Trump about his compulsions to follow this dreaded terrorist. Trump's former director of counterterrorism, Joe Kent, wrote this, and I quote, "Simple question. What's more important to our nation? Opening the Strait of Hormuz and bringing stability to the Gulf, or funding Israel's offensive in Lebanon? Israel is the junior partner in this relationship, but won't act like it until we restrict military aid to them." End quote.
Hello, currently, my name's Eddie. I'm currently staying in a temporary.
Former American presidential candidate Jill Stein demanded Israel's expulsion from the United Nations, as she wrote, and I quote, "Expel Israel from the United Nations, and more important, expel Israel from Congress and the White House." End quote. Former British ambassador to the US, Sir Peter Westmacott, exposes terrorist Netanyahu by highlighting his devious plans on Iran and in the region. Watch this clip from Sky News.
Do you think the president has control over what Israel does in Lebanon?
It's a great question. I think he could have, but he has shown over the years that he is vulnerable to the persuasive arguments that the Prime Minister of Israel deploys. For 40-odd years, not quite that long, but for a very long time, the Prime Minister of Israel has been trying to persuade American presidents to go to war with Iran. All the rest of them are told him to get lost, pretty much. This one went along with it, against the advice or professional judgment of some of his colleagues. So now we're in that position. Israel says we're not going to agree to ceasefire.
Benjamin Netanyahu been a fucking dictator, bro. This nigga been prime minister on and off for 40 fucking years. But if Putin does that, well, they say that's Putin's a dictator. And they need free and fair elections. But Netanyahu can reign over Israel and they don't bat an eye. That's crazy, bro. They know why Netanyahu is called to continue the government. You know, people don't come in behind him and break up what he was trying to do. But that just go to show people, if they could tell you Benjamin Netanyahu been trying to get the president to do this 40 years, that's how long that bitch been on and off as the prime minister of Israel. 40 years.
Fire in South Lebanon. If America wants to include Lebanon in the ceasefire terms, if that turns out to be a real sticking point for a deal with Iran that America can live with, he is going to have to say to the Prime Minister of Israel, knock it off, stop bombing and destroying all those houses and people in southern Lebanon. Is he prepared to do it? He hasn't done so far, but I think you ask a very good question.
Do you think he could be?
Could, if he wants to, he could. He's got a huge clout, huge influence. I mean, he is the one who enabled the Prime Minister of Israel to get what he wanted in Iran. So, and he is, of course, the one who controls the flow of a lot of money and a lot of weapons to Israel. If he wishes to make that stand, he could.
Even CNN's Israeli contributor, Barak Ravid, who has direct contact with Netanyahu's office, said that Lebanon was included in the ceasefire deal. Watch this CNN broadcast where he also highlights the Israeli barbarity in today's carpet bombing.
Well, first, because I think the ceasefire was negotiated in a relatively short time frame. And therefore, a lot of the issues were not really defined, and there were a lot of loose ends that still need to be managed. And I think one of the reasons that the mediators wanted the parties to meet face-to-face to negotiate this Friday is to start closing all the loose ends. Because the main issue with the ceasefire was first to stop everything, put more time on the clock. The mediators wanted 45 days. It ended up with 2 weeks, but they wanted to put more time on the clock. And they managed to do it. Now, there are a lot of issues that are still open and need to be clarified. By the way, the main issue, in my opinion, at the moment, okay, is not the big issues in the Iranian 10-point plan. It's the situation in Lebanon that could collapse the whole ceasefire if it continues to escalate.
Say more about that. Can you explain that? Because that's certainly, as you heard how we opened the show, that the Iranians are saying that they thought part of the ceasefire deal was that the bombardment of Hezbollah targets in Lebanon would stop. And Israel is saying, nope, that wasn't part of our understanding.
See.
Yeah, well, I think it's not only the Iranians. The problem is that...
that's a false narrative because she's small head. They're not just bombing Hezbollah targets. Damn it, they bombing Lebanon. They trying to steal Greater Israel Project. They want to steal these people's land, but they got to fool Americans into thinking, well, they're just bombing terrorists. That's a damn lie. The whole world knows it's a goddamn lie. Today, 1,000 people wounded, 200 people dead. You think that's Hezbollah? Fuck no kids, elderly people. Come on, and CNN, these people need to go to prison for this type of propaganda because a lot of our people believe that bullshit. But the world is tired of this shit, bro. And the whole world can see that as soon as a little bit of a ceasefire was looking like it was going to happen, Israel said, oh, it won't be no ceasefire because they already knew. If they start attacking those Lebanese individuals, attack Beirut, Lebanon, Iran was going to say, oh, hell no, y'all ain't coming to no straight. We back to war. And that's just what happened.
The Pakistani prime minister, when he announced the ceasefire, he made it clear that Lebanon was part of the deal. Which raises the question of what happened there in the negotiations if the main mediator says that Lebanon is part of the deal. I know that the Egyptian mediators and the Turkish mediators see it the same way, that Lebanon is part of this deal. Yesterday, shortly before Trump announced the ceasefire, he called Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, who sort of lost control of the process and was very nervous about this ceasefire. And during that call, when Trump told him, listen, I'm going to agree to a ceasefire with Iran, Netanyahu told them, but what about Lebanon? We want to...
As soon as this war stopped, Netanyahu going to prison, bro. Not for this war, but for financial crimes. And they mean business, and Trump is trying to threaten them, the judicial system, saying they better pardon Netanyahu. Look, those people is tied his ass, and they know that he's going to get them erased. So Netanyahu trying to keep this war going like Trump so they can rule forever. But Iran is putting an end to that. Won't be nothing to rule over.
Continue fighting Hezbollah. And Trump told Netanyahu, no problem, you can continue fighting Hezbollah. Lebanon is not part of this deal. So this was something that was agreed upon. Before the announcement of the ceasefire, it was agreed upon between Israel and the U.S. I heard it from both Israeli officials and U.S. officials.
That's
and
really...
U.S. officials told me today...
Go ahead, Barak.
And U.S. officials told me today that they're not concerned about those Iranian threats to withdraw from the negotiations or to close again the Strait of Hormuz because of the situation in Lebanon. They think it will be solved and it's not going to be a reason for the agreement to collapse. But I think it is still the biggest challenge to this very, very, very fragile ceasefire. We are less than 24 hours since it's been announced. And I think when you look at the results of the Israeli strikes, according to the Lebanese Red Cross, we're talking around 90 people killed, close to 300, maybe more than 300 people wounded. That's a very serious thing, especially that we don't know yet how many of them are Hezbollah and how many of them are innocent civilians.
There's no denying the truth that Trump is desperate to make a quick exit, but Netanyahu doesn't want him to end this conflict ever. That's because even Western experts are now calling it an Iranian victory. Listen to General Sir Richard Shiref, former NATO Deputy Supreme Allied Commander, on Times Radio.
The leadership of America is completely underestimated, and you now see the global superpower humbled by a tin pot theocratic dictatorship. This is America's Suez moment.
What do you think the US has achieved?
Well, I think you said it. It's a masterclass in futility. Yes, the US and Israel have decimated the Iranian leadership. They've written down the Iranian military capabilities substantially. But the fact is that so long as Iran held the Strait of Hormuz, America is losing. Trump is losing. And the very fact that Trump is now accepting the Iranian 10-point proposals as a workable basis on which to negotiate says to me that he's blinked. He's backed off. This is yet another example of Trump always chickening out.
What fascinates Trump is money. Now that he sees the Iranians making millions and even potentially billions of dollars from toll tax in the Strait of Hormuz, he has told an ABC reporter that he wouldn't mind making this toll collection as a joint US-Iranian venture.
This is the most stunning reversal that I think we have ever seen in American politics. In about 10 hours, the president goes from threatening the annihilation of Iranian civilization to saying he's got an agreement that will bring about a golden age of peace in the Middle East. But look, the threat not only activated the Iranians to do something, it more importantly got the Pakistanis and the Chinese to in turn pressure the Iranians to agree to do something that they weren't willing to do before. But massive questions ahead. This is classic Trump negotiating technique. The question is, can you get from this deal that he's now done to something lasting? And will the deal sustain itself?
And Rebecca pointed out, so much of this is about the Straits of Hormuz and whether or not Iran is going to be in control, the United States is going to be in control, who's going to pay, whether it's really going to be open.
Yeah, look, this is the big question. And I did speak to the president just a short while ago. First of all, he believes that his threat is the only thing that made this happen. I asked him, are you going to be willing to allow the Iranians to charge a toll? They're talking about a $2 million for ship toll through the Strait of Hormuz. And he said to me, well, maybe it will be a joint venture.
I will leave you with this clip of Pete Hegseth, who today told the truth about America's Gulf allies. Iran has for long accused the Arab monarchies of providing a base to launch attacks on Iran since 28th of February. Today, Hegseth confirmed that Iran was right all along.
Mr. Secretary, will your forces stay in the region and continue to defend and protect your allies and take the responsibility for their security?
For the question, the chairman mentioned the UAE and Bahrain and Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, who have fought shoulder to shoulder with us, especially in defense of our facilities, of our people, of their facilities, and we appreciate that. So that coordination, of course, will continue.
That's it from me. Thank you very much for your support of this platform and our journalism. If you
Well, my dear truth seekers, as you can see, Iran's threats that Trump will greatly regret if he dares to hit Iran's energy infrastructure have produced results. On the morning of April 8th, Donald Trump announced that he had decided to postpone strikes on Iran's energy infrastructure for another 2 weeks. At the same time, it is worth noting that right after that, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi officially announced that Tehran is also considering the option of a 2-week cessation of hostilities. Furthermore, the senior Iranian diplomat acknowledged that it was Pakistan that played a crucial role in resolving the conflict. However, even though the parties have managed to agree on a temporary truce, the main question remains open. What will happen in 2 weeks? When the truce period ends? Furthermore, there are still many questions about Israel's future actions, not only towards Iran, but also Lebanon, where the IDF is still fighting, trying to annex the southern part of the country. Meanwhile, the Iranians have already begun to celebrate victory in the war against the US-Israeli coalition. On the morning of April 8th, all the state-owned Iranian news channels announced Iran's victory in this war. Moreover, they also stated that the United States had agreed to accept all of Tehran's conditions, including those related to the payment of reparations to Iran for the damage caused, and the withdrawal of American troops from the Middle East. It is noteworthy that an hour later, Iran's Supreme National Security Council also announced Iran's victory in the war against the United States and Israel. The official statement says that the Iranian people have managed not only to defeat the United States and Israel, but to unite in the face of a common enemy. By the way, the victory in the war in the Middle East was also announced in the United States. In particular, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said at a press conference that the United States had won a victory over Iran. According to her, this victory was made possible solely thanks to President Trump and the American armed forces. Caroline Leavitt noted that it was thanks to Trump's tough stance that Iran was forced to accept a diplomatic settlement of the conflict and to open the Strait of Hormuz. At the same time, Caroline Leavitt decided not to tell reporters that the Strait of Hormuz is still under Iranian control, and that the United States has agreed that Tehran will charge a fee for passage through the strait. Furthermore, the White House press secretary also decided to hide from American reporters the fact that the Trump administration has already weakened sanctions against Iran, as a result of which the countries of the world have already begun to return to direct purchases of Iranian oil. For example, India, for the first time in 7 years, bought Iranian oil. At the moment, 2 tankers laden with Iranian oil have already headed to Indian ports for unloading. By the way, an authoritative military expert, Alexander Kotz, called everything that is happening a humiliating defeat for the United States. Alexander Kotz notes that the United States, by attacking Iran, pursued several important objectives at once. To change the regime in Iran, completely knock Tehran out of the regional arena, take control of the Strait of Hormuz, and impose a tough deal on the nuclear program and missiles. However, unfortunately for the United States, none of these objectives has been achieved. The Americans have not been able to change the regime in Iran. The Americans also failed to eliminate Iran's missile potential and the country's air defense. Moreover, the United States has also failed to destroy the network of Iranian proxies in the Middle East. And most importantly, the United States has failed to force Iran to agree to a humiliating nuclear deal. Iran's nuclear program has not been destroyed, while the enriched uranium is still in the Islamic Republic, Alexander Kotz said. As for Iran, the expert stressed that Tehran forced the United States to recognize Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. In addition, Tehran also forced the United States to start discussing reducing the number of American troops in the Middle East, which was another humiliation for Washington. Summing up, the expert stressed that while Trump declares his non-existent victory over Iran, Tehran has won a very significant interim victory in this war. Iran has not only withstood the attacks of the United States and Israel, but it has also secured a strong position in the negotiation process. Now, Iran will enter the negotiation process not as a supplicant, but as a party that dictates its terms. By the way, former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev expressed confidence that the fighting against Iran will continue in 2 weeks. According to him, Trump will never agree to accept Iran's terms, as this would mean a humiliating defeat for the United States. In addition, according to Medvedev, Israel will do everything to disrupt the negotiation process with Iran, as Tel Aviv is well aware that cessation of hostilities will make Iran even stronger, especially amid a sense of victory over the United States. Meanwhile, on April 8, Israel officially announced that the IDF would continue fighting in Lebanon, as the 2-week cessation of hostilities only concerns the war against Iran. However, such statements by Israel indicate that Tel Aviv is simply ignoring the terms of the ceasefire. The fact is that Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has officially confirmed that the 2-week ceasefire agreement also applies to the fighting in Lebanon. Thus, it becomes clear that Israel has already begun to sabotage the current truce in the Middle East. Meanwhile, despite all efforts, the Israeli army is still unable to take control of the southern part of Lebanon. Unfortunately for the IDF, everything that is happening indicates that Hezbollah is not only not going to give up, but also intends to inflict a crushing defeat on Israel. It is well known that since March 2, 2026, the IDF has taken control of only 210 square kilometers of territory in southern Lebanon. In 30 days, the depth of the Israeli army's advance with total air supremacy ranged from 4 to 10 kilometers. All this indicates that the Israeli army, despite its huge advantage in the air and in heavy equipment, not only faces great difficulties during the advance, but also suffers quite heavy losses. In 30 days of fighting, Israel lost hundreds of tanks and armored personnel carriers in southern Lebanon. As for manpower, Middle Eastern sources were able to confirm the death of 70 Israeli soldiers. At the same time, it is reported that this figure may be much higher, especially given the fact that the Israeli authorities are doing everything to hide the losses of the IDF. In many ways, Israel's failures in southern Lebanon are attributed to the competent actions of the Radwan Special Forces Unit. In particular, they use very effective tactics, attacking Israelis in small groups, using a large number of FPV drones and anti-tank missiles. In addition, the Radwan Special Forces Unit also continues to launch missile attacks on IDF facilities in northern Israel. For example, Hezbollah officially confirmed the destruction of the headquarters of the Israeli Elite Golani Brigade, located north of the city of Akko. At the same time, it is reported that several commanders of this elite Israeli brigade were killed as a result of this missile strike. Well, my friends, seeing all this mess, it becomes clear that when planning another war in the Middle East, Israel underestimated not only the military capabilities of Iran, but also the Lebanese Hezbollah.
The most controversial topics and separate signal from propaganda in real time. clear, especially from the main party mediating in the form of Pakistan. The Pakistani Prime Minister was very clear. The Pakistani Prime Minister said the following so that we can avoid any confusion and so that we don't accidentally get misled, by the pathological liars in the White House. He said the following: with the greatest humility, I am pleased to announce that the Islamic Republic of Iran, the United States of America, along with their allies, have agreed to an immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon and elsewhere, effective immediately. Okay. He said Lebanon, as in, he didn't just speak about the allies, he explicitly said Lebanon. And Iran also explicitly said Lebanon in its statement. Trump was referring to the mediation coming from Pakistan, and he said that he is following that mediation. He said that he agreed to start based on the 10-point plan that is coming from Iran, as it was proposed by the Pakistani side. Very clear, as in, there's nothing dubious about it whatsoever. Of course, today there were intense genocidal, barbaric attacks coming from the bloodthirsty Zionists against the civilian population in Lebanon, deliberately targeting civilian populations, heavily populated buildings, no prior warnings, no nothing. The Air Force of the genocide state, of course, they stopped attacking Iran for now, so they had more time to kill Lebanese children. Over 180 martyrs today only in Lebanon, with approximately 1,000 wounded, according to recent health ministry numbers, and clear violation of this ceasefire agreement. So what is this exactly? What happened here? You see, some people assume that Israel is doing it on its own accord. However, the American side is now trying to portray this as an agreement that is normal. They're denying everything, as in, listen firstly to J.D. Vance, and then we're going to go to the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt. Let's begin with J.D. Vance and listen to what he had to say in that regard.
And what they give is that straits are going to be reopened. If we don't see that happening, the president is not going to abide by our terms if the Iranians are not abiding by their terms.
Mr. Vice President, Caroline Leavitt said you played a key role in these talks. Could you help us understand some details about that role? And do you think your well-known opposition to foreign wars generally was a factor that made you a key player in this?
Well, I appreciate Carolyn saying that. I mean, my key role was I sat on the phone a lot. I answered a lot of phone calls. I made a lot of phone calls. And again, I'm happy about where we are. I think the president has struck a good deal for the American people, but fundamentally, the Iranians have got to take the next step, or the president has a lot of options to go back to the war.
Do you know?
And what they give is that straits are going to be reopened.
Very clear. President has options to go back to the war. They abide by their terms. We abide by our terms. It's as if there's nothing written, nothing agreed. Are they completely ignoring the fact that there was an agreement? It gets worse with this press secretary of the White House. She went further, outright denying that there is an agreement that concerns Lebanon, although the statement from the mediating party stated Lebanon and the allies and everywhere. It was very clear in a way to not leave a gap to anyone to try and exploit anything or run away from their obligations. Listen to what Caroline Leavitt said from the White House in that regard.
So let me be clear and correct the record. The Iranians originally put forward a 10-point plan that was fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded. It was literally thrown in the garbage by President Trump and his negotiating team. Many outlets in this room have falsely reported on that plan as being acceptable to the United States, and that is false. With the president's deadline fast approaching and the United States military completely decimating Iran with each passing hour, the regime acknowledged reality to the negotiating team. They put forward a more reasonable and entirely different and condensed plan to the president and his team. President Trump and the team determined the new modified plan was a workable basis on which to negotiate and to align it with our own 15-point proposal. The president's red lines, namely the end of Iranian enrichment in Iran, have not changed. And the idea that President Trump would ever accept an Iranian wish list as a deal is completely absurd. The president will only make a deal that serves in the best interests of the United States of America, and he as a negotiating team will focus on this effort over the next 2 weeks, so long as the Strait of Hormuz remains open with no limitations or delays. These extraordinarily sensitive and complex negotiations will take place behind closed doors over the course of the next 2 weeks. I would strongly advise the media against running with narratives that have no basis in.
Everyone's lying, apart from you, right? Blame the media. She also said something extremely important.
And most of their senior leadership, including the former Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Graham.
Including the what? What did she say again?
And most of their senior leadership, including the former Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Graham. And most.
Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. All right, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Anyway, she doesn't know who they killed in Iran. She doesn't know the name of the supreme leader. They killed God, according to her. Ayatollah God Khamenei. But anyway, you know, they killed Ayatollah Allah Khamenei, astaghfirullah. And now she's saying that they don't have a clue about Lebanon. They have their own agreement. And Iran, they should abide by their updated terms. Where did they get that from? We saw the 10-point plan. It was very clear. It was published everywhere. And the fact that the Prime Minister of Pakistan mentioned that, by the way, on a post on X that was viewed by over 11 million people, in which he mentioned Lebanon, and her now coming up, and Trump saying that Lebanon is a different skirmish, saying that that's out of the question, proves that they're the liars. And if they're lying about that, then they're lying about any other 10 points. So what is this exactly? Well, we have a side that is sabotaging from the beginning. It's not just Israel sabotaging, right? I shared a video yesterday with you of Joe Kent who was saying, pray for the president. Pray for who? Pray for a child rapist? What's wrong with these people? Oh, yeah, pray for him. What? What kind of prayer do you want for people to pray for a child-killing mass murder? A child molester, a woman abuser? To rot in the lowest levels of hell? What do you want us to pray for him for? And he was saying about this ceasefire agreement, and now Donald Trump directly is going against it. Why am I mentioning that? Because Joe Kent said that beware that there's going to be a sabotage. The former director of counterterrorism who resigned because of this war of aggression against Iran, because there was no imminent threat. He said, beware of Israeli sabotage. It's not an Israeli sabotage, it's an American sabotage. You see, some people are still trying to kind of sell the same notion that some of the corrupt puppets in the Arab world of the United States administration are trying to sell people that there is a difference between the United States administration and the Israeli administration. Oh no, we're talking about the same thing. Do you know who clarified that? Several figures in the United States clarified that. One of them was none other than Pete Hegseth. Listen to what Pete Hegseth had to say.
Well, thank you for the question. The chairman mentioned the UAE and Bahrain and Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, who have fought shoulder to shoulder with us, especially.
What? What did you just say? Let's go back.
Who have fought shoulder to shoulder with us, especially.
Oh, they fought shoulder to shoulder.
In defense of our facilities, of our people, of their facilities, and we appreciate that. So that coordination, of course, will continue.
Oh, beautiful. Okay, so they actually did. So it wasn't an Iranian aggression for nothing. Oh, so Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, UAE, all they participated. All right. What did the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Dan Kane said? Let's listen to him too.
And I want to thank, as the Secretary did, our Gulf partners who fought alongside each and every one of us every day. From the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and Jordan, all who joined us together to defend and protect our people and our assets, and who, if required, stand ready to do so again.
Thank you very much for the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and for Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, for clarifying, because some people were confused. And, you know, some people in the Arab world were saying this Iranian aggression, you know, and we haven't done anything. We told the Americans, don't attack Iran from our territories. There were no attacks. Iran. And they started condemning Iran. Sometimes they would mention Israel, saying, you know, that what they're doing is escalatory, right? No mention of Trump and the United States. Ooh, why? You can upset the master, can you? And if that master has a master, then what is their role? Third-tier employees participating shoulder to shoulder with the American army against the girls of Minab, against the innocent people of Iran, against anyone in Iran, against the armed forces of Iran. Iran is a sovereign nation, against the supreme leader of Iran. What do they have to say about that? Oh, I think they will not publish this. It's more convenient not to say a word. Why? Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, they were just defending their own facilities, weren't they? Okay, so we've established now that the United States of America, not Israel, the United States of America on its own, putting aside Israel, we'll get to Israel in a point, is going against the agreement that they supposedly agreed to yesterday. Is that an internal desire of the American administration? Is that pressure? We don't care. I really don't care, to be honest with you, because he is the head of the armed forces, Trump. He has the power to make the decisions. His authorization leads to these actions. That's all we need to care about. Yeah, it's good to know that there might be some influence in the back. Yeah, it's good to know that, absolutely. But he's responsible. So he is the one who needs to be judged for his actions. Now, of course, it wasn't only these guys. The primary culprit, war criminal, wanted war criminal, Netanyahu, also made a statement. And in his statement, he mentioned a couple of things. Of course, he's spewing typical Zionist garbage 24/7. We're not going to share everything with you. But we're going to get to the points that are concerning the ceasefire itself and the Lebanese front. He's saying that they have an agreement by the United States, temporary ceasefire, but Israel still has goals to complete, and we will achieve them. according to Netanyahu, either by agreement or by resuming the fighting. We are prepared to return to combat at any moment required, and our finger is on the trigger. As you know, a temporary 2-week ceasefire between the United States and Iran went into effect overnight in full coordination with Israel, he's highlighting. No, they did not surprise us in the last minute, because there were some statements even in Israel that Israel wasn't even involved in this. Then, in relation to Lebanon, he's saying that the front in Lebanon is out of the question. It does not include Hezbollah. We will continue to strike them with force. Today we've dealt Hezbollah the hardest blow it has suffered since the pagers by killing hundreds of innocent civilians, bombing heavily populated areas of innocent civilian people, killing over 180, wounding approximately 1,000. The numbers keep rising, of course. Why? Because that's your typical Zionist savagery that goes against innocent civilians. And he's saying that we're committed to restoring what he's describing as the security of the residents of the north inside of Israel. So one thing is very clear now. It isn't just Israel, and it isn't just the United States. Whether Israel is pushing the United States or not, both of them are making the decision. That's what we are concerned about, and that's what concerns us. And now both of them are on the same page. All right, cool. They are claiming that, which directly contradicts the initial statement that came from the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif, who very clearly stated that this ceasefire is going to be with not only Iran, but also the other fronts. So they're clearly violating what Shehbaz Sharif said. Although he was very clear, many countries congratulated everything, and he was speaking with multiple leaders across the world. They were speaking about, congratulating him for his efforts to get all of these deals, all of this agreement done. What are they going to do after this? What is the situation of the war on the ground? Where are things going to head to? And most importantly, what is Iran going to do following this blatant move coming from Israel and the United States, saying that that's it? Lebanon is out of the equation, and we are actually going to continue the war in Lebanon and attack Lebanon. Again, the Prime Minister of Pakistan was very clear, and here is the Lebanese statement and elsewhere. Iran warned them. Iran didn't just warn them. Iran shut the Hormuz Strait. The Hormuz Strait is no longer open, even temporarily, under the control of Iran for anyone related to Israel and the United States. Fars news agency said that the Hormuz Strait is totally shut and the oil tankers are going back. The Iranian people were celebrating or protesting, confirming their support of Lebanon. There were mass protests all across of Iran. People were saying, if we betray Lebanon, it's as if we're betraying our religion. There were signs all across the metros inside of Iran about we will not leave Lebanon. There were actual moves as well. There were actual. So, firstly, the implementation of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. After this, these were also some of the signs in the Iranian streets and in metros. Iran will not leave Lebanon, and the people are demanding for action to be taken. The spokesperson of the Foreign Ministry of Iran said that the claim of the White House that Lebanon isn't part of the ceasefire is a way to get out of the agreement or deny the agreement. There were also other statements from officials inside of Iran in that regard, and the IRGC also issued a stark statement. One of the other statements that were made was by none other than Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, who actually quoted the post of Shahbaz Sharif, saying the Iran-US ceasefire terms are clear and explicit. The US must choose ceasefire or continued war via Israel. It cannot have both. The world sees massacres in Lebanon. The ball is in the US court, and the world is watching whether it will act on its commitments. How long are they going to give it to work? Well, they aren't giving it time to work. They're already taking action. And that action is where it hurts most. The Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz, after a very temporary opening, immediately as Iran saw the massacres happening inside of Lebanon, they shut the Strait of Hormuz in a way to apply pressure on Donald Trump directly, by the way, because they know the score. This is where Iran is smarter than them, by the way. One thing they hate about Iran is the fact that they're dealing with smart, intelligent people. They're not talking about people who have their heads in the sand. They know them very well. They know how vile their enemies are. And they don't have this wishy-washy approach with them, or, putting things under the table. They know what they're dealing with, they deal with. But of course, the most important statement came from the IRGC. The IRGC said that we will respond in a way that will make the enemies regret it if the aggression against Lebanon continues. Iran's Revolutionary Guard warns both the United States and Israel that it will respond in a way that will make aggressors regret it if the attacks on Lebanon do not stop. Only hours had passed since the ceasefire agreement when the Zionist entity, with its wolfish nature, whose brutality and the killing of innocents, children and women, are an integral part of its identity, began a brutal massacre in Beirut. We issue a strong warning to the United States, which breaks its promises, and its Zionist partner, that if the attacks on dear Lebanon do not stop immediately, we will do what our duty dictates and deliver a resounding response to the evil aggressors in the region. Mousavi also said that any attack on the proud Hezbollah is an attack on Iran. The commander of the Aerospace Force of the Revolutionary Guard stressed in his statements that any attack on the proud Hezbollah is an attack on Iran. The field is now preparing for a decisive response to the entity's brutal crimes. The Iranian foreign minister also had a call with the Pakistani Army Chief General Asim Munir, discussing ceasefire violations in Iran and Lebanon by the Israeli occupying entity. Ali Bahraini, Iran's representative to the UN, also stressed that There's a need for Israel to adhere to the ceasefire in Lebanon, warning that a continuation of the attacks would further complicate the situation and would have dire consequences. Ibrahim Razai, of course, spoke about the Hormuz Strait, the spokesman of the National Security Committee in the Iranian parliament. He said that the movement of ships in the Strait of Hormuz must stop immediately, and it did, as a response to the aggression against Lebanon, an initial response to the aggression against Lebanon, because what we're seeing here is a situation where Iran is only making the initial move of, well, the straits are shut. Now, they also mentioned that there was a breach against Iran. It wasn't the United States that had a breach against Iran. It wasn't Israel, according to observers' statements coming in. So who was it? Pete Hegseth and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff thanked some of the Arab countries. And apparently, there are multiple indications that it was none other than the UAE that targeted Iran, one of its oil facilities, because of the fighter jet that it was using, according to reports, a Mirage fighter jet. An American source told one of the news agencies today that the Lavan oil refinery attack in Iran was not conducted by the US nor by Israel. All signs were pointing towards the UAE because of the equipment that they were using. They had, according to some reports, other targets. And of course, that was part of the mainstream Arab propaganda, by the way, against Iran, denying that they're participating when their lands and territories were used by American and Israeli terror forces. And now they're breaching the ceasefire themselves against Iran. Very daring. What is the Iranian response? Well, the Iranian response already happened. This is what Iran did immediately after these attacks, and they clearly identified that it was the UAE, but they're not really saying. Iran attacked oil facilities in the UAE after the UAE struck Iran's Lafan refinery this morning. Iranian officials warned that UAE could get hit by massive ballistic missiles, and this is the damage that took place. So you'd think to yourself, if it was the UAE, quite daring. UAE is a tiny country. Iran could wipe it off easily. It had the biggest amount of attacks from most of the Arab Gulf states participating with this terrorism against Iran and aggression against Iran for very good reasons. I mean, they have a lot of American and Israeli assets. One of very few countries in the Gulf that have a relationship with Israel, them and Bahrain, but they're larger than Bahrain, more capabilities, more leverage, what have you. Still a very tiny country. But was that their decision? Or was that part of the dirty trick and dirty plan of both the United States and America? Chances are it's part of the dirty plan. Because, well, what kind of defense systems are in the UAE? What can they actually do? But Iran is telling them, in essence, that even if you dare attacking us, we will immediately attack you back. So, in essence, what we had so far is an Iranian wave, firstly, that I spoke about, the 100th wave that was being implemented after the declaration of the ceasefire, following aggressions against Iran. Then we had this aggression against Iran, Israeli breaches in Lebanon too. Israel is saying that we are not including Lebanon. The United States denying that it's accepting the fact that Lebanon is in, although again, the Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif of Pakistan said that Lebanon is included. What is the exit here? What is the solution? There are a couple of solutions. There are a couple of options to get out of this. Firstly, the resistance front led by Iran could create a new equation where the majority of the attacks would be landing on Israel. And if there is evidence that there is any US participation in any of the attacks coming from Israel against them, they will continue to attack US assets in the region, or have a continued attack against the US and Israel altogether, but again, the majority of the attacks will be on Israel. That's the first option. The second option is for Iran to say, well, we're not going to include Lebanon, but Hezbollah can continue the fighting with Israel. It's less likely, this scenario, and there could be certain talks coming from officials in Lebanon saying that, for example, you don't have to, but from an Iranian perspective, Hezbollah participated for Iran. It's clear that they've been patient for a year and a half almost of Israeli breaches against Lebanon. And when after the supreme leader was assassinated, they decided to go in for Iran. So Iran now feels like it owes them a favor. And where we had a situation of coordination before, now there is a more solid, unified command and control room coming from the resistance front against Israel and the United States, making it more effective, more efficient, more successful in essence. And the new equation could be different, because we also heard statements from Yemen, we also heard statements from Iraq. Some of the resistance movements had stronger approaches, saying that we need a unified front up until Israel is eliminated, as in we need to continue attacking Israel up until we get rid of Zionism there. There is that sentiment in Iran too, as in the top levels of Iran. And although there was an attempt here, and they're clearly showing the people that there was an attempt, it's not working. And then now they're showing the people that it's not working, and we're still facing aggression. This aggression is coming not only by the United States, but by its proxies too in the region. Israel is trying to get itself out of the equation, and the United States is now denying that Lebanon was even part of the deal. Therefore, that could be the first option. Second option, again, telling Hezbollah that we reached an agreement, it wouldn't include a ceasefire with Lebanon. And Hezbollah will continue, because Hezbollah today said that what happened in 2024 will not be repeated. If Israel continues the breaches, we will continue attacking Israel. So there will be a continuation of the war regardless, either as an all-out front against Israel, or an all-out front against Israel and the United States, or a front between Israel and Lebanon that would most likely include Yemen as an ongoing basis, plus the Iraqi resistance to an extent too. No ceasefire. Will Iran do that? I mean, based on what we saw so far, it's quite unlikely for them to say that it's not going to include. They took actions on the ground, and the biggest deal breaker in all of this is the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is shut. The reason for them shutting the Strait of Hormuz is the American-Israeli breaches are the American-Israeli breaches inside of Lebanon. So what is the United States going to respond with? Tell them, okay, now you breached it? Zionist corporate media, mainstream media, and some Zionist mouthpieces are trying to say that Iran is breaching the ceasefire. They're trying to spin everything all the way. But clearly we can see who's breaching here. And they might say, okay, well, we'll go back to the war. Unless Trump climbed down the ladder because he's finding it too difficult. Forget about these nonsensical projections of power. This is 24/7 propaganda. You know, they try and teach you about Nazi propaganda and, oh my God, how people were fooled. Oh no, that's what they're doing to you and have been for a very long time. And they're trying to continue it now under all sorts of pretexts, either by corporate media or people trying to portray themselves as independent media and saying, oh yeah, Iran, controlled opposition. So no signs of positivity in that regard. Iran is clearly not accepting the fact that Israel can continue the breaches in Lebanon. The actions have started. It's only a matter of time up until the missiles begin landing again on the heads of the child-killing Zionists. And if the United States decides to continue alongside the Arab regimes who the United States was thanking for fighting with them shoulder to shoulder, how shameful is that? And then the Arab countries, in essence, would be fighting for Israel, not just the United States. Not that they haven't so far, but this time it would be even clearer. And Iran would take it to a different level. The levels of attacks, the levels of intensity are going to be completely different. We saw what happened in the 100th wave. Unprecedented intensity coming from Iran against so many strategic assets, 25 targets belonging to the American and Israeli terror forces, and no one could stop them. No interception, no nothing. Israel was being bombarded for hours upon hours without having any hope to stop these missiles, and they landed. That is the situation that we have here. And all of this is, again, leading to a conclusion that it's pretty unlikely that the ceasefire will succeed simply because of the pathological lies coming from the Epstein cult regime in the United States of America and the depraved, barbaric Zionists who continue to slaughter people on a day-to-day basis, both in Gaza and in Lebanon. And these were the main things that I wanted to share with you. I'll open the space up for a few questions from the community. If you have anything, if you wouldn't mind highlighting in red, so I can get to it quickly. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. Everyone who sent supers, much appreciated. Barbie said Trump has an agenda and will not stop. They are laughing at Iran. Iran will have the last laugh. But I'm probably, yeah. And, again, whether it's his agenda or, his superior's agenda, he's absolutely going against the agreement that was brokered by Pakistan. And Iran absolutely will have the last laugh. They have no chance of defeating Iran. That's the thing here. And that's why they were already talking about a regime change. The regime already changed. We targeted everything. Netanyahu was trying to brag about the level of missiles they targeted in Iran, although the missiles were landing on his head in Israel. And Don Vito, thank you as well. He said the US never had an intention to honor the 10 points. Probably. But then the question rises, why did they actually do that? To catch a breath? To have different deployments? Or was there an initial battle from within the administration of the United States, where some elements were actually pushing to stop, whereas others said that, no, we need to continue. And the pressure of those who said we need to continue, the Zionist hawks, worked. What's for sure is Iran is keeping an eye on everything. And Glenn Huxley, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Manroad Stroop, what about Syria? Syria is not part of this. Syria is on the side of the Arab state regimes in the Gulf, more than they are, of course, with Iran. Today, they did something that is quite surprising. They condemned the attacks against Lebanon. But they're not part of this, although they're victims of the same country that occupies their territories. I don't assume they will be taking part in anything to do with this resistance campaign. And they will be potentially left to fight alone at one point, because the problem with some of the countries surrounding Israel, that they're not understanding that if they don't come together in this battle, they will be eaten piece by piece. And they're falling into this trap. Because think about it this way, if Iran managed to do that, what if Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Egypt, and other countries, what would happen exactly? Yet the complicity coming from the Arab countries is what also enables Israel to continue these breaches and kill people. Chris DeVismus, thoughts on all this being part of the billionaire, less than 1% making huge profit, and the Chinese theory that the Zionist neoliberal agenda is all about human sacrifice to achieve this. I strongly agree with the first notion that there are, well, I wouldn't say like just all of this, because there are elements to do with fanaticism, extremism, occultism, absolutely. However, there is definitely something very big about the 1% or less than 1%, some of them, of course, making huge profits out of this suffering, because from a historical perspective, but first and foremost, the United States is a militaristic oligarchy that expands its corporation rather than a state through aggression against other countries. There's a military-industrial complex that profiteers out of this. There's a Hollywood and other networks too that glorify this American army of terror, so that people can join it and join the grinder and be sent to die for people who make money out of their deaths. And then, of course, you have the people who are profiteering in terms of funding, the backers, the financiers, all of them, they make money out of this. They will fund this whole operation, the operation of destruction and the operation of rebuilding afterwards. And then you have all companies that are connected to it. It's disgusting. And that's why these things should be addressed. You know what I mean? It baffles me that the American president can say that they don't have money for healthcare or education in the United States because they need to spend that money on the army. 1.5 trillion. Can you imagine that amount of money? But when it comes to basic necessities of the people, they'll tell you, oh, we don't have a money tree. No, you do have money tree. You have money tree, you print the money. But the Federal Reserve doesn't belong to the people, does it? It belongs to companies. It's ridiculous, by the way. It's insane, the whole thing. And then the Chinese theory that the Zionist neoliberal agenda is all about human sacrifice to achieve this. They sacrifice humans. The Epstein cult sacrificed children and had cannibalism. Israel kills and burns Palestinian infants and babies in their Jewish holidays. That's what they do. Lag Ba'omer, for example, fires, they burnt tents with people in them, burned them alive. This is how they celebrate. Likewise with their satanic allies in the United States and globally. So there is a lot to what you're saying, Chris. There is a lot to it. And it definitely has a role in all of this. Using nukes when things look desperate for them, perhaps, but using nukes is they're opening a Pandora's box that they can't close. Who knows what Iran is preparing? Maybe Iran already has nukes. Listen, we know the official statements. The man who had the religious decree to ban nuclear bombs is gone now. They could have a nuclear bomb now, Iran, and they'll hammer Israel with 1 or 2 nuclear bombs. If nuclear bombs land on Israel, they'll end it. If nuclear bombs land on Iran, they wouldn't necessarily end it if we were talking about tactical nukes, not strategic nukes. I mean, even strategic nukes, there will still be some resistance because everything's under the ground. However, if they land missiles that have nuclear bombs on Israel, then that's it. And again, there's reason to believe that they might have some. And Bob's in camera, thank you so much for your super, much appreciated. Let's see if we have anything else in the chat.
Right now is Wednesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern time, and today's, as you know, April 8th, 2026. And what has happened so far with the war in the Middle East, that is what last night we learned about the ceasefire. Both sides, the United States and not last night, the night before, we had some sort of communication between the two parties through the Pakistani government. Then they came out and they announced, Donald Trump announced that it's going to be a ceasefire. Iranian party said the same thing. Both of them, they have mentioned these 10-point proposals, the 10-point proposal on the part of Iranians. So we discussed this last night, what were those 10 points? And today we've learned something different from the Vice President of the United States. And I want to get to what's going on with the case of Hezbollah, because Hezbollah just announced that they're going to attack Israel. They're going to respond to what Israel did today. They sort of, attacked it. They destroyed many buildings in Lebanon. But before getting there, I want to just mention how we got here. What is happening with this ceasefire? In my opinion, it's a fake ceasefire. It's not going to last long, and sooner or later we're going to see the end of this posture on the part of Donald Trump. But what has happened today? It was so amazing to me. J.D. Vance talking this way about the 10-point plan that was accepted. Donald Trump has mentioned that, reposting what the Iranian foreign minister posted on X. Then he just accepted. It's just, he said that's the plan. It's a workable plan. He said that in that tweet. And here is what we've heard today from J.D. Vance.
I've been involved in this. There are 3 different 10-point proposals, at least, that I've seen floating around. The first 10-point proposal was something that was submitted, and we think, frankly, was probably written by ChatGPT, that was submitted to Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. That immediately went in the garbage and was rejected. There was a second 10-point proposal that was much more reasonable, that was based on some back and forth between us, between the Pakistanis and Iranians. That is the 10-point proposal that the president was referencing in his truth yesterday. And then, frankly, I've seen a third 10-point proposal that's even more maximalist than the first 10-point proposal that's been floating around various social media channels. Now, here's what's interesting about all this, is that I've seen various organs, the New York Times, CNN, others, pick up and run the original 10-point proposal based on little more than a random Yahoo in Iran submitting it to public access television in the country of Iran, and then them saying that somehow represents the negotiating position of the government.
Yeah. What was the 10-point proposal? I think he's just making lies. He's just lying to us, to all of us. I don't know why is he doing this. What is the main objective on his part? Because that's not going to help him in ongoing, if he wants to negotiate with Iranians. They have this experience with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. I don't know if he's going to be the new Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, because this way that he's talking about the 10-point plan, since this war started, since the attacks, Israeli-American attack on Iran has happened, we've seen the same sort of objectives on the part of Iran, and they have never changed their points. It has always been since day one, when the whole operation has collapsed after 4 days, 2 days, 3 days. Then they started, after the collapse of the coup, so-called regime change, they started to negotiate with Iranians after 4 days. It's not something new, these sort of messages going through the government in Pakistan or by the government in Turkey, by Omani government, and all of them. It's not something new. It was happening since, just we were in 4 days in this war. They started sending messages to Iran, and let's have some sort of discussion. Let's have some sort of solution. Let's talk. Let's negotiate. But Iran said no. They said since day one, they were talking about if this war going to end on all fronts. It's not going to be just about Iran. It's going to be with Lebanon. It's going to be with Gaza. You cannot ignore, you cannot remove Gaza from the calculation on the part of Iranians. You cannot remove Lebanon. And he's somehow, I don't know why is he manipulating. It doesn't make sense to me. This guy is not serious. It shows that there is no negotiation. That's not going to happen. I think we're going to see, at best, we're going to see something like Minsk II agreement. 2015, there was an agreement between, Eastern ethnic Russians in the eastern part of Ukraine and the western part of Ukraine and the government in Ukraine. That agreement was, the guarantors of that agreement they were Germany and France. We had the Russian government signing that agreement as well. Then later on we've learned it was a sham, because they were rebuilt in the military of Ukraine to confront Russia, to trap Russia in Ukraine. They're doing the same. Donald Trump was elected. Since day one, he said he wants to put an end to the conflict in Ukraine. What has he done so far? He did nothing. He's just providing more intelligence, more weapons. He was doing this before this war started. The war against Iran has somehow influenced the conflict in Ukraine, because the United States is sending everything, has been sending everything to Israel, to help Israel. You remember what they did with the case of the air defense system in South Korea. And then they asked even Poland to send their Patriot missiles, the Patriot systems to Israel to help Israel. This is the reality of what's going on. I think they're buying time. I don't know how is that going to help them in a short run. That's not going to help them, because if they want to produce more interceptors, they're not that much capable of producing that much that could influence the battlefield. And Iran knows that. Iran does the same thing. They're going to repair. They're going to get prepared. And right now, today we've learned that Israel, right after the ceasefire, and everybody's talking about ceasefire. Today we had the White House secretary, the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt. She was talking about the ceasefire, how is that going? What is the plan on the part of the United States? They're gonna, because we've heard that it's going to be a team by J.D. Vance together with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. Then they said, no, J.D. Vance is not going to be part of the negotiations because he's concerned about the security if he goes to Islamabad, to Pakistan. Later on today, we've learned from Caroline Levitt, she said that, no, J.D. Vance going to be part of the negotiations. He's going to participate as the head of, as the head negotiator of the team. This is the way. I don't see J.D. Vance being a new sort of fresh air to the whole situation of negotiating with Iranians. What has happened today? Israel has attacked Lebanon. They killed many people, civilians. If you follow the news, you see most of these kids and civilians were killed. It's unbelievable. Why are they doing this? What is this hatred that doesn't have any sort of end in their underpart? Who's going to stop them from what they're doing? J.D. Vance said they're not going to do anything of that sort to avoid, to put some sort of barriers against, for Israel to not go that far, to not attack Lebanon. But after all, they're doing this. Just one of these families that was killed, this is the picture. Just look at it. These are civilians. This is the future of Lebanon. How can someone see this and see what Israel is doing in Lebanon? They destroy the whole building, the whole area, the whole neighborhood with all the people. What's that? Nobody has any sort. I don't even believe that Donald Trump has any sort of leverage on Benjamin Netanyahu. He's simply running everything in the United States and outside of the United States. You don't see the backbone in Europeans to go against him. They're talking. Today we've had BBC reporting, mentioning that the main targets of this operation, Israeli operation in Lebanon, was basically military buildings and, some buildings related to, Hezbollah and commanders and forces and all of that. That's nonsense. They're killing people. They're killing civilians. They did that in Gaza. They leveled the whole area. They want to do the same in Lebanon. This is the plan. They came to this ceasefire to stop Iran from firing at Israel, to level Lebanon. Because they know that they cannot beat Lebanon on the ground. If Lebanon had just a minuscule percentage of what Israel has, they would be able to defeat Israel in 2 days, in 24 hours. With all those beautiful weapons, with all those devastating weapons that the United States is providing, to Israel, they're not capable of fighting underground. That's why they have to use their air forces to go there and bomb people and kill civilians. They did that. They did that in this war against Iran. They killed a whole neighborhood, 500 people, to kill the head of the National Security Council of Iran, Ali Larijani. He wasn't hiding in some sort of bunker, as we've seen with the case of Netanyahu. He was in an apartment building that they killed him. The whole neighborhood, they destroyed the whole neighborhood to kill him. These people they don't show any sort of, understanding of what they're doing. They're full of their hatred. And they want to burn everybody in that region by their hatred. Israel doesn't want peace in the Middle East. Israel doesn't consider anybody's, concerns. They just concern about their agenda, the greater Israel. They want to go to the Litani River in the southern part of Lebanon. They want to destroy everything. When they reach to the Litani River, they're going to go beyond that, a new buffer zone. These buffer zones they're not going to end. It's going to be forever. They're going to make buffer zones after buffer zones to capture, to invade all of these countries. It's the same has happened in southern part of Syria. And I don't know if anybody right now, Iranian government, I don't know is there anybody in the Iranian government, they're not caring about what Israel is talking about. I think what is the agenda on the part of Iran right now is how to talk with the United States to make them understanding the agenda of Israel. But nobody's there to hear them. The problem is the Trump administration is totally, they have become, look at Donald Trump today. To me, he's Netanyahu. He's not he's not different from Benjamin Netanyahu. He's doing the same. Look at the language he's using. He want to destroy a whole civilization. He want to destroy, putting an end to Iran as a country, as a nation. Who talks this way? Is this the dignity of the United States? I don't think so. These people are not representing the United States. That's why we have, American general talking about the way that Pete Hegseth is talking about fighting a war. He said that. We had General Randy Manor saying what Pete Hegseth, the way that Pete Hegseth is, he wants to fight a war is not the way that the American fight a war. Here is what General Randy Manor said.
With stupid rules of engagement. We untie the hands of our war. We also don't. We untie the hands of our warfighters to intimidate, demoralize, hunt, and kill the enemies of our country.
Those are the words of a potential war criminal right there. And that is not the advice and counsel and direction that any Secretary of Defense should be providing our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines. It puts them actually in greater danger. The Secretary of Defense is a disgraced major that was kicked out of the DC National Guard. He has no qualifications whatsoever to be the Secretary of Defense other than his extreme loyalty to the president. Again, those are the words of a potential war criminal.
Where did he learn that? We know that. He learned that from Israel, from IDF, because they were doing this in Gaza. They destroyed everything in Gaza. Nothing gonna come out of this ceasefire, in my opinion. They're not serious in negotiations. They don't want to do anything. And J.D. Vance said that today. They said Lebanon is not part of the deal. Who's part of the deal? The United States, Israel, and GCC countries. So how come you can bring your allies to the ceasefire, but Lebanon cannot be part of the ceasefire? Iraq cannot be part of ceasefire. This is the logic on their part. Here is what J.D. Vance said today with the case of Lebanon.
Bad faith negotiation and a lot of bad faith, propaganda going on. I think this comes from a legitimate misunderstanding. I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise. We never indicated that was going to be the case. What we said is that the ceasefire would be focused on Iran, and the ceasefire would be focused on America's allies, both Israel and the Gulf Arab states.
He's lying again, because the Prime Minister of Pakistan said that. He mentioned that in his tweet. He said that all, including Lebanon. How can you deny that? The guy was just copy and pasting the same text that you sent to him. He didn't even, remove that the draft and Pakistani Prime Minister, then the text messages. He just copy and paste what you've sent to him. And you've mentioned in that text that that includes Lebanon and others, which means Gaza. And they're denying everything. They think that they can manipulate. I think the most important, you can fight the United States and Israel, but you cannot negotiate with them. I think Iranians are getting to that point. That's why Russia is fighting the United States, is fighting the whole NATO in Ukraine. instead of negotiating, because there is nothing coming out of negotiations. These people are not negotiating to reach an agreement. They're negotiating for the sake of negotiation and in the hope that as time goes by, they're gonna weaken these countries, mean Russia and Iran, and break down these countries, somehow trap them in some sort of continuous war. Because they're not, in Ukraine, they were not fighting Russia directly, but they were using Ukrainian as a proxy to fight to destroy Russia, to trap Russia in Ukraine. But what is happening right now with the case of the Middle East is a new front. They had never thought that Iran would be that strong to fire back. They thought that they can bring Iran to its knees. Regime change has failed. Let's go after military operation. Let's go after military targets. That showed, the whole operation showed that they have no intelligence from Iran. They don't know where to hit. They don't know how to destroy Iranian capabilities in producing missiles and drones. This is the main problem. That's why the President of the United States is talking about destroying a civilization. He's talking about the buildings. It's about the history of Iran. It's the people of Iran, the culture of Iran. He's not talking about the military operation. He's not talking about, because he said everything was destroyed. The air defense is not there. Air force is not there. Naval, forces are not there. We have destroyed 90% of their missiles, air defense system, but Iran is sitting back. They want to remove Iran from the equation because they want to destroy. They want to do the same. Israeli government want to do the same in Lebanon. And their people, I don't know how to call these people in the region. Mostly they think that Lebanon without Hezbollah if they remove Hezbollah from Lebanon, that's gonna resolve the problem of Lebanon. The problem is not Lebanon. The problem is not Hezbollah. The problem is the occupation of Lebanon. The problem is the occupation, the killing, the destruction that is happening to Lebanon. And Lebanon doesn't have an army. The government doesn't have an army capable of fighting Israel and IDF. The whole concept of Hezbollah is based on defending, resisting the invasion of Lebanon. It's not based on attacking Israel. It's resisting and defending their land. This is what is happening. Iran is not going to make any sort of agreement with the United States without Lebanon being considered, Gaza being considered. This is the whole, I think everybody should understand that. And that's not going to happen. It doesn't matter how hard, how J.D. Vance tries to manipulate the whole situation with 10 plan. 3 times they changed the plan, the points, and that's nonsense. They didn't do that. I was reporting on that, on those points since day one, that they come with these points. They slightly changed, but most of them were the same. They were talking about putting an end to the war on all fronts. They were talking about the sanctions, the Strait of Hormuz. Sanctions was primary and secondary sanctions. The Strait of Hormuz is going to remain Iranian. Right now, we've learned that they're going to do it together with the government in Oman. That shows to the whole region, to the GCC countries, if you want to participate, if you want to have a greater security architecture for the region, if you want to have a prosperous region, you have to understand the position of Iran. That's why Oman did nothing in terms of the Strait of Hormuz, but Iran considers Oman as a partner because they're not there to rob anybody. They're not there to destroy anything. They want partnership. Whoever is willing to make some sort of partnership with Iran in the region, Iran gonna welcome that. That's why Oman is part of what's going on with the Strait of Hormuz. They did nothing militarily, politically with the case of the Strait of Hormuz. But Iran considered them as their partner for the Strait of Hormuz. This is the mindset on the part of Iranians. I think these Arab state GCC countries should understand that. We've seen how UAE was used. It's hours after the ceasefire. They were attacking Iran. One of these islands, Syria Island, they call it Syria Island. They attacked the refinery in the Syria Island. They, how capable are they? Do they really want to continue that? They want to be closer to Israel? This is the problem that Iran is facing in the Middle East. I think there has to be some sort of understanding among the countries in the Middle East. There has to be. I would say the United States can change its behavior, can be part of that whole agreement in the Middle East. United States can be part of this. Russia can be part of this. China can be part of this. And everybody gonna win out of a new agreement, new security architecture for the region. But Donald Trump doesn't want that. It doesn't seem that he's gonna change his attitude in the Middle East, in the West Asia. I don't see anything happening with the negotiations in Islamabad. As long as they don't consider Lebanon as part of the ceasefire, Lebanon, just getting back, Lebanon had a ceasefire with Israel. And Israel was violating that ceasefire over and over and destroying everything in the southern part of Lebanon. Israel doesn't care about ceasefire. Lebanon didn't start this war just because of, they somehow decided to do, because they were attacked by Israel many times since the ceasefire was agreed on. It was long before the war happening between Iran and the United States. They joined the war because they wanted to fight. They wanted to show Israel how capable they are. And they've shown they're much more capable than Israeli army on the battlefield, on the ground. They don't have fighter jets. They don't have tanks. Let's see what would happen. I don't see Iran leaving Lebanon, leaving Gaza. These are the core, these are the main problems of what has happened with the case of the war against Iran. And I think the Iranian government, whatever decision that would be, basically, it's going to be based on the security of Lebanon. It's going to be based on this, defending or putting an end to the conflict on all fronts. That's not going to change. And let's see what would happen on Saturday. The negotiation was planned for Friday. Then they're talking about on Saturday. They're going to meet on Saturday. Let's see if J.D. Vance going to go there with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, or it's going to be different. Because in my opinion, we have some sort of, maybe J.D. Vance can bring some sort of difference. But from what we've heard so far, I really believe that. I want to still believe that there is some little chances of some sort of difference in the negotiation, in the atmosphere of negotiations. Let's assume that. If J.D. Vance is not part of the negotiating team, then nothing gonna happen. You're gonna see the same. Because those two Israeli agents, they're not gonna do anything. They're basically Mark Levin type of negotiator. They're basically working for Israel, not for the United States. They want everything first for Israel, then for the United States. That's why I don't see that the negotiations leading anywhere with those two guys. But J.D. Vance, he has the understanding. He has the connection with Tucker Carlson. He knows he doesn't want. I think he wants a better future for the United States. Let's put it this way. And on the other hand, if Ghalibaf, the head of parliament, goes with the negotiators, with the Iranian team, that could be a difference as well. That could be important as well. Let's see what would happen. But I don't see Iran leaving Lebanon. You know, Lebanon gonna fight back. They're gonna hit Israel. But if it's ceasefire on all fronts. It's not gonna be between Iran and the United States. They're not gonna buy time for Israel to destroy Lebanon. It's not gonna happen. Yeah, it's my understanding is this, but let's see what would happen. Thank you so much. And it's
Kofi, follow me.